Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Official Spy? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The red and blue lights were reflecting on the pavement and on Izuku's slime-covered shoes from where he was sitting on the ambulance. Paramedics were moving left and right, checking whoever else was caught in the incident, having already deemed him not hurt enough to warrant carting off to the hospital. Mostly they just threw him glances once in a while to make sure he wouldn't kick it on their watch. Izuku sighted and looked to his right. The explosive blonde was very sad, obviously trying not to lash out at the low-ranked hero who offered him a sidekick position. Brat, Izuku thought bitterly. All he had ever gotten was praise for his quirk, his smarts, his bravery. He had the luxury to be picky. He glared at the boy, remembering his earlier words. If you really want a quirk that bad, take a swan dive off the roof and hope you'll get one in your next life. And what would have happened if I did, Kakin? You'd be dead and you'd have to spend the rest of eternity with me. Who knows, maybe we would have gone to hell together. As if sensing his glare, the blonde turned and faced him, anger still visible on his face. Izuku looked away. He didn't want to look in the eyes of his classmate, his once childhood friend, and see nothing but hatred and disgust. He'd had enough of that today. All might had vanished, running away from the media. He threw Izuku a look for a few long, tense seconds before he vanished. To hide his weakness, probably, Izuku mused before turning to look at the crime scene. I'm sorry, but without a quirk, I don't think you can be a hero. 5 heroes. 5 trained professionals, who most likely went through countless hours of drilling and countless exams, yet couldn't do a goddamn thing. They just sat there, waiting for someone with the right quirk to come in and save them. What a joke. He, the meek, quirkless kid with a backpack, had done more than those so-called pros. My backpack. It suddenly hit him and he looked around, finally spotting the yellow bundle with his school supplies strewn out of it. He shrugged off the shock blanket and ran towards the scene. He gathered his pencil case, which had somehow managed to stay closed, his water bottle and his still soggy hero notebook, and stuffed them back in the backpack. He got up and turned to leave when he slammed face to chest into the huge hero death arms. He and Kamui Woods had their arms crossed, and their best disappointed annoyed expressions on. What you did was incredibly reckless. You could have died, there was absolutely no need to put yourself in danger like that, they scolded. A few hours ago, Izuku would have cowered and cried and apologized. Part of him still wanted to do that, wanted to curl up and pretend this never happened. But there was something about having not one but 2 near-death experiences that made it was hard to be properly awed and scared of the 2 pro heroes in front of him. Later, he'd name stress and the shitty day he'd had so far as the culprits for shutting down his brain-to-mouth filter. And what did you do? He hissed, trying to keep his boiling anger in check. The men seemed surprised and they didn't immediately retaliate. What did you do? Because, from where I was standing, it looked like you just did a whole lot of nothing. Our quirks weren't suited to fight him, Kamui started. And my non-existent one was? He yelled, which effectively shut them up. Did you think that maybe, just maybe, there was a different solution to the problem? Have any of you, even though to aim for the eyes, the most vulnerable part of the human body? Have any of you even tried to think of a solution that didn't exclusively rely on your quirks? They didn't respond, looking down at him with their mouths open. Izuku took a deep breath. No, I didn't think so. You just stood there and waited for him to die, and then you have the absolute gall to scold me who actually did something to help for doing so. Kamui finally seemed to get over the fact that he was being scolded by a middle schooler and started. Hey, you didn't do anything significant either. No, I just gave him a few more precious seconds of air as I waited for the right hero to appear. No, he said out loud. But I did something. He promptly stomped away then, too sad to give any more. They didn't try to stop him. Why would they? He was a no-one, a good-for-nothing Deku who grew some guts for the first time in his life and trash-talked them the heroes. It might not mean anything to them, but, to Izuku, it was the venting he needed after that long, shitty day. It felt that awesome. His stomps slowly turned into dragging, as the adrenaline rush melted from his system, leaving him exhausted. Good thing it was Friday. This way, he had time to cry, collect himself and go back to school on Monday, pretending everything was okay, like so many times before. Right now Izuku only wanted to get home, take a shower and forget this day had ever happened. Unfortunately, fate decided to F with him a little more, which he realized when he heard steps behind him and turned around to see Kaken running towards him. His clothes were covered in slime and a layer of sweat glistening on his skin, a sign that he had probably run from the scene to this place. Izuku looked him up and down. He knew he should say something, he knew that he should do something to appease the blonde that was visibly sad. But by this point, he honestly didn't have the energy to anything. And besides, a punch to knock him out and end this day already actually sounded pretty good. The blonde panted and Izuku waited for him to gather his breath. "I never asked you to save me," he yelled. "If I wanted, I could have taken him down myself. How dare a quirkless loser like you take pity on me? Are you trying to win me over? Don't you dare mock me." And with that, he turned around and stomped away. Izuku knew he should have kept his mouth shut. Kaken was just venting, letting out his emotions. This was the stress talking. But Kaken had never held back, never stopped, never apologized. So why should Izuku? Okay, Bukugu, Izuku didn't said, loud enough to echo through the empty street. Next time I'll just let you die. The blonde stopped. It was as if time itself froze in that moment, trapping the two boys in the light of the spring sun. The sun was nearing the horizon and Izuku watched his childhood friend for a reaction. With almost painful slowness, Bakugu turned around and stared at the teen, wide eyes filled with an emotion he couldn't quite place. "What did you just say?" Izuku turned around and started walking away. "You heard me." The sun was setting, the final rays of light crawling on the pavement. The shadows were darker than usual, but Izuku knew the road by heart. The greenette kept an ear focused on any sound the blonde might make. With the next sigh, he stepped fully into the shadows and headed home. The blonde didn't follow. His home was dark and empty. Mom had a few more hours until she returned from work, and Izuku was fine with that. He loved his mother, but he honestly didn't have the energy to conceal his anger to put on his carefree mask on right now. So he didn't. He took off his shoes and entered the bathroom and washed that disgusting slime off of him. He watched what was left of the muddy fucker wash down the drain and allowed himself to smile. Then clean, relaxed, muscles soothed by boiling water, he made his way to his room. All Might watched him from every corner, every nook. Izuku gulped. "I'm sorry, but without a quirk, I don't think you can be a hero." Izuku looked through his clothes. All Might, All Might, All Might. He threw t-shirts on the ground until he found one that wasn't any kind of hero merchandise and put it on. It was old, but it still fit. He still admired All Might, of course. All Might was still the best hero, the #1 hero. But every time he saw his smiling face, he could only remember the skinny man telling him he couldn't do it or the slime coating his nostrils, the fear, the realization of just how near death was. Yes, he loved All Might, but the thought of him alone made Izuku sick. He wanted to rip the posters, to throw them away, to scream his frustrations. He wanted to go all out, to punch something until it broke. But he couldn't. He couldn't bring himself to mess up the posters or any of the merchandise. No matter how much he tried, no matter how much he wanted to, he still loved heroes too much. So he didn't. He didn't rip the posters. He took them off the wall, carefully folding them along the lines. He didn't throw his action figures at the wall, he placed them in the same box as the posters. He didn't shred or cut the t-shirts, he folded them and laid them in the same boxes, which he then pushed as far back as he could into his closet. After all that, his room looked depressingly empty. The light blue walls bore dust marks where the posters had been, his desk looked empty and lacked the personality it had before, when All Might was smiling from it. Izuku now knew that said smile was completely fake. Not seeing it was better. He hated being lied to. "I'm sorry, but without a quirk, I don't think you can be a hero." His eyes burned and Izuku didn't hold back the tears. He let them fall, let them pool at his chin, let them pour down his face. His knees gave up and he collapsed at the foot of his bed, head hitting the mattress as he wailed. Sobs were escaping his throat, but he didn't care. He just cried his feelings away. When Mom came home that night, she found him asleep on the floor. She wrestled him on the bed and covered him with the blanket before giving him a good-night kiss. If she noticed the lack of merchandise, she said nothing. The streets were surprisingly dirty in this part of town. It was Saturday morning and Izuku was wandering everywhere but the well-off places. He couldn't stand to see heroes right now. He had purposefully avoided the news all day, finally getting out of the house when he'd felt a few steps away from suffocation. He had to buy a new notebook anyway, but after that was done he didn't feel like taking the usual road home, so here he was, walking aimlessly down the streets, doing his best to ignore various shady characters, looking positively like a drag dealer himself, dressed in a black hoodie, his only clean and non-merchandise hoodie, that hid his curls and eyes. He didn't mean to fit in, he really didn't, but right now that was turning out to be an unexpected side benefit as it kept him from being noticed by the vast majority of people here. He took another left. What can I do if I can't be a hero? He thought. I can't be a policeman. He didn't have the skill, and he doubted he could be promoted as detective fast enough. He could do any other job that didn't require a quirk, but none of those would be fulfilling. Izuku dreaded the idea of being caught in a 9-to-5 job for the next 40 years, and was becoming increasingly terrified to realize how big of a possibility that was. He felt like crying but stopped himself. Crying wouldn't help. It had never helped him before, he saw no reason why it would help him now. He sighed and cleared his head. Useless. Stupid. Good for nothing. Stop it. Suddenly he heard something. Out of habit he automatically started walking towards the commotion which turned out to be a fight. It wasn't like a hero fight, not like anything he'd seen on TV or in person. It wasn't flashy or glamorous. It was violent, even gruesome. There were two men. One of them seemed to have blades sticking out of his skin, while the other threw blue fire at the other. Their blows were vicious and desperate, dealt with no mercy. They aimed for the eyes, the crotch, the kidneys, and Izuku found himself staring in morbid fascination at the two, calculating speed and trajectory. It lacked the grace, the steadiness, the glances thrown at the audience Izuku had been so used to from the hero fights. It was cruel and cold and real. After a particularly vicious hitman with the blue flames collapsed and the one with the blades lifted an arm, ready to impale him. In that moment, Izuku didn't think. Honestly, he could barely remember moving, but, in hindsight, this would be one of the moments that changed his life, for the better or worse, he couldn't tell. He just knew that, 1 second he was watching from a distance and that next he had a broken crate in his hands and the villain was staggering forward, a rain of splinters falling off of him. He righted himself and like a bear, turned around, feral rage filling his eyes. Izuku gulped and staggered back, the broken remains of the crate hanging limply from his hands. The villain stepped forward, a huge, hulking figure, blades ripping what was left of his clothes. He pulled his fist into a punch and swung forward. Only Izuku's reflexes, honed by years of bullying and running away from fire, allowed the boy to evade the blades aiming to cut him in half. His cheek stung, but he didn't have time to ponder on it, because the man swung again, this time ripping a hole in his hoodie. Then a, thankfully non-bladed, punch sent him sprawling to the ground. Izuku watched in horror as the man lifted his hand one more time, to land the final strike. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Except he didn't. Before the man had the chance to finish him off, two hands clamped around his head and a cloud of blue fire engulfed him. An unearthly wail left the man's lips, but it died quickly as his head turned to ashes. Izuku gulped and looked up, at the previously fallen man who was now standing where the other had stood. He was tall, almost freakishly so, with black hair and had huge patches of burnt skin under his, disconcertingly blue, eyes and mouth. The scars seemed to stretch over his arms all the way to his fingers. He wore baggy clothes, with pants too short to reach past his ankles. Still, he seemed young. Izuku doubted he was much older than 20, maybe 21. He looked Izuku up and down before grinding out a thanks and turning to leave. Wait! Izuku said before he could leave. The man turned around, and Izuku realized he should have probably thought this through, but now here he was and the guy was expecting a follow-up, so Izuku continued, I have a first aid kit. You look like you could use some first aid. It was true. Other than the patches, the man had all sorts of cuts. He was limping. The walking voodoo doll seemed to ponder before shrugging and saying. He stepped over the burned corpse, or not so much, since it started moving and dragging itself away. The man with the patches didn't seem to mind his attacker escaping, so Izuku returned to staring at him. After a few more seconds in which the man studied him, he spoke. What have you got? Izuku opened his backpack, pulling out the small box of necessities he'd started carrying when he realized that treating himself before he got home was preferable to the eat at R and the pain in his mother's eyes when he told her it was just an accident. She didn't believe him, but she never managed to convince him to tell her what happened. It rarely got worse than cuts and bruises and minor burns or a sprained wrist at the very worst, but better safe than sorry. Most of the wounds were also pretty easy to camouflage since the bullies almost never aimed for the head or face, too visible, too liable to get them in actual trouble. Izuku pulled out a maxi tic-tac box, with tweezers taped to the size, filled with cotton pads soaked in rubbing alcohol, and handed it to the man, who started disinfecting his wounds. Meanwhile, Izuku busied himself by taking out the gauze, band-aids and medical tape. They worked in silence and, in a short while, the man was not okay by any standards but looked less likely to fall apart at a strong breeze, so at least better. Izuku sat down next to him and started cleaning his own wounds. You wouldn't happen to have some painkillers in there, would you? Izuku pulled out a chocolate bar. Voodoo doll lifted an eyebrow, but took it and started munching on it nonetheless. That's a cool quirk. Izuku started, not being able to keep it in any further. The man eyed him suspiciously, but kept eating his chocolate. Are your flames really hot enough to cremate, or is your fire normal temperature, but blue? Or do you have control over the temperature? What about the fire itself? Can you control it, or can you only start it? You talk a lot, you know that? The man said, though he didn't seem particularly bothered by the fact, so Izuku forged on. Can you create fire from every part of your body, or only your hands? Where'd you learn how to fight like that? Streets, he said, crumbling the wrapper. What did you and him fight over? Izuku was distantly aware that he should be more disturbed by the trail of blood only a few feet away, but it was a bit hard to feel pity for his would-be murderer. Old business. How are you so good at fighting? I've never seen any style similar to that. The man sighed. You watch hero fights? Izuku nodded. Well, those are. Let's go with staged. Staged? Like heroes hiring villains to beat. Izuku tilted his head. The man shook his head. No, like the fights bring publicity, right? Izuku nodded. Well, the flashier the battle, the bigger the advertisement, more fans, more funds, more money. So, heroes don't always finish the fight as quickly as they could, but instead, drag it out to make sure they get media coverage. Do you get me? The man looked at him. Izuku nodded viciously, fingers desperately grabbing for his notebook, but he didn't pull it out, for fear of losing the man's interest. Well, here, there's no media. There's no backup, no money, no one to have your back. You can't afford to drag it out, it's really just do or die. Izuku nodded vigorously. So, how well do you actually know how to fight? Pretty well. Why'd you ask? Izuku knew it was a stupid idea. He knew that it could get him killed. He didn't know the man, he had no reason to trust the man or to think that this was a good idea. But in the end, what did he have to lose? Train me. The man stared at him for a few seconds before he spoke. No, he got up and walked away. What Dabi couldn't have known was that Midoriya Izuku didn't really take kindly to people telling him no. He hadn't given up on a goal for more than 10 years, he wasn't going to give up on another, no matter how rushed or suicidal it was. So at night he had gotten home, sewed his hoodie and cleaned the blood and noted in his new notebook everything he could remember the man's quirk, his explanation on heroism, everything he could get his hands on. Old habits die hard, after all, and Izuku wasn't particularly determined to kill this one. So, he made notes and checked again and again, until he was sure. On Sunday, he returned on that part of the town and started asking around. He went to corner shops, the convenience stores, the dingy newspaper booths. People walked, changed places, but stores stayed in the same place, and the people who worked there were most likely notice someone new. Runaways may not go to the center, but even villains needed their cigarettes and water bottles. Of course, Izuku also knew better than to ask about one specific man. Not only would that be suspicious, it could also clue the man in on the fact that Izuku was trying to find him. Besides, if people knew he needed that information, they might either lie or tax him for it. If they knew what you wanted, they'd increase the price. Lastly, he became a regular. He passed through there every day after school, having developed a fear for the tunnel and the other road. He passed through the shop and bought himself a pack of gum, a bottle of water, some other little knick-knack. He talked to the old woman behind the counter and sometimes with her grandkid. He asked her about how things were going. He helped her when she needed to grab something off a shelf too high for her to reach. He was doing it mostly to cure his conscience for the fact that he was low-key stalking a guy he had only met once. And on the other hand, it was fun. In less than a week, he was up to date with the gossip, the drag dealers, and the most prominent figures in the district. Which was when the hard, dangerous part started. He went to the dealers, ignoring the part of him that yelled how big of an idiot he actually was, and started asking them too. As long as they thought you were interested in buying and pretended to have money, they were surprisingly talkative. He had no idea how he had managed to jungle school and stalkery, but he did it. In less than a week, he had gotten the man's name Dobby, obviously fake, but whatever, his general pattern of when and where he went, and something close to his address. So, on a Tuesday afternoon, he went in one of the places he had noted and waited for the man to show up. It had taken him an hour, but eventually, Dobby appeared. He was alone, walking a steady pace through the neighborhood. Izuku counted till 3 and popped up in front of him. Dobby stopped. His eyes widened in confusion, though there was a spark of recognition in his gaze. Good, he remembers me. Train me. What part of no, don't you understand, brat? Please, train me. F off. Pete dash, he started and jumped behind a garbage can when the wall of flames came rushing in his direction. He stood there and waited for the steps to fade. Izuku giggled. He knew it wouldn't work from the first time. He needed more persuasion, more reasons to make the other accept. He needed to be determined, something that Izuku had in spades. So he continued. His mom saw him more upbeat, more driven, and didn't say anything. He kept stalking the man, only rarely popping up and being rejected with various degrees or rage and anger directed at him. He had learned to be quiet and stealthy as a necessity long time ago, and it was the first time it came in handy as something else other than running away from bullies. It took a few days to find out after where the man lived, and a whole week later when he made his final move. Dobby sighed and opened the door of his ratty apartment, banging it on the wall when that rusty old lock finally moved. He had lived in this apartment for a few months, since he moved in this part of the city. The old hag taxed him next to nothing. The only condition was, apparently, to ignore the illicit things going on in the rest of the building. It was at the first floor of the building, and that was partly the reason Dobby didn't know whether to cry or scream when, in the dim light of his one light bulb, he saw the green-haired fucker perched on his windowsill. This brat, who was barely entering PBR2I, had stalked him for the past month. He suspected for more, because there was more time required to fully get one's schedule. And half of it was literally randomized for God's sake. Must be his quirk, Dobby thought. The other problem was how FNG persistent the brat was. He just didn't give up, and Dobby was no longer sad as he was starting to get worried. Lastly, there was something very eerie about the smile on his face, something that gave the fire user the creeps. The boy reminded him of a doll or a demonic baby from a horror movie. So, when he found the little ninja in his home, his first words were, "How are you doing this?" The brat smiled. "Look, I'll stop if you hear me out." "No, now get out," he said, lifting his hand and preparing to aim. Before, he had never intended to hurt the boy for real, but now he was seriously considering the idea. A notebook magically materialized in the brat's hands. "I think you'd want to read this." Dobby knew he should push the brat off the window, but curiosity got the better of him. He took the notebook. As he looked through it, he felt his blood run cold. The notebook was filled with sketches of him, analysis on his quirk, strengths, to weaknesses, to methods of defeat. There was also a detailed summary of his schedule, people he met, people he fought, places he visited. Addresses. Why did people romanticize this stuff in movies? It was even creepy. There's more. The kid spoke, still leaning on the windowsill. Back home. If I don't make it back, the police would find this and a lot of everything else, and that will drive them right here. Dabi glared at the kid. What do you want? I told you. I want you to train me. I'm not a teacher. The kid smiled way too sweetly for what was essentially blackmail. You don't have to. Just teach me the basics of how not to die. If you want, I might help you with your quirk. I'm pretty good at analyzing them, so. It's a win-win. Dabi sighed. And let me guess, I say no and you take this to the police? He tilted his head and looked up. Or the drag dealers I saw you fight the other day if the police is not interested. Dabi took a deep breath. What was the worst thing that could happen? He looked the kid in the eye, trying to put all the death intent he could muster in his glare and said, Fine. Izuku took a deep breath as he entered the building that wasn't really a gym. It was more like a bunch of gyms, all stuffed together in one big building that must have served another purpose long time ago. There were a lot of stairs and his legs were still slightly sore from the morning's jog, so Izuku tried to distract himself by thinking over his conversation with Dabi the other day. The man said, glaring daggers at the kid. First order of business, start a sport. Why? Izuku tilted his head. Because you need to build up endurance, stamina, and muscle, all of which are generally agreed upon to be the result of sustained physical exercise. He rolled his eyes. It can be ballet for all I care. Well, it made sense. Ballet helped you with balance and reflexes, though Izuku had a feeling he was a little too old to start. Second, download a diet plan or something. Third, meet me in a week in the Mirai Park, near the big statue. Also, no more stalking me. Why? Gee, I wonder, the man rolled his eyes, but that's the deal breaker. If you keep stalking me or looking into my stuff, we're done. No questions asked. All right, Izuku nodded. Now get out of my house. Izuku smiled and let himself fall off the window, sliding down the rope he had tucked there when he came in. Showing off? More likely than most people would think. Izuku did feel a little bit bad for stalking the man. Usually he wouldn't invade someone's privacy, but he had been desperate. He also bluffed most of their conversation, knowing that if he showed how anxious he was, Dabi would turn him down again and also probably push him out of the window. He had followed his advice and even went overkill by running the whole neighborhood that morning. He panted and felt like collapsing after 10 minutes, yet he pulled through in time to take a shower and prepare for school. But running would only develop his legs, so he had to find something that would help his whole body and also help him achieve his goal. His mother had been happy when he mentioned a sport, and her enthusiasm had only slightly dampened when he'd decided on parkour. Nonetheless, she's fully supported him, probably just glad that he was finally thinking of something else other than hero ing. Izuku felt bad for the lie of omission, but if his mother had been quietly against heroism, she would probably downright ground him for life for even thinking of vigilantism, never mind that it was, hopefully, temporary. But that was, as Izuku had come to realize, his best shot at helping people in the way he wanted. He'd spent his entire life studying heroes and quirks. He could name off the top of his head all the heroes that were functionally quirkless, like Eraserhead. Through some very shady search history, he managed to find a few clips of the hero. His quirk was Erasure, which basically meant he had the power to make other people quirkless. He mostly used hand-to-hand combat, so why couldn't Izuku learn to do that too? Or Midnight. Her quirk was emanating a sleeping gas. She had no control over which directions the gas took, so it was basically the same as normal sleeping gas. There were, as Izuku had learnt, a lot of quirks that could be replaced by modern support items, yet people seemed to have forgotten that weapons existed outside of quirks. Through the internet equivalent of dumpster diving, he'd managed to hunt down and watch some pre-quirk era movies and martial arts tutorials, and he was pretty sure some of the people could take some pros down on their own. So, as much as he hated lying to his mom, he was going to become a hero. Either he would enter through the exam, or he would go to Gen Ed and transfer later. That also meant that he would have to keep up academically, which would be a pain, but he would manage. He entered the gym. Everywhere there were bungee mattresses, and a construction that reminded him of the monkey bars on the playground. He walked past the guy at the reception who gave him the ticket and instructions and walked towards the only person resembling an adult there. "Hayako-san," he asked, forcing his voice not to tremble. The woman turned towards him and gave him a big smile. She was tall, somewhere in her 20s, with long, brown hair tied in a ponytail and a loose tank top that revealed her toned arm muscles. "Who's asking?" she said, stretching her hand. "Midoriya." He shook it. "I was wondering if I could start here." "Sure, kiddo, change and we can start." He put on his gym shoes and went to the teacher, who told him to do his warm-up, which he managed with socially acceptable amounts of groaning and sweating under the amused look on the woman's face. After that, then promptly collapsed on the mattress. Hayako laughed and showed him the main moves before she told him to do them. He did, and when she saw he wasn't doing it wrong, she left him to practice on his own while she talked to the other teenagers. Izuku warmed up and started jumping. Izuku walked towards the statue on Sunday morning. Dabi was leaning on a tree, scrolling bored through his phone. He looked up and spotted the teen. Letting out a long-suffering sigh, he righted his crooked spine and cracked his neck. "I hoped you'd given up." "Good morning to you too," Izuku said cheerfully. Dabi sighed again and started walking away, Izuku hot on his tail. "Have you done what I asked?" he said, not turning around. "Yes." "So what did you settle on?" "Parkour." That made the man turn around and raise an eyebrow. They reached a clearing. It was still in the park, but it was well shielded, so people walking on the sidewalk wouldn't see them. "Question before we start. Why did you want to train with me?" "Because I saw you fight. It seemed pretty efficient." The man shook his head. "But why me specifically? You could go to a dojo the same way you go to parkour. So why did you choose me?" "I told you, I saw you fight." Izuku placed his bag on the ground and looked at the taller man. Most martial arts have rules for things like honor and no killer hold and hits. But that's not the real world. In the real world, people die and get hurt. I don't have time for acrobatics and flashiness. I need to learn how to defend myself and others, and how to finish my enemy off in the smallest number of moves possible. That doesn't really happen in dojos, and you were the most familiar person on the street. Dabi stared at him for a few seconds. "That's a bullshit reasoning, but whatever." He stretched, popping his joints. "Did your warm-ups already?" Izuku nodded and looked at the man. Dabi showed him how to make the fist as not to break his thumb, then showed him how to dodge. Then they started sparring, which, as Izuku soon realized, was basically just Dabi getting his revenge for the previous month of intense stalking. Izuku was pretty good at dodging, but the other was wickedly fast and hard to predict, and also well and truly savage, both with his words and with his blows. So it was that, by the end of it all, Izuku could proudly boast a brand new collection of bruises and, probably, at least half a kilo of dirt ingested. "Get up, you." "Well, I'd call you a noodle, but even those are looking tougher than you right now," he said, amusement clear in his voice and on his face as Izuku picked himself off the ground. His back hurt, but Dabi seemed to be enjoying himself and didn't look like he had any intention of stopping anytime soon. He insulted Izuku at his every misstep, cursed him and was just an all-around D, but Izuku had lived with Bakugo, so he was basically immune to verbal trashing. Physical, not so much. They stopped after about an hour, but it felt more like a month, both panting and sweaty. Izuku was grinning like fool and Dabi looking like he was trying not to. The man straightened himself and rolled his shoulders. "Okay, that's it, see you in 2 days, same place." "What hour?" Dabi looked at him for a few seconds before it dawned on him. "Oh, you have school," he nodded to himself. "Then, 3 o'clock at the statue." "All right," he waved as the man walked away, hands deep in his pockets. Izuku yawned and headed home to do his homework. From that point, life entered a routine. Get up, go to school, come home, change, train with Dabi every other day, do your homework, parkour every other day that wasn't training with Dabi, sleep. It was pretty boring and Izuku had more bruises than before, but these ones felt good. They felt earned. Even if his back ached from jumping wrong, and his arms and body hurt from fighting, he went home with a smile on his face. Things changed at school too. People didn't really approach him as much as before, and, when they did, Izuku managed to look them in the eye and tell them to cut it out. If they tried to beat him, he would just break into a mad sprint, and most of the time, they would be too surprised or too slow to give chase. Soon enough he discovered that he could fight for longer, didn't lose his breath that easily as before. He liked it. Hyaku gave him a nod of approval when he managed his first front flip, and Dabi wasn't outright impressed, but he wasn't as disappointed or savage as before. Scratch that, he was still savage, but now it felt neutral instead of sad. It was a progress. It was during one of his morning jogs, a few months into his training, when he encountered Bakugo. Being neighbors, they shared the same road to school, but, somehow, despite starting at the same hour, the two managed to avoid each other. At least until now. As he ran, cold air coming in and out of his mouth, he spotted a very familiar explosive hairstyle. He stopped for a second and waited for the other teen to spot him too. Bakugo slowed down and stopped. They stared at each other for a few seconds, neither quite ready to strike a conversation. Finally, Bakugo, like always, was the one who spoke. "What are you doing here, stupid Deku?" Izuku shrugged and buried his hands in his pockets, a gesture he unconsciously picked from Dabi. The man didn't realize this, but it was a gesture of peace. By putting his hands in his pockets, he signaled that he wasn't going to use his quirk, or his hands, which, when taking into account how dangerous they both were, was pretty good of a warning. The greenette looked up and met the blonde's eyes, for the first time not looking down immediately after. "Jogging. Training. What I assume you are doing too at this ungodly hour of the morning." Bakugo tiskeed and glared harder. "Why?" Izuku stretched his limbs and looked up. "I realize that I have no chance of getting in UA unless I get my sheet together and get in shape. I've been slacking off these last few years, so I have to do anything possible to get in shape." Izuku expected the other to jeer and taunt, to laugh and tell him that he'll never amount to anything. But he didn't. As Izuku looked at the other teen, he seemed conflicted, and when the blonde saw Izuku look at him, the tisket again, grumbling, "FNG nerd," and stomped away. Izuku rose an eyebrow, but shrugged and kept jogging. His training also translated into less problems at P. He could do the warm-ups, and his class had a few shocks when he actually started winning the games he played. Not to mention Bakugo's silently fuming in the background. Of course, he had to pay attention in the locker room, because the blonde would surely notice bruises that didn't come from him. Another thing he started doing was taking apart heroes' fighting strategies and styles. He was disgusted to realize how much of it was actually just flashy choreography instead of efficiency. If there was one thing Izuku had learned while going through the unsavour parts of town, it was that a villain wouldn't fight fair, but here were the pro-heroes, acting like fighting was some kind of complicated ballet routine. Time flew by when one was not paying attention to the routine, but it was surely standing still as the boy was trying to spit the dirt from the last round. "Is your quirk pain tolerance or something?" Dabi asked after he had just stepped on Izuku's stomach, and the boy's only reaction was grunt and bolting up to his feet no problem. Well, not really stepped, but pressed just soft enough not to break something. By Izuku's standards. Even if he didn't feel it, Izuku knew that the older was holding back on exactly how much force he put in punches. Izuku stretched. "Nope," he answered, popping the P. "Then what is it? Analysis? Precognition? Being a stalkery little sheet?" "My quirk isn't relevant," Izuku said, looking away. The next moment, Dabi was near him, looming over the teen with the 30 centimeters he had over him in height. Izuku wanted to step back, but he hit a tree. "What? Quirk?" Izuku gulped and looked into the electric blue eyes from above him. He looked down. "I'm quirkless." "What?" The menacing tone from earlier had all but vanished, leaving a very confused and still pretty scared Izuku behind. "I'm quirkless," he said, forcing the word around the tightness in his throat, waiting for the man to laugh at him. Dabi pet his head. "Those still exist? I thought they had all died out the last generation?" Izuku glared at him and crossed his arms. "You didn't care if I had one when you agreed to train me." Dabi sighed and shook his head. In case that big bushy head of yours has already forgotten, you blackmailed me into this. But now I really have to ask, why do you want to become a hero? Izuku looked away. In the few months they had spent together, Dabi had realized that Izuku wanted to become a hero. The boy never quite spelled it out, but older one caught on nonetheless. The greenette shrugged. I want to help people? Dabi quirked an eyebrow. That's it? Yes. Izuku cried in frustration. I know that most heroes are in for the money and fame, but I really want to help people. He looked down. I just want to help people? Dabi seemed to ponder this revelation over. Well, that's nice and dandy, but how are you going to do that? The exam is pretty hard for quirked people. How are you going to pass it? Izuku looked up. By giving it my all. The look that burned teen through him was the perfect fusion of are you kidding me and oh really. Izuku sighed and let his fist fall. I'm planning on applying to Gen Ed and transferring to Heroics later. Dabi nodded as if it made sense. Well, then good work and good luck, I guess. He seemed somehow awkward, like encouraging and giving pep talks was out of his area of expertise. Thank you. Izuku said as he got up and started picking up his things. Dabi stretched and waved as he walked away. Still getting blackmailed here, but Izuku could hear the smile in his voice. Izuku landed badly and his feet bounced on the mattress. He looked to the right where Hayaku was doubled over laughing. She righted herself, tears still in her eyes. Okay, that was literally the worst way you could ever land, you can't possibly F it up more. Gee, thanks, Izuku grumbled as he got up and rubbed his neck. He was still bouncing on the mattress and was preparing for another jump when she spoke. No, go to the bars. She was talking about the monkey bars on the other side of the gym. First, she made him climb a very high wall from a jump, which he failed because, for some reason, his elbow kept bending when he tried to climb. You see, when you had to climb over a wall, you had to keep your arm in a right degree angle to the surface in order to be able to push yourself, while, with your feet, you had to push in whatever wall you were climbing. For some reason, coordination was one of his weak points, and his arms were betraying him, because they kept falling and bending. Hayaku had then tested the strength in his arms, which was close to none, because she could hang from her hands for about 5 minutes, while he barely managed 30 seconds in one go. His jumps from object to object were one of his strong points though, so there's that. He had learned that what he did wasn't really parkour, but a fusion of parkour and free running. The difference between the two was that parkour was very practical while free running was more acrobatic. He liked them both either way, so he had no reason to complain. In the months he had spent in that gym, he had managed to develop more stamina. His muscles had improved, if only slightly. They still looked like noodles and only showed when he tried, but he guessed that was just his body type, so he let it go. One day, after he left the gym covered in the grime and sweat of the day and heading home to shower and watch some hero news, he bumped into someone. Sorry, he said as he got up and helped the girl up. Her skin was neon pink and small horns were poking out of her curly hair. No problem, she said as she got up and dusted her violet gym bag. She looked at him, black mascara making a good chromatic contrast on her face. I haven't seen you here before. I do parkour, he said. The girl lit up at his words. I used to do it too, she said, or more like happily cried. Now I'm doing break dance. You could try to, it's very good for balance and helps the body. I'll think about it. She moved her hand forward. I'm Mina Ishido. Izuku Midoriya, he shook it. They left the gym and walked the road together, Izuku content to only listen to her as she talked about the different teens there. They parted at the train station and Izuku waved her as she entered the well-lit train. He waited until the train left before he turned around and started heading home. As he was walking under the eerie orange glow of the night lights, he looked up as he heard a rustling of something. Because of the chromatic difference, he didn't see the red scarves or the bloodied katana hanging lowly on the man's back, neither did he hear the metallic click of boots as the steel toes hit the concrete. Must be a bird, he thought as he kept walking home. Izuku didn't plan on becoming a vigilante. Before that one incident, he wouldn't have even considered the idea, the occupation being too close to that of a villain and much too stigmatized for comfort. Well, that was a lie. He had entertained the idea a little but gave up after a little thought, because it didn't seem plausible. Silly him. Later, under the harsh white light of an interrogation room, when asked about it, he would say, "It just kinda dot happened, you know?" As cheesy, vague and fake as it sounded, it was, mostly, true. It was one of the only truths he didn't have to hide, since it didn't really have a bearing on anything and would endanger no one. Well, no one but him, but his well-being wasn't really of utmost importance at that point. The incident went something like this. Izuku had been walking down the street, on his way to Dabi's. He hadn't been officially invited, but the man had stopped yelling at him and only told him that, if he was going to drop off, to at least bring some beer and make sure to lock the window while he waited. Izuku was starting to get the vague feeling that Dabi was starting to enjoy their time together. Which he would, of course, never admit, so he couldn't really be sure, but Izuku chose to interpret the occasional snorts and the lack of yelling as the tentative beginning of something that might one day become some sort of friendship. Just the thought put him in a good mood. Which was why, when he heard the telltale noises of a fight, his first thoughts had been, "Are you shitting me right now?" The closer he got, the better he saw. I was a 2-to-1 fight. Fights here weren't really uncommon, but Izuku had never seen one firsthand, so he never actually had the chance to think of what he would do if he stumbled upon one. Later, he wouldn't know whether to chastise himself for his stupidity or bless his younger self for his recklessness. Izuku stood frozen for almost half a minute, caught between his fight and flight instincts, but then the bat one of the guys was carrying connected with his opponent's ribs with a resounding crunch and a tearing sound, and he stumbled, leaving himself open for 3 punches from the other assailant. At that point, Izuku's save first, ask questions later instincts overwrote everything else, and he jumped into the fray. He only had half a year of getting his butt kicked thrice a week, but he also had the element of surprise and the beginnings of a plan in his mind. Making sure his hood was pulled on his face, getting recognized was not the best way to survive around these parts. He jumped in the fight and kicked bad guy's knee out from under him, grabbing the fallen bat, which he noticed had some barbed wire wrapped around it. He swung at the other, wincing when he heard his shoulder pop. But he didn't have time to dwell on that, since, from the corner of his eye, he saw the bad guy recover and swing his fist. Ducking, Izuku turned and him hard in the kidneys with the bat, praying that the barbs hadn't punctured anything too vital. He swiped the ground, grabbing the fallen knife in the process, and held it to the second man, who seemed to still be recovering from getting his shoulder dislocated. Izuku jabbed the knife at him, then at the exit of the alley, the message run clear. They both glared at him, but thankfully didn't need to be told twice, as the second thug helped his friend up and got out of that alley as fast as possible. Izuku kept his eyes on them as they disappeared before turning towards the other man, who was leaning heavily on the wall, silver hair falling in greasy locks out of his hood, a shaking hand clutching his ribs, his breath sounding heavy and slightly wet. "Sheet," Izuku said, dropping the knife. "Sheet, that looks bad," the teen said as he pulled out his phone, preparing to dial the emergency number. Except the man realized what he was going to do and quickly shook his head. "No hospitals," he rasped, souring like he was talking around broken glass. "You're injured," Izuku insisted, not wanting the man to die on his watch. "No hospitals." There was something final about the words that brokered no room for argument and promised hell should the greenette not obey, so he sighed and pocketed his phone. "Will you at least let me have a look at it?" The man looked at Izuku like he'd grown a second head, so he added, "Please?" The other pinned him down with an intense glare for another few seconds, which the boy was proud he had managed to hold before nodding. The teen wasted no time helping him out of the hoodie. The wound wasn't that bad, but it was still nasty, so, opening his backpack, Izuku grabbed his first aid kit, which had grown in size and utility since he had met a certain raisin, and started cleaning the wound. "It's not lethal," he said, trying to reassure himself more than anything, "but I suggest you have someone look at it. I think you'll need stitches." The man looked at him from his place where he was leaning on the wall. "Does this happen to you so often you can tell on the spot?" Izuku barely looked up as he pulled out a roll of bandages and started dressing the wound. "You'd be surprised." There was silence between them for a few moments before the familiar rustling of pages accompanied the raspy voice. "You know, these are pretty good." Izuku looked up in time to see the man look through his notebook. Revised number 13, not the Dabi one. Feeling heat rise to his cheeks, he grabbed the notebook and stuffed it in his backpack along with the first aid kit. The man was chuckling, probably at how flustered Izuku was, which was when he realized that his hood had fallen off and hastily pulled it back. "So," he said after he deemed the silence has started on enough, "who can I call to pick you up?" The man pulled out a phone and, after 2 failed attempts at typing in his password with one hand, and for some reason his pinky raised, jabbed it to the boy, one hand pressing on his bleeding ribs. "Kurogyri." Izuku nodded and, after passing through a worrying amount of gaming apps, scrolled through the grand total of 4 contacts before he pressed call. The phone rang twice before someone answered. "Yes. Is this Kurogyri?" He could feel whoever was at the other end of the phone tense. "Who is this?" Izuku took a deep breath, doing his best to mask his voice. "I found the owner of this phone stabbed in an alley. He told me to call you." Silence. Then a long-suffering sigh. "I see. Please could you send me the location then?" "Yes," Izuku said as he did just that. "Thank you," was said before a dark cloud of smoke appeared close by. Making sure he had his hood pulled over his features, Izuku watched as a smoke-filled bartender's suit walked into the alley, helping the other get off the ground and turn towards him. "Thank you again," he said, making a small bow in his direction. Izuku gave him a curt nod of acknowledgement before watching them disappear into the smoke. "So, now you're a vigilante?" Dabi asked as he slurped the noodles out of the can. He was sitting on a ratty bean bag, with a can of soda near him because Izuku was petty. "No? I don't think so," Izuku responded as he wrestled the noodles into his mouth. "You see, the legal definition of vigilantism is an unlicensed person using their quirk administer justice while having no jurisdiction or legal authority over the matter. I'm quirkless, so, technically, fighting quirked people isn't illegal on my part. Since I'm not using any quirk, I'm not technically breaking the law." "Wait, so you can get away with killing people just because you're quirkless?" Izuku recoiled. No, of course not. I wouldn't go that far. But as long as I don't start the fight, I don't kill my opponent, and I don't use a quirk, they can't really do much about it." Dabi looked at him for a few seconds before he chuckled. "Using a natural disadvantage to loophole your way out of the law? Color me impressed," he said, while still smiling. Izuku blushed a little and looked away. Unfortunately, the Elder's Flat was starting to develop its own ecosystem, and Izuku wasn't all that interested in the subject while he was eating. You'd be surprised how few laws actually apply to the quirkless population. It's like we don't even exist, like they're trying to erase us. He looked down, mindlessly stirring the SBD water. An empty can of soda hit him in the head and Izuku looked up. "Stop being so gloomy," Dabi said as he leaned back in his beanbag. "You beat the system while using their own arrogance against them. To me it seems good enough reason to be smug." He looked up before talking. "But you still didn't answer my question. Why did you do it?" "Well, someone has to," Izuku said, punching some old blankets to make them more comfortable. "Heroes don't really come around here." It was true. No one really cared about petty crimes in a forgotten district. There wasn't much publicity in stopping your average Saturday robbery, or helping old people not die from cold. The police hardly care. It was easier to ignore it and pretend that everything was fine. Let the gangs sort out their own justice and gather up the bodies a week later. You're strong. You can take care of yourself. But there are people who can't. There are people too weak, or sick, or inexperienced to do anything but lie low and hope to live another day. He sighed and shook his head. "I've been there. Waiting for heroes to come and save me, waited for the world to give me justice." He closed his eyes and slurped the last of his ramen. Those expectations didn't really pan out. I doubt they ever will, at least not for people like us. But now I am strong. Now I can do something, now I can fight back. He looked up as he pinned the older teen with a green, determined stare. "I know how it is to wait for someone to save you. If a hero won't do the job, then I guess I'm the next best thing." Dabi shrugged and looked up. They fell into a comfortable silence as they sat with their bellies full and the air a little too hot to be comfy. Against all odds, Izuku enjoyed spending time with the scarred teen. He didn't really understand why. Their spars were cool and interesting, but, for some reason, they began hanging out. It wasn't much. It started with them actually exchanging phone numbers, because there were times when one couldn't make it to the spar and they didn't want to keep the other waiting. Then, after a few unfortunate events, Dabi agreed to Izuku popping out every once in a while at his apartment as long as the boy called at least a few hours beforehand. Things had gotten easy, somehow, after that. Izuku would magically materialize himself on the windowsill from time to time just to hang out, and Dabi never asked him to leave, so they did just talk and roast each other for a few hours in his shitty flat. Kinda sad that my only friend is someone I more or less blackmailed. Izuku threw idly. Right now, his mom was out of town for a case and she'd given her son food and money for the few days she would be gone. The boy didn't want to spend his Friday night alone, so he asked Dabi if he could drop by his apartment to hang out for the night. The man had said something along the lines of, "Meh, bring some beer," to which Izuku responded by bringing 2 cups of instant ramen, partly because he was bored, and partly because he was sure Dabi would starve himself out of negligence. But the scarred teen had survived that long on spite alone, so what did he know? "I hate heroes," Dabi finally said. Izuku looked at him with his eyebrows raised. "Not all of them, just most of them." He sighed and shook his head. "Why?" Izuku asked, looking up. "Because any horrible person can take a position of power, and everyone will turn a blind eye to it as long as they present themselves right," he groaned, rubbing his temples and looking up. "Like you said, unless you're a person of importance, people don't give a shit about you. The people who matter don't care, and the people who care don't matter." He finally looked the teen in the eye. "I guess that the difference between you and me is that you haven't given up yet." He shook his head and stared the boy in the eye. "You will." Izuku shrugged uncomfortably and looked away. Dabi got up and stretched his lanky limbs. "It's getting a little bit late. Might want to head home." Izuku nodded and got up. "By the way, come over tomorrow morning somewhere around 10. "Why?" "I want to show you something you might find useful. Bring your gym clothes too." Izuku blinked, then nodded, and after a quick goodbye, he left. The next morning he found himself in front of the same flat, gym bag in hand, and giving the courtesy of actually knocking at the door. He usually used the window because it was easier and somewhat safer than the rotten and nearly collapsed stairs, but this morning he took a risk and presented himself in front of the flat in the way any civilized person was supposed to. He rapped at the door for about 5 seconds before it opened, and he was met with the sight of the fried fucker in the doorway, looking very groggy with his hair in each and every direction. "Is it 10 already?" Izuku nodded. The man cursed and opened the door to let him in. Izuku followed and closed the door as the man striped away his sleeping shirt and threw on one that was only slightly less wrinkled. Izuku noticed that his scars spread along his chest and over his arms, stitched together pretty badly. The boy wondered, not for the first time, what could have caused those marks. Dabi slipped on his jacket and turned towards the greenette. He walked out, Izuku followed, and the raisin closed the door. As they started to walk out, Izuku pulled out a bottle of yogurt and an energy bar and handed them to him. The elder looked at him a little bit skeptically, but started munching on the improvised breakfast nonetheless. "So," Izuku said, "where are we going?" "You'll see," he said as he threw the litter away. Izuku sighed and memorized the road to wherever the man was taking him. To his surprise, they were headed towards the slightly better part of the district, the place where people started being decent and drag deals were made behind closed doors instead of the street. Izuku looked at his friend, skeptically, but followed nonetheless. They reached a middle-sized building and Dabi, honest to God, knocked, and Izuku felt like his eyebrows would fly off his face. What the hell is going on here? The lobby was stylish, in that this furniture was picked because it hides trapdoors and weapons well, kind of way. But he didn't have time to properly admire the aesthetics, because the taller teen walked to the reception. He leaned in and talked to the girl in a hushed tone before she gestured towards a door staff only written on it. Dabi nodded and gestured for Izuku to follow. Instead of going forward, they climbed down a flight of stairs to what seemed to be the basement. They walked in the dark for a few moments before Dabi opened a door and entered a room filled with light. It was a gym, and a huge one at that. It had mattresses all over the floor and stalls with weapons leaned on the opposite wall. But the difference between this and other gyms was the complete lack of exercise machines. In the middle of the room, Izuku could see a tall lady, very muscly, looking like she could bench press a man twice her size. She had long, black hair braided in dreads and tied in a loose tail at the base of her neck. She turned towards them. "So that's the brat?" "Yup," Dabi said. Izuku looked confused. "Excuse me, but what is happening?" It was the woman who spoke. "Dabi called me and told me he has a brat that would need some specialized training. I specialize in weapons, mixed martial arts, and things you wouldn't want to get caught with," she said, winking. "I figured that if you were serious about this whole thing, you might want to get a real teacher, maybe learn to use a weapon or something. Who knows, maybe like this you'll finally leave me alone." Izuku's mouth fell open as he looked between woman and at his friend. "My name is Aicho," the woman spoke. "We'll do it like this. The first week is for free, starting with the second you have to pay. I'll see what you can do, what you can improve, and we'll start from there. Sound good?" Izuku beamed. She gestured towards the tatami while Dabi took a few steps back and leaned on the wall. "Attack me," she said. Not hesitating and knowing he would end up on the ground anyway, he went all out. He found himself pinned to the mattress a second later with Dabi snorting in the background. "Not horrible," Daicho said, helping him up. "You're on the skinny side, so I won't be expecting to see any muscles." Izuku looked down sheepishly. "I started doing parkour, but I can't seem to build any." The woman grabbed his hand and held it to eye level. She pressed on his bicep. "The muscle is here, alright, you just weren't built for it. You're on the leaner side, much like Dabi." She sighed. "What a lot of people don't understand is that there is no one-size-fits-all way to get abs or visible muscles. It's all about how you were built. The muscular tissue is there, it just doesn't show much." Izuku nodded and focused on the woman. "Don't believe the fitness commercials. Huge muscle mass slows you down. In a battle, force is important, but speed just as useful. It doesn't really matter how hard you hit at your opponent if he has a knife in your gut by the point you look up. Thankfully, you were built for speed, so we only have to make sure you know how to transform your natural assets in usable skills." They kept sparring for a few minutes, which went a lot better than when he was fighting Dabi. Daicho was cool and she taught him things. "Remember, you don't have to hit very hard as long as you hit certain points. The eyes and nose are very painful points. But remember, don't punch to the head." "But you just said." "I know what I said, but those were very specific points. Outside of those, your skull is a big, bony cage made for the sole purpose of keeping your thinker intact. If fist meets skull, 9 times out of 10 fists breaks first, got it?" Izuku nodded and attacked again. They went at it for about half an hour, in which Dabi dozed off, probably to regain the stolen hours of precious rest he didn't manage to get in his run-down flat. By the end of it, Izuku was tired and sweaty, barely keeping his breath. Still he looked up. "Could you teach me how to use weapons too?" Daicho seemed to ponder. "Sure." She shrugged. "What did you have in mind?" "No idea, honestly." "A gun," she deadpanned. "But, unfortunately, the legislation doesn't really allow us to freely carry them, and illegal smuggling is surprisingly hard. Not to mention that they're not the most inconspicuous weapon out there. So, I think you could try the bow staff. Maybe? To give you some distance since you're so short. But you should definitely learn how to use a knife efficiently." She shook her head. "You have no idea how many people stab themselves in accident." She thought for a second. "Also, we have a very efficient doctor here, so, if you get hurt and you have the money favors, you can come here." "Favors?" "Yes," said Dabi, who had appeared to have woken up from the power nap he took while Izuku was getting his butt kicked. "If you get something done for them, you can skip a pay, a training, or a medical visit. How do you think I managed to get you in here?" Yeah, I almost forgot you're broke," Izuku said, and Dabi flipped him off. Izuku ignored him and turned towards the woman. "But what exactly is this place?" "It's one of the few neutral grounds of the underground." She lifted her chin in pride. "We basically get you what you need and don't ask questions for the right price. No one really attacks us, because we are an essential part of the district and its functioning. There's like a truce between gangs that they don't attack this place. So like, underground Switzerland." "Yup." She threw him something. Izuku caught it and saw that it was a blunt knife. When he looked up, Oh was smiling. "Let's see what you're made of." Izuku followed the man in the alley. The man hadn't spotted him, too focused on his target. The boy had initially headed home, but on the way to the subway, he had spotted a man following a young lady rather close behind. The girl had spotted him and had tried to lose his trail, but the man had been very persistent and, honestly, obvious in his intent from a mile away. Izuku had looked around to see if any policemen or security noticed, but they either didn't or couldn't care less. The greenette had huffed in annoyance and pulled on his hood, taking the time to slip on his sky goggles and bandana too, successfully covering the entirety of his face. He had noticed that, despite what flashy costumes heroes chose to wear, they were very impractical. On look in the real ninja archives and documentaries showed that they were wearing loose clothes, easy to move in. So, Izuku was wearing loose jeans, a dark hoodie, ski goggles and bandana to cover his face. Initially, he wanted to wear a mask or something, but the goggles protected his eyes while not endangering his peripheral vision, and the bandana was great at hiding them when they hung loosely around his neck. So, as the boy finally entered the alley, he saw the woman whacking the man over the head with her purse. The man grabbed her arms, and that was the moment Izuku decided to attack. He jumped and kicked the man hard in the back. When he turned around, the smaller boy pulled his shoulders and slammed his knee into his stomach, headbutting immediately afterwards. The man staggered back and the woman ran away. Izuku dived in for one more kick in the jewels before jumping on an emergency stair and scaling the building to the roof. He followed the woman with his eyes until she reached the officer in the street and told him what happened. But it didn't matter. The man had already ran away. Izuku sighed and shook his head. At least he had saved someone. Too bad the man was free enough to repeat it. It had been a week since Izuku had started doing real vigilantism. He wasn't actively looking for trouble, but he took the long way home through Dabi's district, so he was bound to stumble onto something. He flicked the knife in his pocket over and over. It was a nice one. He had taken it from one man who had been too drunk one night and went all out on some people as he started throwing water all around, at a pressure so high it skinned a guy's arm. Izuku still shuddered when he remembered the screams. He had jumped in and taken the guy down. He could only shoot it from his eyes, so he stuffed his head in a garbage bin and waited for the water to end. Or, that had been the plan, but the police came, so Izuku simply grabbed the shiny thing off the ground and ran off. It was a nice knife, and the man tried to kill someone with it. Izuku didn't have his own one yet, so he took 2 birds with 1 stone. He knew it was impossible, but he tried to save as many people as he could. He had already stopped 3 muggings and possibly a murder, though he wasn't sure about that last one. The police was bound to find out sooner or later. And then the hunt would start. He wasn't the first vigilante in Tokyo, far from it. Actually, now that he thought about it, there had been a lot of vigilantes in the last decade. Some had been caught, some disappeared, none got the recognition they deserved. Not that Izuku expected any, he was content with simply making sure he stopped harm when he could, but he was aware that, soon enough, his part-time job will become even more dangerous than it was already. "You should have finished him off," came a low and raspy voice from behind him. Izuku jumped and was met with the sight of a man sporting an unholy amount of blades on his person. After all, what good are you if you can't stop the cause of the problem? There was something dark in his voice, and Izuku did what any sane person would in this kind of situation. He broke into a sprint and jumped a meter to the roof of the next house. He ran and kept running, yet he could feel the other man behind him. He climbed down an emergency stair, jumped on a windowsill and scaled a statue to the roof. Panting, he looked around. No sign of the man. His heart rate was still up when he heard the unmistakable sound of someone landing on concrete behind him. "You might be good at running, but you're still a rookie." Izuku whirled around and found himself at the wrong end of a blade. His attacker was keeping it at his neck and silently pushed him down. Until Izuku found himself sitting down with the sword pressing his throat. The blade traveled up and the boy tried not to move too much, for fear of getting stabbed. The sword rested on his goggles before more pressure was applied. Izuku screwed his eyes shut, but the man only pushed them up. His bandana fell and the man stared at him for a few seconds. "What's a child doing here?" Izuku opened his eyes. Why do you care? The man jabbed his sword closer, cold steel landing on his throat. Answer. He growled. Why is a child chasing criminals in this part of town? Because the child is done waiting for the heroes to swoop in and save the day. He glared before looking down. I can help. Why shouldn't I? Do you want to be a hero, kid? I do, Izuku gulped. Then you're worthy to keep alive. The man grinned and suddenly vanished, leaving a very confused teen wondering how to climb down from the roof. It was Wednesday and Izuku knew he'd have to head home soon if he wanted to make it in time for dinner and some good last-minute cramming for the test tomorrow. But, considering he was, alternatively, the best and second best in his class, he allowed himself to stay out a little longer to make sure everything was okay before he left. He walked at a leisure pace in the shadows, not actively looking for trouble but keeping an eye out for it. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how one looked at it, it only took him some 15 minutes to stumble upon a brawl between four, very obviously drunk, people. Hey, he yelled, in a gruff voice he was used to making whenever he was in costume. Cut it out. F off, midget, one of them growled before getting himself decked and jumping back into the fray. Izuku was prepared to intervene but then one of them started yelling and pulled out something that looked like a syringe and, before Izuku could react, he proceeded to stab himself in the tight. Suddenly mineral erupted out of his skin and he went on to absolutely demolish the other three fighters in a matter of seconds. The problem was that he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping with those three as he immediately went after the first person to exit a bar. Some kind of quirk enhancer, most likely liquid form, immediate action, possibly hysteria-inducing. Izuku thought as he moved away from the newly erupted fight and into a better attack position. Aggressor's quirk is clearly some kind of hardening, most likely only affects the skin. The space between the minerals and the eyes are the most likely weak points worth checking out. He was almost to the other end of the alley, effectively placing himself behind the man. Aggressor is inebriated, dizzy, with limited freedom of movement and most likely hysteric. Izuku skidded to halt and looked around, noticing a bottle which he grabbed. He shifted to get as clear of an opening as possible, then lunged. In one move, he climbed the man and smashed the bottle on in his back. The bottle shattered, but the man didn't seem very affected. So, blunt force is useless, huh? Before he could get back down, the man grabbed him and slammed him into the ground. Something cracked and a jolt of pain surged through his limbs. Izuku groaned as he got off the pavement and rubbed a sore spot before turning towards the fight. Suddenly, the man stopped, or well, not so much stopped as deflated. Something white rolled around him, some of the rocks falling off, some just shrinking back into his skin. Before anyone could grasp what was happening, a person dressed in black jumped into the fight, efficiently knocking out of restraining most of the thugs. Izuku felt his ears skip a beat when he saw the yellow goggles. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it's Eraserhead. One of his favorite heroes was here. While you're committing vigilantism, idiot. Izuku froze. He should go. He really should be going now. Eraserhead obviously had it handled and he was an actual hero. There was really no need for Izuku to stick around. From the corner of his eye, he spotted a man pulling out a knife and turning towards the hero. The black-haired man was too busy fighting some of the earlier thug's friends to notice the man coming at him. Izuku's legs moved before he had the chance to notice, and he slammed into the man. That alone wouldn't have been very impressive, since he didn't really have a lot of muscle mass to properly pack the punch, but the man was drunk, so his attack worked well enough. As the man collapsed, the knife cluttered to the ground and Izuku kicked it away. Not that he really needed to. The man was passed out. So, you're the new troublemaker. Came a bored yet menacing Vochi from behind him. Izuku froze and slowly turned around. Eraserhead was sitting in the middle of a pile of unconscious bodies, his hair and scarves floating as if submerged in water. Focus, goddammit. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Izuku threw the remnants of the broken bottle at him and charged for the wall. He ran on it for as long as his momentum carried him and grabbed on a windowsill, successfully launching himself on the roof. His back protested as he rolled, his ribs aching all the way, but he ignored the pain and charged to the next roof. What he loved about this area was that the little available space made the buildings be very close together, the roofs almost touching. Unfortunately, that made it easy for his pursuer to follow him as well. He had reached 2 stories high when he saw from the corner of his eye how a scarf being thrown in his direction. He rolled to dodge and found himself with a fist 3 inches from his face. He pulled back, but Eraserhead grabbed his hoodie and slammed his knee into the kid. Izuku yelped and the man hesitated a little before he tried to get him once again. Izuku pulled the man's scarves and slammed his forehead into his nose. His head didn't hurt as much as he could, the goggles protecting most of his face, but the man's grunt of pain made it all worth it. Izuku staggered back and made a run for it before one of that god-awful murder toilet paper wrapped itself around his arms. He was pulled back with a lot of force and, as he tried to struggle, something caught his forearm and he found himself flung over the edge of the roof. There were a few seconds of free falling before the mummy bandages caught him, holding him suspended halfway down the wall. He cursed as the capture weapon started pulling him up. Izuku grunted in pain and looked down. There was a 2-story fall, but there was also a small balcony and a window he could use from the way down. He looked up at the hero. Eraserhead seemed conflicted, but Izuku wasted no time searching for his knife. His fingers clenched around the handle and he wrestled it from beneath the trap. Desperately, he started cutting the scarves, but he was getting closer and closer to the man that could arrest him. He almost reached the edge when the man noticed his struggling was actually cutting, and by that point Izuku was hanging by only half the weapon. Staring Eraserhead in the eye, he cut away the last part and fell into the darkness. Izuku took off his shoes as he opened the door. He was an hour later than he was supposed to, but he had messaged his mom earlier that he would be late, so he didn't really worry. "I'm home," he yelled as he made his way to his room. He needed to change before he got to dinner and had to think up a good excuse for his limping. After escaping the hero, Izuku had went to the gym underground whatever and asked for IHO. He had landed badly on his way down and also cut himself in something bad enough to know that he would need stitches. This time he was lucky and didn't need to pay because, apparently, one man he had caught a few days ago was one IHO's sister had had some bad business with, so the trainer was willing to give him a month worth of free assistance. As far as treatment went, the good news was that he didn't break anything. His ribs were bruised and his foot was not so worse off. The bad news was that he did need stitches, and he was advised not to do much vigilante ing the next few days, so he wouldn't tear the stitches, keeping his guts in place. Izuku had thanked the women, and Aicho's sister, Warui, had given him a lollipop which would have been patronizing if the lollipop wasn't delicious. After all that, he retrieved a pack he'd stashed with some emergency supplies, including a change of clothes so that he wouldn't be recognized, and headed on home. Now, with his side aching and a rainbow of bruises on his skin, Izuku changed into comfier clothes and searched his hoodie for any more tears that would need fixing. The poor thing was looking more and more like a voodoo doll, but Izuku wasn't going to give it up as long as he could still fix it. He pulled out his notebook and started scrawling what he had found about his fight. Eraserhead. Quirk, erasure. It allows him to cancel or erase other people's quirks. He seems proficient in hand-to-hand combat, acrobatic skills. He has good stamina and accuracy. Here, he tapped his pen to his chin before adding, in small letters, scarf-bended, as the best way to explain the man's ability to use his capture device. His hair rises and falls at certain intervals, cause unknown, possibly quirk-related. Equipment, goggles, eye protection, possibly related to his quirk. Capture device, scarf-shaped, sturdy, flexible and lightweight. Fighting style, effective, economical, fights dirty, fights to win. Moral code. Here, Izuku stopped again. He had thrown him off a building, but he also caught him. Was it an accident, or a deliberate action with the intent to hurt him? Did he catch him to arrest him, or to actually save his life? In the end, he just left the space blank. Weaknesses, physically stronger people, heavier people, objects in general. Izuku had seen the man. He was strong, but also lithe and slender, and he could be easily incapacitated by someone who was heavier and more or less sat on him. His non-combative quirk wouldn't do much good against that. Speed, very high, do not engage in pursuit if at all possible. He sighed and shook his head. It was less information than he would have liked, but he did it nonetheless. It could come in useful later. He threw the notebook on the desk, packed his school bag for tomorrow morning and stretched, cursing his sore muscles as he laid on the bed. He breathed deeply for a few moments before he made his way to the living. His mom was just setting the plates when he entered and hugged her from behind. "How was your walk?" she asked in that tone of hers she used when she knew there was something more to something and she was trying to get him to make a mistake. Izuku took the plates and set them gingerly on the table. There was an old man in the park who'd lost his dog. He said with his back at her as he set the plates. Lies were getting easier and easier, slipping almost effortlessly out of his mouth. That didn't mean he enjoyed lying, but it had become a skill he couldn't deny the use of. Had to help him find it. "He bought me a chocolate bar as thanks, but I missed the bus, so that's why I'm so late." He said chocolate bar, because saying that he got a lollipop from an old man would probably have had unfortunate implications. His mom smiled and ruffled his hair before they both sat down. They ate and his mom told him about the different cases she had to battle and how stupid some people could actually be. Izuku laughed. That's what you get for working in the system. School had become somewhat more bearable in the last year. He didn't know exactly what changed, but every time someone laughed at him and told him that he couldn't be a hero, he could only remember how he defeated quirked people and saved civilians, and smile ominously at them. Apparently, his smiles could be pretty creepy when he meant them, or maybe he had spent too much time with Dabi and his stitched mouth that looked like it would split his face open whenever he smiled because people just walked away. It wasn't really a visible change, but it was there. Bakugo had miraculously stopped harassing him, and with him most people had more or less given up as well. It could also possibly be related to the fact that being near Dabi had somehow forced him to become snappier and snarkier and savage, and most people just weren't used to him actually fighting back, so that was probably a factor as well. His alternate persona was finally making a guest appearance in the news, and apparently one of the people he had taken down was a very famous criminal, so he was now pretty famous. Well, this wasn't the only thing. An idol had gotten too drunk one night and attacked a girl, and Izuku had stopped him. The man, living in a bubble of fame, had tweeted to rant about it, which, of course, got a lot of responses from the victims and people who took their sides. Soon, the fans of the idol and the people who were against him were having an online war, and Izuku was the one who had started it all. The forums were discussing him, and the boy tried to stay as impartial as possible, which was hard with all the speculation and theories going on. Some people took his side and said that he was a hero, while others accused him of being nothing more than a villain. Different names were going around the internet, but everyone was waiting for the police to give the official one. He had to become very careful in the lockers after gym class. While he had become actually proficient in most games and people actually wanted him on the team, the bruises and scars covering his back were more than enough for even the most out-of-your-business people to get suspicious. So he usually just wasted time until everyone left to properly change out of his sweaty attire. Gym was the last class of the day anyway, so it wasn't like he was missing something or going anywhere. That's why, on a Friday, when he was preparing to head home and was changing out of his clothes, the sound of the door closing sent chills and unwanted signals down his spine. Turning around, holding his shirt in front of his chest to cover his most recent stab wound, his eyes meet the burning crimson of his once childhood friend. "Deku," Bakugo growled as he stepped forward. Izuku tried to hold his ground, but the taller teen basically caged him in, back pressed to the cold metal of the locker. "Bakugo," Izuku said, and didn't miss the way the boy's eyebrow twitched at the name. "What the F's been happening with you?" he growled, leaning a little bit too much into the other's personal space. Izuku gulped but held his ground. "Why do you care?" he bit, staring the taller in the eye. Bakugo gritted his teeth. "Because," Bakugo said, poking him in the chest, "those wounds weren't made by me." "Mad that someone else is using your punching bag?" Izuku hissed as he tried to push the other away. Katsuki held strong, teeth a few inches from Izuku's eyes, like a rabid dog ready to bite. Izuku gritted his teeth. "I'll be willing to answer your questions if you would stop cape-donning me." He deadpanned. Bakugo, seemingly only now realizing what position they were actually in, pulled back a few steps, enough for Izuku to slip on a clean shirt and stuff the other in his backpack. He turned to face the blonde, a hand on the bag strap, ready to flee. If there was one thing he had earned from his extracurricular activities, it was that you always had to be ready to run. Katsuki glared. So, what the hell have you been up to? Izuku held his stare. To care? He stressed every word, challenging the taller. Katsuki always said that he was nothing but a pebble, a bug to be squished. Yet, right now, he was questioning him regarding his sudden lack of attention towards the blonde. So, the question was more than a question. It was a challenge for the blonde to either keep up his facade and back off, or to go back on his word and prove the others that he actually cared. Izuku was very interested in the outcome. Katsuki, apparently, decided to choose Route C, which was slamming Izuku into the locker and getting closer. When I ask you a question, you answer, you quirkless Deku. Izuku was smart enough to know he couldn't win a fight in this close quarters, so he looked away as he shrugged. I told you, I started training. It's bound to end in cuts and bruises if I ever want to get somewhere. He hoped that looking SBMSSV would appease the blonde. When they didn't have the intent to purely hurt, people tended to go easier on the ones that looked like they wouldn't fight. Katsuki pulled back half of an inch. Then what's with the stitches? And the limping? And the scars? That's not the kind of sheet you get from training. Maybe not your kind, he bit back, hand tightening on the bag strap. With the right kind of momentum. Katsuki punched the locker over his head. Stop screwing around. There's something more than mere training going on, and it pisses me off. Izuku took a deep breath, straightened his back, and punched Katsuki in the guts. The blonde doubled over and Izuku took his chance and ran. He dashed for the door and rushed outside in the hot afternoon air. Katsuki's two cronies were waiting, looking a little bit surprised to see him in one piece. Izuku wasted no time and sprinted over the sidewalk, the sounds of angry explosions strong in his ears. The green-eat dashed for hidden alleys running from his pursuers. He took a wrong right and stopped in a dead end. He whipped around as his three tormentors blocked the exit. Katsuki was fuming, explosions cackling in his palms as the other two brought the rear. Izuku looked around. There was a garbage bin near the wall and an emergency stair above the blonde that led to the roofs. Something clicked as the nuke strolled forward. You will pay for this, Deku. Answer my question and maybe I'll let you walk back home. No, you won't. Izuku landed in a fighting stance and dashed forward. Katsuki pulled back a bit, clearly not expecting an attack, and the smaller boy took the chance to jump on the trash bin. The metal creaked, but it held the boy as he jumped and grabbed the stair. With practiced ease, he rushed up, ignoring the strangled what the F's coming from the cronies below. He reached the roof and truly realized how effed he was. Because, in the market and the middle of the city, no matter how high, the roofs were close to each other. They had to be in order to preserve space. But this was the residential area. And the next roof was at least 20 feet away. Explosions alerted him that the blonde had finally reached the roof. He whipped around and saw Bakugo coming at him. Nowhere to run, you stupid Deku, he growled as he got closer. Behind him, Izuku saw the two minions making their way on the roof the old-fashioned way. The greenette looked back. Still 20 feet till his next escape. You're not gonna make it. But don't ignore me, you fucker. Izuku looked back at his arch-nemesis. Come on now, Bakugo, that's a little too much even for you. The name seemed to be what ticked him off. Katsuki yelled and ran towards him. Throwing caution to the wind, Izuku turned around and dashed for the edge. With enough momentum, you're still not gonna make it. The explosions stopped somewhere behind him. He was 2 stories high. Best case scenario, broken bones, maybe broken spine. His feet didn't stop, he didn't even try to. He just ran until the edge came, too fast for him to be fully prepared. He jumped. The momentum launched him to the other roof, but Izuku knew from the second his feet left the concrete that he wouldn't make it. Still, he stretched his hands and his body slammed violently into the wall. Air left his lungs and his stitched screamed as the edge bit into his ribs. He let out a yelp as his hands started to slip, feet scraping uselessly at the concrete. You couldn't climb the wall in class, how do you expect to do it now? He stretched his arm and tried to push himself up. Use your legs too, idiot. His arm bent and he slipped once again. His sticks burned. Izuku pushed his feet up, kicking the wall as his arms were begging him to give up and fall. Finally, he managed to push his torso over the edge. The concrete stabbed into his ribcage, but he crawled onto the roof and collapsed onto the ground. He panted, chest rising as he looked at the infinite blue sky above. I did it. I made it. I'm alive. The adrenaline still rushing through his system gave him the strength to throw his fist up and let out a relieved cry. Something wet stained his cheeks, and Izuku took a few seconds to breathe before he sat up. On the other roof, Bakugo frozen, staring at the green net, his expression a mix of feelings he didn't have the energy to try to untangle. But he couldn't wait. He didn't know how long the blonde will stay shocked, but he didn't want to risk it. So, he got up, grabbed his backpack, did I have it on me all this time, and strolled to the other edge. Izuku was keeping a light jog towards Dabi's flat. Mom wasn't home, having left a few hours ago and returning tomorrow morning. Izuku would have to make sure he would return earlier than that. Thankfully, tomorrow was Saturday, so he could sleep in tomorrow. The district was dark, and Izuku was glad for it. He didn't have the same outfit as the other nights, a different hoodie and sunglasses instead of his usual ski goggles, but the message from Dabi had been quite clear, something you won't be recognized in. He was glad he got to sleep that day. After the adrenaline wore off, the exhaustion from the gym class and his run on the roofs had worn him off and he barely managed to get home. From the stair, he had entered an open window and accidentally broke into someone's house. They were in the shower and Izuku just slipped out the door without a trace, so it couldn't have been that bad. He reached the building and scaled the wall until he reached the usual window. He slipped inside, and Dabi turned around when he heard him. Looking him up and down, the certified raisin got closer. Did you bring everything? Disguise, weapon, and a notebook. Izuku said. Good. Dabi turned around and put on his jacket. Believe me, you don't want to be recognized. Izuku leaned on the wall, not trusting the ratty bed. I don't see you wearing any disguises. The man smirked. I don't need to hide. When are you going to tell me exactly where we are going? The man smiled ominously, an occurrence that was getting more and more often, and signaled to the door. Izuku walked there, but stopped when Dabi grabbed his shoulders and stared into his eyes. He seemed like he searched his face before he took the glasses and set them better on his face. Then he pulled the bandana and set the hood right. I didn't think you'd go this far, the man said as he pulled off the hood. Izuku was now wearing a dark purple wig that covered his right eye when left unattended, hair even wilder and longer than usual. He wore contacts, one blue and one purple. He had found the outfit in his mom's closet, buried under some other clothes he was absolutely not going to question. You said inconspicuous, Izuku shrugged. Dabi sketched one of his rare smiles and put his hood and glasses on once again, lingering a little longer than strictly necessary. Seemingly pleased with his new look, the man shut off the lights and walked out. No matter how many times he jumped from terrifying heights, Izuku would never be truly prepared for the gates to hell that were Dabi's stairs. The man seemed pretty amused at his antics. They walked outside, and the scarred one took a route Izuku had seen him take in the beginning, but never managed to follow that far. He kept close to him, nothing but a shadow near the scarecrow that was his friend, his dark clothes concealing him well in the night. After about half an hour of walking, Dabi entered what seemed like a basement. Izuku followed and found himself in front of a huge pair of doors. Two bouncers were sitting in front of them, taller than even Dabi. He pulled a card of some sort and they stared the glorified Molotov down, taking in his scarred features before looking at Izuku. The boy froze as one of them pointed at him. He's with you? Yup. Dabi nodded. One of them grabbed him and pulled his hood down. Izuku was glad his disguise was good enough for them not to tell the difference. He needs to register. Dabi groaned but signaled him to follow. Izuku did and they forced him to write his name and signature on a paper. The greenette swiftly switched the pen from right to left when it came to the signature and they let him go. The bouncers glared down at the younger as if to force him to turn tail and take him back, but Dabi held his ground and, eventually, they let them in. Akatani Mikumoha? Well, sorry that my fake name feels more real than yours, Dabi. The man rolled his eyes. Suit yourself, Yamakumo, he smirked. Why do you have to ruin it? Izuku whined, it's a good name. Well, I'm right, aren't I? Fine. Did you know that Dabi means dearly loved in Hebrew? The man glared and Izuku smiled behind the mask. The moment they stepped inside, it felt like an entire world changed. There were a ton of people, screaming and yelling, pumping their fists. The air was filled with the scent of sweat and blood. Izuku followed the man until they reached the end of an arena. This, Dabi said, leaning in to be properly heard over the yells of the crowd, is an quirk fighting ring. Izuku nodded, knowing that his voice wouldn't get over the crowd. Most people who want to use and train their quirks and don't have a license come here. Of course, you need to know the right people to get in. You can either watch or fight. People make bets and, depending on your wins, you can get really rich. So I guess you lose a lot then. Izuku couldn't control himself. Dabi glared and flicked him painfully in the nose. I didn't get a lot of time to fight recently, Dabi shook his head. But I brought you here for a reason. You can't really discover much from fights on the street, especially when you are in them. Here, you can see quirk fights outside of heroes and villains. Here, you can see some of the real deal where the purpose is to win, not to get a great pose. He grumbled. Izuku nodded. Also, no electronic device works here. You can't record anything, there's a quirk that stops you from it. But a lot of people come here to scout help for whatever, so the notebook won't be too out of place. So, Izuku said as he rubbed his chin. Should I bet for or against you? Dabi gave him a thin smile. Don't gamble before you learn how to play, he looked around. I'll go and make the arrangements. I've got a match later. We can go after that or we could stay a little longer if you really want to see more. Izuku nodded as he pulled out his notebook and stared at the arena where a new opponent was just entering. Don't get too hurt, I can't carry you. Dabi flipped him off and disappeared into the crowd. One of the things Aizawa hated, no, absolutely despised, was paperwork. Paperwork and giving reports to the police. It was a waste of time, but he knew it was necessary. Still, that didn't stop him from hating them with a burning passion. It might seem ironic for him to hate the red tape yet still chose it as his teaching subject. But it made sense. Well, at least to him it did. Truth was, what he enjoyed was threading through the loopholes and laws that prevented him from doing certain stuff, beating the system with its own wretched laws. There was something truly satisfying about that, and about proving entitled brats that their flashy quirks weren't the key to being a hero. Yes, he really enjoyed that. But no matter, he was seated in one of those uncomfortable chairs, waiting for a police officer to appear. He hoped it was Tsukakuchi. He was the most tolerable of the bunch. Aizawa shook his head. He really needed to sleep. Double shifts were a beach, and he needed to recharge his batteries for the new school year that was to come. Another year, another set of brats. He vaguely wondered how many he could expel this time. There wasn't any limit per se, and Netsu had always been pretty lenient when it came to him and his expulsions. The other teachers were too soft. If someone didn't have potential, they were going to die pretty fast once in the business. And no matter what they said, Aizawa wasn't going to have another dead child on his conscience. Fate seemed to smile upon him for the first time in a month. Tsukakuchi entered and Aizawa relaxed, if even a little. This was going to be shorter than it could have been. Aizawa liked Tsukakuchi for the fact that he knew when to stop and when to ask the right questions, not the useless ones. Good evening, Racerhead. The man sat down. Aizawa pulled off his goggles in a sign of courtesy. Evening. He stiffened a yawn. Okay then, let's start. What can you tell me? Found another trigger cell, the hero said. The detective pulled out a few pages and started scrawling. Pretty weak, small fry. You have them in your custody. I'll keep you updated. Aizawa nodded. God, he thought he had solved with Trigger all those years ago, but nope, here they were, like the fed-up fungus between the toes of society. He shook his head. Though, I met the newest menace in the district. Tsukakuchi stopped. He looked up. Please tell me they used a quirk. Aizawa shook his head. Not that I could tell. Why? The man sighed. We have no legal base to arrest them. Every time they're in a fight, The witnesses say that they was either provoked, or the fight was already started when they arrived. The victims are now blaming us for not noticing sooner and not coming to save them, and the media is at our throats because, apparently, an unlicensed vigilante is doing our job better than us. The man threw his hands in the air in frustration. Aizawa remained silent, letting the usually calm detective vent. Look, I know being a police officer brings no merits. I'm okay with it. I'm not a hero, I don't expect recognition. But to go through how many years of school and public service and to be accused that a hooded criminal is doing my job better than me? He groaned and put his head in his hands. Aizawa smiled. Anyway, Tsukakuchi gathered himself. What can you tell me about them? A child. Your vigilante is a child. Tsukakuchi blanched. Why do you say that? They were light. Too light for their height. I punched them once and they yelped. Their voice was too high for a grown male. So it was either a teenager or a woman. Or a teenage girl. He shook his head. But there was something in their behavior. They were too reckless to be a full-grown adult. Tsukakuchi let a long-suffering groan. Great, we have a child criminal now. If the media finds out, we're really deep in hot water. People SCK to these things like sharks to blood. If words get out, we will have people on our doorstep yelling how could we F up so bad that a child had to step in and do our jobs. He shook his head. Why can't people understand that there's more to police work than just catching criminals? Aizawa quirked an eyebrow. Out of the system, policemen had it the worst. They had to handle the villains, to get them to jail, to put up with public uproar and to deal with the random vigilantes that popped up every once in a while. The plain mad looked up. What else can you tell me? Pretty strong moral code. When they saw me appear, they looked like they wanted to flee, but they still pushed an attacker out of the way when they tried to kill me. Talented but untrained. They had decent balance and skill, but their jumping around was ungraceful. So, they had proper training but not enough experience to do it flawlessly. They also tried to talk the minions out of the fight before they jumped in. So, it wasn't really attack. The man smiled. You're right, it really seems like you have no real base to arrest them. I know. You see, I would really appreciate the help. We don't really get to send many people in that area of the district, but they are technically doing illegal work, so I have to do something about it. You know that a good lawyer could disassemble your case, right? I know. He breathed. And now that they're a child, it gets even worse. Have to pull all the social workers and legal guardians, and is it really considered a crime if they didn't use a quirk? Sighed and leaned back in the chair. Anything else? Aizawa's smile died on his lips. Yes. It's about their tools. Tsukakuchi raised an eyebrow. What about them? Their knife cut through my capture tape. And? My capture tape. It's a support item created especially for restraining people with violent and destructive quirks. You can't cut through that with any knife, you need a special kind of blade and, let me tell you, you can't find that everywhere. Tsukakuchi nodded, gesturing for him to go on. Aizawa shook his head. So, that blade was either created with the help of a quirk, case in which we could hire them in support, B, he stole it from someone which might be of help if we know how to play it, or C, they have a sponsor, someone who provides them with tools, which means unlicensed support items. If the last one is true, then we could have a whole lot of overpowered villains on our hands. The detective released a long-suffering sigh. I see what you mean. Thank you, we will make sure to keep you updated regarding this whole ordeal. He got up and Aizawa followed. They entered the main room where a small man, an intern, came running. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Hello, Eraser. But we've got another sighting of the vigilante. The witness says they saved his life from a robbery. But this time, get this, they weren't alone. There seemed to be another man with them. He couldn't yet be identified, but we have a rough description of his height and body type. The detective sighed. Is this about the vigilante? Some other intern asked. How do they manage to vanish so fast? Witnesses say that he just climbs out of the situation. Like how? Don't know, man, said a detective from the other end. Are we sure it's not just Wallflower messing with us again? Nah, that doesn't seem like his style. The first one shook his head. What about Kuriko? He was pretty adamant. Didn't we catch that guy? a tired man said from behind a computer screen. Did we, though? A petite woman said from the coffee machine. Wait, weren't there two of them? Another one woke up at that moment. Aizawa looked at the man beside him, who seemed as done with the conversation as he was. No matter, the woman spoke. We need a name of them. We have no proof they are one and the same person, so we might as well give them a new name. The Vanishing Act, the man behind the screen spoke. That's like the one consistent thing about them. The Vanisher, the woman stated, as if that settled it. Welp. Tsukakuchi said. I'll keep you updated on the Vanisher. Aizawa nodded and headed home where he would take a nap and pretend Hizashi wouldn't be pestering him too much. Izuku was madly typing at the project he had for tomorrow, a few last sentences away from the desired word count. Mom had gone to make some last-minute errand at the agency and Izuku was desperate to finish for the night so he could get some shut-eye. The UA entrance exam was in a week and he had to up his training to make sure he would get in. Suddenly, the mortifying ring of their bell straight out of hell filled their small apartment. Izuku jumped and whirled around in his seat. Who could be at this hour? He wasn't expecting anyone, and Mom would have told him if anything was awry. Suspiciously, he got up from the seat and walked towards the door. The bell kept going, but this time, the person behind it started to yell. Oi, brat, open up before I start shouting. Izuku wrenched the door open and glared at the glorified Molotov cocktail in the doorway. Dabi, what the F are you doing here? The man pushed him out of the way and entered the house. Well, you crash at my place all the time. I thought that it was about time I saw where you live. He looked around, taking in the clean rugs and paintings on the walls. And honestly, move. You come to my place all the time when we could be meeting here. Dabi again, what the actual F are you doing here? The man finally threw him a look. I told you, I decided to visit. What if my mom had been here? Izuku asked, exasperated. Then I would have said hi and introduced myself as your drag dealer. Izuku face-bombed and fell on the couch. The man wasn't going to move until he said what he wanted, so Izuku just waited for him to get bored and F off. Got any beer? In the fridge, he said. He looked as the man bent and pulled out a bottle, which he opened with another bottle and took a big gulp. He let out a relieved sigh before he looked at the ceiling. You know, you should get your dad to fix the plaster. It's starting to fall and I doubt you want that in the kitchen. Izuku groaned as he let himself sink on the couch. I'll make sure to mention it if I ever met the guy. Oh, Dabi said looking at the bottle. Hey, just because my mom is a woman, that doesn't mean she's not allowed to drink. Dabi raised his hands in surrender. Still, I'm sorry about your dad. Izuku glared at the ceiling. The a-hole married mom and F'd off shortly after I was born. He's no dad to me, barely a son donor. Dabi didn't say anything to that. Sighing, Izuku got up and headed for his room. Where are you going? To finish what I was doing before you decided to crash into my mom's bad day stash. He yelled over the hall and threw himself in the chair, trying to remember what the F he was writing. He heard the man walk into the room and look around. What did you take off the walls? Izuku sighed. I used to have a lot of hero merchandise. He said as he finished his conclusion and saved the document. I had a run-in with one after which I had a middle-life crisis in my teenage years and took them off, he sighed. It never felt right to put them back on. Dabi hummed and started looking through his bookshelves. He grabbed one of his notebooks. So these are your stalker notebooks, then, in the closest voice the brooding man could get to shocked. Holy shit, there are 13 of them? Izuku turned around and tried to grab the notebook, but the man was taller and held it above his head. The greenette kicked him in the shins. Dabi dodged and placed a hand on his forehead and pushed him onto the bed. The boy growled and threw a pillow at him. It smacked him in the face, but the man didn't seem particularly bothered as he kept looking through his journals. You know, if you wrote one of these on villains and took it to the police, they'd probably give you a job on the spot. He flipped a few more pages as he collapsed in his desk chair before his expression turned thoughtful. You know what? Forget the police, sell one of these to a big-time villain and you've set yourself for life. Izuku got up only to glare at the other before he got off the bed. All joking aside, Yami, don't let anyone else see these. The greenette got up and looked at the man questioningly. Dabi sighed. Here you have deep analyses on heroes, including weaknesses and habits. You don't understand, but people would kill over the chance of having the upper hand in a fight or getting revenge on an old enemy. If anyone knew what you're capable of, they might hurt you or someone you love to make sure you either help them or don't become a threat. He held the notebook in sight before throwing it back in the pile. Okay, Izuku nodded in a meek voice. They sat in silence for a few moments before Dabi spotted his UA application on the desk. You're still applying to UA? Yeah, why wouldn't I? Well, Dabi said as he propped his elbows on his knees. You said you wanted to become a hero to help people. And, from what I gather, Mr. Vanisher, he used the air quotes, you're already pretty famous and helping a lot of people. Why do you still want to go pro? Well, except for the professional training, the different quirks and the chance to meet and learn the business, he said as he sat up and stretched his limbs. This society is far from perfect. If I'm a pro, I could get to change it. Dabi quirked an eyebrow. Please explain, I'm not sure I follow. Easy. You know how all those heroes tell on TV that your quirk doesn't matter and that you can become a hero anyway? Yes. Well, you realize like halfway through middle school that is a big pile of bullshit. In this society, your genes dictate your job. If you have a powerful quirk, you're automatically suited to be a hero, and if you don't, too bad, you're useless. He sighed. Heroes may say that your quirk doesn't matter all they want, but it holds little to no meaning when it comes from a person blessed with an awesome quirk. Because people will only see it as platitudes. He shook his head. And it's really a shame, since there are a lot of heroes functionally quirkless, yet society doesn't realize this. What heroes are you talking about? Dabi seemed really interested right now, leaning in the chair and listening intently. Eraserhead, his power is to turn any fight quirkless. Midnight. She can achieve the same thing with sleeping gas. From what I've seen, she can't control the direction and spare civilians, so it wouldn't be that much of a difference. Fourth kind. His quirk is literally having 4 arms. He isn't much good against someone with a long-range quirk. Okay, and your point? You started talking about how you'll change the world if you become a licensed hero. I was getting to it, he yells in frustration. Dabi let out a chuckle. The JRK. Anyway, if I become the first quirkless hero, people wouldn't have anything to say against me. Kids with useless quirks would be able to dream of becoming heroes. Because, hey, a quirkless person did it, and I actually have a quirk, so it's not impossible. Not to mention how much influence heroes have. If you say something as a normal civilian, you have to fight to get people's attention. And they may not follow or believe you. If you're a hero, you already have the audience, the fans, the media coverage. You have the attention and your words have weight in the eyes of the public. You do realize this will take a lot of time. Izuku smiled sadly. Yes, I do. Change takes time, and by the time I achieve it, there will no doubt still be bigotry against the people with weak quirks, evil quirks, or no quirks at all. But I'm still young, I laughed. I'm only 15. Maybe I'll live long enough to see this come true. You want to be a hero. Dabi cut in. I really doubt that would happen. Izuku's smile died as he looked at his friend. Dabi had a grim expression on his face and Izuku wanted to say something, but he heard the front door open. Izuku, I'm home. The boy gulped and Dabi got up. He opened the window and crouched on the sill. He turned towards the younger. Stay safe. He stretched his hand, which hovered for a few seconds near his hair before it fell on his shoulder and gave it a light squeeze. Dabi gave him one of his rare, genuine smiles and jumped off the window. Izuku took a deep breath as he spotted the nice girl who stopped him from meeting the ground earlier. Just go there and say good luck. She probably didn't need it, but Izuku could distract himself from the utter panic plaguing his system. The bow staff he had borrowed from Taho was hanging loosely in his hand. He had learned how to use it, but had yet to do so on the street, so there was no chance someone could recognize that and make the connection. He was safe. For now. Bakugu's threat in the begging was expected, but they managed to stay somewhat civil towards one another when the task was presented. This was good. He had to fight robots. This was bad, he couldn't strong-arm the robots. His best bet was finding weaknesses and exploiting them, things like chooks in the armor and small points. Even so, Anne knew it was a far-fetched to expect to win. You did good at the writing test. Worst case scenario, you enter the Gen Ed. You still have a chance at the sports festival. Yeah, against people who already had a semester of training. He inhaled deeply and stepped towards the girl before a literal mountain of beefy muscles stepped in his way. He looked up. It was the same guy who called him out in the presentation. Izuku felt his blood start to boil. What the F was his problem? He looked somewhat familiar, but Izuku couldn't point him out at the moment. That girl is doing some kind of meditation. Do you intend to disrupt her or something? Oh, it's on. Why do you assume I want to distract her? Maybe I wanted to help her, to tell her that she has her shoe laces open and she might trip and hurt herself. But no, you assume you know everything, condemn me for my personal method of coping with stress and stop me from helping a fellow student. He didn't really yell, but he said it with enough bite to leave the boy speechless. True, he was more violent than he was supposed to, but he was stressed and he could only take his frustrations out on someone who actually wronged him. The boy seemed sheepish and a little bit shocked, but the next moment a very obnoxious voice of Present Mic came. Through the microphone. Begin. The others seemed confused, but Izuku was already starting. If there was one thing you learned in a fight, it was that you couldn't allow yourself to hesitate. The others seemed to catch up. An unholy abomination of metal crashed into his view. Izu grabbed his staff and dashed, but the robot exploded in a million pieces. He turned around and saw a guy with a silver belt winking at him before running away. Izuku gritted his teeth. JRK. Another explosion resounded in the arena and Izuku turned to see a huge robot collapsing over a kid in its path. Izuku's feet moved on their own as the boy ran and tackled the other teen out of the range of the robot. They rolled for about a meter before Izuku checked if it was really safe to get up. The reckless student who had almost killed them was nowhere in sight. Izuku looked at the other boy. You okay? The disheveled teen had a mop of crazy purple hair and huge bags under his eyes. He blinked. I think so. Can you move? He pondered for a second before nodding. Izuku smiled and helped him up before yelling, "Good luck," and darting off. He saw another student caught under the rubble and he helped her get out. She didn't thank him, but he didn't expect her to. Present Mic's obnoxious voice rang and told them they only had a few minutes left. I have to destroy some robots. Time was ticking and the prospect of actually having any chance in heroics was getting smaller and smaller. Suddenly, a huge robot popped into view and started smashing everything in its path. Everyone started to run, to yell, to flee. Izuku would have done the same hell. He was ready to do so. Had it not been for the girl trapped under the huge piece of concrete. It would be a bad omen if you would trip. Everyone was running away, but for Izuku time had frozen. When his legs started to move, it wasn't even a choice anymore. It was an instinct. He didn't think, he didn't stop to realize that no one was actually in danger. Because of the habit ingrained in his muscles, of all the times people's lives had actually been in danger. He dashed and fought through the crowd of retreating students until he got to the girl. She seemed sick. The robot was getting closer. Izuku pushed the piece of concrete off of her. She didn't get up. The robot was closer. He grabbed her hand and laced it over his shoulder. She was heavy and he was never strong when it came to brute force. The robot's foot was above them. Giving up, Izuku dropped her on the ground and covered her body with his. He waited for the huge, metallic shoe to drop. And that's it, dear listeners, you will get your letters in a week or less. It took the boy a few moments for the words to sink in, but when they did, Izuku breathed in relief. He looked at the robotic foot a few inches from his head. Of course they wouldn't let students die. He crawled from under the robot and dragged the girl with him. She was semi-conscious and Izuku made sure to place her on her side in case she threw up. He looked at the small woman trotting towards them. Recovery girl. He wanted to fanboy and ask for her autograph, but his knowledge that he wouldn't get into the hero course with absolutely no points whatsoever dampened his excitement. Recovery girl kissed the unconscious girl and Izuku turned towards the man cladded in black who was having a leisure pace in their direction. The exam is over. You will know whether you passed or not during the following week. he yelled in the most bored tone ever. Even without the goggles, Izuku still recognized Eraserhead. He looked away. Even if he had worn a disguise, he didn't want to risk the attention of the underground hero. Said attention fell on him a second later. I think you dropped this, he lifted his staff. When did I drop it? He took it and examined it. Decho was going to kill him if it was damaged. Thankfully, it wasn't, and Izuku allowed himself to breathe in relief. Thanks. He made a curt bow, clasped the staff. You know how to use it? The man asked. Well, it would be pretty unfortunate if I didn't. Because even his stressed, no-brain-to-mouth filter knew not to say no. I carried this useless stick for sheets and giggles to a pro hero. The man didn't smile, but something in his expression softened, so he guessed it was the next best thing. Have a good day, he said, and walked away before he could start crying. It wasn't quick, and maybe, in retrospect, that was what made him not see if till the last possible moment. The change hadn't been overnight, but gradual and invisible. Even so, Katsuki still cursed himself for not noticing earlier. It first started with a lack of the usual annoyance in his peripheral vision. He didn't know why, but he felt more relaxed and more at ease without the constant stalking in the back of his neck. That had been good. The nerd's words of "next time I'll let you die" had unsettled him on a deep level, and he wanted to figure out before he made another move. They ignored each other and it was okay. Until it had gotten weird. Because, when you live your whole life a certain way, if something disrupts the natural flow of things, the set-in pattern you have ingrained in your brain, you notice. And Katsuki did notice. Once he started looking for the nerd, everything got even weirder. Because there was something very weird and unsettling with this new Deku. Because Deku had changed. Not in any obvious way, like dyeing his hair or a complete change in personality. No. The change had been subtle, and that had most likely been the layer of fed up everyone could feel under the facade. He started walking straighter, head up, shoulders pulled back. He looked forward and didn't walk out of the way first, forcing the others to either hit him or walk past. It was amazing how much hitting a walking toothpick could hurt. Deku still flinched, was still wary, but it didn't feel the same as before. He no longer looked sheepish and apologized excessively. When he flinched, it felt somewhat calculated and yet wrong. He looked at you afterwards and smiled and started talking, but, to Katsuki, it felt somewhat too fake. Because there was something else in his look, something that pulled away from the prey and turned him to predator. The time they had met in the park had been weird. Because this time mocking him felt wrong. He wanted to yell, to scream his frustration. You sit on your butt 10 years and now you decide to work for it. But he couldn't. A part of him was glad the nerd finally did something instead of simply wishful thinking. If there was one thing he respected, it was hard work. Though he was never going to admit that. So Katsuki started to pay even better attention. They still had the same road home, but Izuku was no longer trailing behind them. On occasions when he looked at the window, he could see the other boy walking in front of his house. Sometimes their eyes met, and Izuku would slow for a bit before he kept walking. For some reason, Katsuki hated it. He also noticed sometimes how the boy limped or winced in pain, how he always waited till the end of the gym class to change, how he wore long-sleeved shirts, and how sometimes bruises decorated his face and neck. Yet he seemed happy. His smiles were no longer nervous. They were still fake as a conditioned response he had gotten over the years, but they weren't as strained as before. They weren't so forced, they were more genuine, as if there was no pain behind them. Katsuki remembered how Deku smiled before he had found out that he was quirkless. No one could probably tell the difference, but Katsuki had seen nothing but those smiles for the first years of his life, and he could tell when they had changed. And now, his smiles were the closest thing to what they were he had seen in a decade. Suffice to say, something was fishy. There were too many signs, too many things the blonde didn't know. And Katsuki hated not knowing. At first, he didn't intend for the fight to go the way it did. Honestly, he just wanted to question the boy and get rid of the unsettling feeling in his stomach. It was worry, but he didn't want to accept it. So, that Friday, after classes, he had waited for the locker to empty to properly ambush his childhood friend. And then he saw the scars. There were a lot. Not only scars, but cuts and bruises. He had a new stitch on his side and a lot of old ones littering his back and arms. There was something wrong about them. Yes, Katsuki had been violent, and he did burn the others sometimes. But he always knew when to stop. He always knew when it was too much, when it would be too late to be fixed. And those wounds were anything but. They were made to hurt, to maim, with the clear intent of kill behind them. Deku! Katsuki had growled. The sight of those wounds irked him. Deku had turned around and yup, his front looked like his back. Littered with wounds and scars. He had walked forward and forced the teen into the locker to make sure he had nowhere to run. Deku held his ground. "Bakugu," he said. There was something very wrong with how his name sounded when it came out of his mouth. Years of childish kakin had made the new name feel foreign. Katuki didn't like it. "What the F is happening to you?" He had leaned closer and used his most intimidating tone. Yet, like he did a lot lately, Izuku held his ground. "Why do you care?" Why did he care indeed? He didn't have an answer. But, like a lot of times before, he got mad and started threatening the rat. He didn't expect the rat to fight back. That punch had been a low blow, but he recovered quickly. He and his minions had chased the nerd on a FING roof of all places. When the F did he became a ninja? And that's when all things went awry. Because he never expected the boy to jump. As Izuku took another step forward and Katsuki slowed his, he could only think, where the hell are you going? There's no place left to hide. He almost couldn't believe the moment his feet left the roof, and it took him a few moments to realize the nerd hadn't been made a splatter on the ground. There was a sickening crunch when the others smashed into the wall, and centuries of stalled silence when the other tried to climb back up. His ears weren't getting anything but his own blood in his veins, a skip when his foot slipped. If you really want a quirk that bad, take a swan dive off the roof and maybe you'll get one in your next life. You never. His foot caught a hold. Actually considered. His arms gathered enough strength to push himself up. Jumping. The green net collapsed on the other roof. He was okay, he was breathing, he would be fine. Did you? Katsuki had released a breath he didn't know he had been holding and stared at the boy. Izuku got up on wobbly legs. He looked at him and their eyes locked for a second. Katsuki had no idea what had been in them, but it wasn't fear. Deku had then walked to the other side of the roof. He looked around, examined something, then grabbed it and disappeared from the view. That was the moment the world started moving again. "Wow, dude, I can't believe he actually jumped." Extra number 1 said. Katsuki shook his head and stood up. "Yeah man, let's get down from here. If he fell, we could be trailed for murder." "It's called involuntary manslaughter, you dimwit." "Doesn't matter, we still could get in trouble." That extra looked at Katsuki again. "Come on man, let's go. If they found out you pushed another kid to suicide, they'll never let you into UA." Katsuki had nodded and climbed down the roof. The other two ran away as quickly as possible. The blonde went to the other side of the block, and sighed in relief when he saw no small nerds splattered on the pavement. He entertained the idea of waiting and questioning him later. He jumped off a FING roof to get away from you. Let him be for once in your life. So Katsuki walked home. The next few days had been full of nightmares. He kept imagining the nerd falling. He even had dreams in which he was the one who pushed him over the edge. All the while he kept hearing his own voice telling him to jump and the almost childish voice on the background of "next time I'll let you die." Katsuki didn't really sleep that week. The UA exam came and went. He had gotten first place, of course, and he had celebrated by going on a jog to burn out the energy. The blonde had reached the park they had been playing in when they were kids. He heard some cries. Pulling his earbuds out of his ears, he had walked towards the sound. Izuku was leaning on a tree, forehead pressed to the bark. His face was covered in tears and his knuckles were bloodied, probably from punching the tree. In his fingers, there was a crumbled piece of paper. Katsuki knew that had to be the UA letter. And by the looks of it, the nerd hadn't gotten in. A few months ago, Katsuki would have gloated. He would have bragged and insulted the teen. But now it wasn't a few months ago. Tormenting the smaller boy felt somehow wrong now. So, without a sound, Katsuki turned heel and left. For the first time in forever, he let the boy cry in peace. Izuku tried to be excited for the first day at UA. He really did. After all, it was UA, one of the hardest schools to get in, one of the best schools for heroics, even if he hadn't been admitted in that department. He tried to cheer himself up by reminding himself that he could always move to heroics if he did well enough in the sports festival. But that didn't really work because it wasn't so much the fact that he'd gotten into general ed, instead of heroics, that bothered him. After all, he'd started the exam thinking he wouldn't get any points. But he had rescue points, and 40 of them at that. 10 for the two people he had rescued first and 30 for the girl. What made him angry enough to see red was the fact that the minimum score for the heroics department was 45 points. 5 points. 5 measly points separated him from his lifetime dream. So, he was understandably sad. The girl he had saved, Uraraka, had contacted him after the exam to thank him, and they'd ended up talking about everything and anything. Izuku would even go so far as to call her a friend. Izuku liked Uraraka, which was why, when he hadn't gotten in heroics, he called her to rant and about it. After he had calmed down, she told him, rather shyly, that she'd tried to share some points with him, but the school board wouldn't let her. After that, Izuku politely ended the call and screamed in a pillow for about an hour before jogging to Dabi's place and beaching to him about it too. The man seemed, simultaneously, sad and amused as he sat next to Izuku and listened as his rant dissolved into increasingly incoherent, babbling, and, finally, tears. He'd hardly said anything, mostly just sat near the teen as he cried his frustrations, occasionally patting his shoulder. For some reason his decreased body heat, which went the kid in a confused state. Weren't fire-related quirks supposed to, heat? No matter, it wasn't important right now, helped. It must have been because of his quirk, but Izuku was going to let it slide for now. After all that was done, Izuku felt a little bit better, and the way Dabi handed him a lollipop when he'd finally calmed down even managed to get a watery laugh out of him. When the big day finally rolled around, Izuku had been awake for almost an hour by the time his alarm clock rang. He got up, got dressed, went down and greeted his mom, ate his breakfast, but it all felt strangely hollow, the excitement present, yet muted inside of him. His mom seemed enthusiastic at least, and Izuku did his best to smile and not let her know that anything was wrong. He was pretty sure he succeeded, years of practice paying off, but he couldn't keep his frustrations completely in check. Because part of the reason she was so happy was because he didn't get into heroics, because Gen Ed was the far safer option out of the two. Which was ironic considering Izuku had been confronting actual, if small-time, villains on a regular basis for months now, yet the irony was more bitter than amusing. On his way to UA, he did his best to ignore Bakugu on the other side of the train car. Bakugu, in a rare moment of either kindness or denseness, ignored him too. How sweet. He couldn't help but think. He reached the school 20 minutes early and spent at least 10 of them looking for his classroom. Once he did, he took a moment to steel himself, before quietly opening it, only to be immediately assaulted by the force of teenage chatter. Izuku blinked for a few seconds before he stepped in. His new classmates didn't turn to see him, keeping to their talk. He walked towards the last empty spot, near the window, right behind a guy with a mane of purple hair. He shrugged his backpack off before taking off his coat. First day of school, try to make some friends. He didn't intend to get attached, but the UA was a fresh start and it felt wrong to waste that. Plus, even if he moved to heroics, he could still be friends with whoever he was here. Baby steps, Izuku, he thought to himself. First try talking to someone who's not talking to anyone. And lo and behold, the guy in front of him was alone. He tapped his shoulder. Hey! The boy turned around. He is the same guy he had saved at the entrance exam. Izuku put on his best smile. I'm Izuku Midoriya. The other eyed his hand suspiciously before shaking it. Hitoshi Shinso. They shook hands and Izuku did his best not to stare at the huge bags under his late night/early morning. His hair looked like he just rolled out of the bed, and the greenette wondered if he even tried to comb it. Not that he was any better, but in his defense, his comb tended to break if he wasn't careful, and he couldn't afford to buy a new one every week. I see you didn't make it either. Izuku pet his head. Into the heroics department, I saw you at the entrance exam. Izuku scratched his neck sheepishly. Oh, you remember that? Shinso raised an amused eyebrow. The smaller teen shrugged. I'll just have to do my best at the sports festival. Same, Shinso said. Izuku smiled and wanted to say more but stopped once the voice hero barged in. Hello little listeners. Present Mike spoke in what was nearly a scream to normal ears, but was probably his normal voice. You all might know me as Present Mike, but my name is actually Hisashi Yamada and I'll be your homeroom teacher on your stay here. Now let's start. He then started to vividly rant about the school and the subjects they would have. He asked them to come close and say their names and what they liked, and they didn't. Izuku tried to remember all of his classmates, but no one could really beat Shinsu's resting beach face when he said in a totally neutral tone that he liked to sleep. When his turn came, he said he liked to analyze things. Thankfully, Present Mike didn't ask them to tell their quirks, which was good. He would like to know his classmates before they started treating him like dirt. Who knows, maybe he could get some blackmail material on them. Who knows, it might be useful and it did work on Dabi, so. The first day of school was thankfully only half of a normal day. Izuku gladly went home, got on with his daily vigilante business and came back to cook some dinner before Mom returned from work. The next day started on the wrong foot, as he took another route near the support course and almost got decapitated by a door blown off its hinges. As he got up he heard an exasperated voice. A destroyed door on the second day. Must be some kind of record. He looked around as he cleansed his clothes and spotted Hero Power Loader and a girl with pin hair and goggles. It's not that bad, the girl insisted, and Izuku had the distinct feeling the teacher was rolling his eyes. If I could just find a way to increase fuel quantity without increasing the size of the canister by much, then it wouldn't collapse. The explosion is just a minor, fixable mistake. It's why we call the prototypes, she said. Izuku piped in despite his best judgment. And if that fails you could always turn it into a trap. I bet the villains wouldn't see that coming. He grumbled. What did you say? He looked up and saw the girl literally in his face, a hungry look in her eyes. Don't mind me, he said, I was just joking. No, I wanted to hear what you have to say. She seemed very eager, and Izuku got the certain impression that she was ready to shake the answers out of him. He cleared his throat. Well, if that thing blows when it runs out of fuel, and assuming you can calculate the time it takes to runs out, you could put a targeting and aiming system on it, disguise it as a rocket launcher. People would look in the direction it is supposed to hit, they wouldn't expect it to suddenly crash and explode over their heads. He shook his head, but I wasn't. It was just a joke, don't take me seriously. She rubbed her chin. This is actually a pretty good idea. A bit rough around the edges, but interesting. And new. An insane smile spread over her features. You know what? I like it. Izuku nodded numbly and took a few steps away from the girl. Hey, don't you have classes? The teacher asked. Izuku's eyes widened. Oh shit, you're right. Thank you and good morning, he yelled as he sprinted towards his class. He reached it and it was quiet. Hoping it wasn't a teacher too harsh, he rapped his knuckles on the door and opened it. Eraserhead was sitting behind the desk. Just my luck. He bowed deeply and said, I'm sorry I was late, it won't happen again. The man didn't seem impressed. Class started 5 minutes ago, Midoriya. Is there any particular reason why you weren't around? Izuku gulped and stared into the unforgiving eyes of his teacher and number 2 favorite hero. I was heading here on the east corridor, past the support class and got hit with a flying door. Yeah, that basically sums it up. There were a few snickers, but Eraserhead was as serious as ever. Can you prove that? Power Loader Sensei was there. He can confirm it. The man sighed and shook his head, like students getting blown up by the support course was a normal if irritating occurrence. All right then, go to your seat. And next time leave earlier to account for these kinds of things. Izuku bowed once again and trotted behind Shinso, who looked like he was trying very hard not to laugh his butt off. The teacher got up and walked in front of the class. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa. I'll be your quirk and hero law teacher. While in this day and age the basic laws and rules around quirks are pretty much set in stone, new clauses and fine prints appear almost monthly, and keeping track of that is an important skill to have. How to distinguish between breaking a law and slightly bending it to achieve your goal is also a valuable thing to know. I'll also be aiming to teach you at least some basic critical thinking and analysis skills as well as some PR studies if we have the time. The world isn't black and white only, and the people who fail to realize that will always be at a disadvantage everywhere. I will also have you know that laziness will not be tolerated, so you'd better keep up. I don't take kindly to slackers. What was perhaps the most perplexing thing was that he spoke his speech with a completely blank face and bored tone. He then proceeded to give them a page to summary before he wrapped himself in a sleeping bag and promptly fell asleep. The next few classes were more or less the same as they were in middle school, with the exception that they were taught by heroes. Izuku tried to keep his fanboying to a minimum, opting instead to write whatever he could grasp about his teachers in his notebook. He had gotten a new one especially for the purpose of writing about his classmates and teachers. Lunch came fast enough and Izuku waited for Shinso to come. The boy seemed perplexed, but unless Izuku would get specific instructions to leave him alone, he would befriend the F out of that guy. They walked towards the cafeteria, carrying a light conversation before Izuku got conveniently tackled by a pink fluffy cloud. Midoriya-kun. Izuku blinked a few seconds before he returned the hug. Hey Ishido, she then pushed him at arm level and introduced him to her friends. So, this is Kirishima. Kiri, meet the guy who I never thought I'll see outside the gym. Izuku waved awkwardly and noticed that Shinso had left. Nice to meet you, dude, the spiky-haired guy, Kirishima, said. I just want to tell you that I saw you at the entrance exam, and that you were so manly. You jumped right after Uraraka. He looked down. I'm ashamed to say I ran away. That wasn't manly at all. Don't worry, Izuku smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder since it seemed like the right thing to do. You have better survival skills than me. I wasn't really thinking straight at the time. Still, it proves better that you are manly enough to be a hero. Kirishima said with a smile. Izuku's own died down. I didn't get into heroics. The cheery expressions paled a little, so he hurried to finish. Don't worry, I'll sew my best to transfer after the sports festival. Who knows, we may actually be classmates in the future. They smiled and Izuku waved awkwardly before running to look for his own classmate. Shinso was sitting alone at a table, eating from his bento. Izuku pulled out his own as he sat down. The purple-haired boy looked at him questionably. I thought you were sitting with your friends. Oh, Ishido? Yeah, I guess we get along, but we aren't exactly friends. Plus, she already seems to have her own and I didn't want to barge in. Oh, was all Shinso said. Izuku waited a few seconds, but it didn't seem like he was going to continue. Deciding to break the ice, he went for his favorite topic. So, what's your quirk? The boy pressed his lips together and suddenly became very interested in his food. Izuku realized that he'd probably, somehow, hit a sore, but right as he was preparing to take it back, Shinso spoke. It's brainwashing, he said. Izuku waited for a few seconds to see if he was interested in elaborating before he started. Really? That's awesome. God, can you imagine how useful that would be? Like, if there's a hostage situation and you just convince the villains to give up. Or if you're outnumbered, you could just force the villains to turn on each other. Or you could talk people out of suicide. Or dash. He descended into exciting muttering, not really seeing Shinsu's shocked and slightly scared expression. He then looked up. What's wrong? Don't you think it's, kinda, wrong? Villainous. Izuku blinked before he snorted. I see why some people might consider it that way, but I don't think an awesome quirk has nothing to do with being an awesome person. Like, I literally saw someone with a healing quirk beat a guy to a bloody pulp with a chair and okay, it was kind of awesome, but still. It stands to reason that a villainous quirk has nothing to do with being a bad one. Hell, there's plenty of heroes whose quirks could wreak havoc, if used poorly. 13 creates black holes that could tear people apart. I'm pretty sure if All Might, as cool as he is, used the full strength of his quirk on someone, they'd be dead in like, seconds. Your quirk may be, from a certain point of view, a little amoral, but you didn't choose it. He said, jabbing his chopsticks at Shinso to emphasize his point before shoveling some rice in his mouth. I think you're the first so say that, he said with a small smile. Then, his eyebrows rose. What's your quirk? Izuku sighed and swallowed. Now or never. I'm quirkless, he said so quickly it was almost one word. Shinso blinked. Quirkless. As in dash. As in I don't have a quirk, yeah. So that's why you didn't pass. Apparently, Shinso had no brain-to-mouth filter. Good to know. The reason I didn't pass were the 5 more points I needed to pass. The other boy's eyes widened in a way that would have been comical. How? He asked, but his mouth was full, so it sounded a lot like meow. Rescue points mostly, he shook his head. But I mean, come on. 5 points. Just dash. He threw his hands in the air and looked like he was about to go on a rant for a second before dropping them and sighing, I guess I'll just work super hard for the festival. Me too. Shinso said as he stuffed another chicken wing into his mouth. Then you'd better keep your quirk a secret. I was planning to. But then you pulled the puppy eyes on me. He grumbled, but there was no ill intent behind it. Suddenly, a tray of food smashed to their table and someone threw themselves on the seat near Izuku. Said green-haired boy looked up and saw the same girl who exploded him this morning. Powerloader-sensei forbid me from the lab for a whole day. He said that I need to eat. I could eat there very well, thank you very much. Who's going to work on my babies while I waste time here? She cried and started to eat her steak miserably. Shinso looked at him. Do you know her? She's the one who almost blew me up today. He said, trying not to sound too offending. Too bad she didn't blow you, Shinso muttered, and Izuku could feel heat rising from his neck to his ears. He threw a napkin at his classmate who sniggered. Thankfully, the girl didn't seem to notice as she kept ranting. Not that we don't appreciate the company, Izuku cut her off, but who exactly are you? Oh, she stopped, as if she had only now remembered she had an audience. I'm Mei Hatsum. Izuku Midoriya. Hitoshi Shinso, he said. Now, what are you doing here? Don't you have your own classmates? My classmates are morons, she puffed. All their ideas are about either fixing something or salvaging the parts. Or, if they are really creative, to make more weapons and sheet. Like, they are smart and good at it, but they lack vision. No one thinks about how you could repurpose something without damaging the initial design. And their original ideas are average at best. So, I decided that if I had to leave my babies alone for such a long time, I might as well spend it with the only person that proved interesting so far. She said it like it was set in stone. Izuku looked at his classmate, who shrugged. Suddenly, a stray idea hit Izuku. He turned towards the girl. Hey, Hatsum, what exactly is that you enjoy making? She looked at him. Almost anything as long as it's worth it. Well, I had this project in mind about a weapon I really wanted to have, but I'm worried it's a little too ambitious. Hatsum's golden eyes lit with excitement and she said, if I like it, I might just make it. But what's in it for me? Izuku tapped his chin. Testing them? Whoa, is this allowed? You need some kind of license to get support items. Technically, Izuku bit his lip. UA has a policy to support kids in developing their quirks, even if they are not in heroics. And, at the sports festival, support students are allowed to bring their own equipment, on the condition that they built it themselves. But IT is never said that students from departments other than heroics aren't allowed to do so too. And collaboration is never forbidden, which, I would say, gives us the leeway we need since we are specifically trying to transfer to heroics, and they will have a few months of training at that point. Izuku looked up, trying to remember if there were any more rules that he was bending. So, technically it's not against the rules. Just because someone didn't think to write them this way, Shinso clarified, using his chopsticks as a pointer, and wow, someone's taking Aizawa-sensei's class to heart. Yup. I like it. Hatsum said. You, she pointed at Izuku, come by after class to my lab and I'll see if I like your idea or not. Izuku nodded and prepared to speak when someone hugged him from behind. Mido-kun. Izuku jumped and turned around as Uraraka plopped herself on the other side of him. The guy who scolded him in the exam was also there, a little bit awkward. Uraraka, I don't think we are supposed to intrude. He moved his hands in a chop-like motion. Izuku looked at Shinso who had an oh really expression on his face. The eggplant spoke. Midoriya, it's the second day. How many people do you know? We actually know each other from the exam. Uraraka said in a bubbly tone. He dragged me from under the 0-pointer. Shinsu's eyes widened marginally and Izuku could something akin to respect in them. I must say that I'm sorry, Midoriya. The other boy bowed deeply. I judged you before I knew facts, when you obviously grasped the true meaning of the exam. No worries. Izuku tried to get the attention off of him. I'm Tenya Ida, he said, and something clicked. From the Ida family? Are you related to Ingenium? No wonder you looked familiar. The boy seemed at the same time embarrassed and proud as he stared to talk about his brother. Shinso seemed pretty fed up with it, so Izuku cut him up in the most polite way possible. So, who do you have for homeroom? Aizawa, Uraraka responded. Harsh, Shinso said. I heard he expelled 154 students since he started. He's only works here for, what? 5 years. Izuku exclaimed as he let some noodles fall out of his mouth. That's like, he did a quick calculation. A class and a half a year. How do you know when he started? Shinso asked. How do you know how many students he expelled? Izuku retaliated. Shinso looked at his food. Older students. Same. Truth was, Izuku had found out after he searched Eraserhead and saw that the videos of fights and comments on forums about him had halved in the past 5 years. When he saw him at the entrance exam, something clicked. Willing to stir the conversation away, he said, but still, that many? What does he do? Put all the pictures on a dartboard and charged his, dart machine gun and started to shoot. I can see a dart landing literally on the edge of a photo, Shinso said. Then, in a gruff voice, you're on thin ice. They all giggled, except for Ida, who said something about not mocking their teachers and cursing. I wish to say it was a joke, Uraraka said, but he did expel someone yesterday. Both Izuku and Shinso looked at her. Who? I don't know, a guy with purple ball on his head. Izuku wanted to say something more, but the bell rang and they had to go back to classes. Izuku entered the lab and barely missed something that might have been a missile passing near his head. He looked and yup, there was Saw Hatsum, getting yelled at by Powerloader Sensei. She spotted him and not so subtly jumped in his direction. Midoriya, great timing. I need to see what ideas you have to properly determine if you are worth my time. Izuku rose an eyebrow, but sat his backpack on a chair. Shinso said he couldn't come, but he promised he'll swing by next time. Izuku suspected it was too much interaction for the somewhat asocial boy, but was willing to let it slide. He wasn't any better before he grew his guts either, so he wasn't one to judge. Powerloader Sensei said something and left, and the tentacle-haired girl focused her golden gaze solely on him. So, what did you come up with? First of all, do you know what Bo's staff is? She nodded, so he went on. Well, I was thinking something like that, but with gadgets. Could you somehow install a device that gives small electroshocks? Oh, what about a hidden reservoir with gas or something flammable to make explosions? Her eyes glimmered and she pulled out a notepad and started to scribble. Go on. You'd have to do something about the weight and balance. If we mount a canister full of liquid, it'll become lighter on one side, throwing off my balance and sticking power. It might not be much, but it could tilt the wrong way. We also have to find a way to prevent the electricity from getting to it. We could try to put the battery for the shocks in the middle or along the inner walls, to leave an empty space for the liquid. Or, I guess gas is an option too. We should find a method to control how big an explosion gets. Which, I guess segues into the fact that you'd need to mount an igniter. Maybe a button of some kind that triggers a spark? And, well, I guess if it has openings for explosions on both ends, you'd either need separate buttons or a way to control which side gets ignited. And, speaking of buttons, they should have some kind of markings, tactile marks on them. Like line, circle, cross, easy to read with your fingers stuff. At least until I learn how to use them exactly. He was muttering now, but the girl seemed to have no problem keeping up. They spent the next hour in the lab until Powerloader Sensei kicked them out and told them to go and do their homework. They talked on the way to the station and Izuku then went to eat and kick some, but later in the evening. The sun was setting over the city when All Might finally made it home. He sighed and threw his jacket on a chair as he deflated. Today had been something. Young Bakugo had blown up a building and, as the only villain in his team, decided that the best way to stop the heroes from taking the nuke was to blow it up and kamikaze himself and his enemy. A sound strategy for a villain, no complaint, but they were training to be heroes. Maybe he shouldn't have called the training heroes and villains. He sat down on the couch and stared at the ceiling. His colleagues were good. He wasn't acquainted enough with them, and they held that kind of respect for the number one hero that always felt cold. Aizawa didn't feel like hiding his animosity, and Toshinori was wondering what did he do to anger the man. The search for a successor wasn't going as well as he expected. Sure, there were kids who seemed fit, but no one really clicked with him. No one felt right. He had spoken with young Tagata less than a year ago. While the kid would have been very fit to be the next symbol of peace, he had refused. No offense, All Might, but I already have a really good quirk I can save lots of people with. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm flattered, but I think you should have a list of other possible candidates before you consider giving it to me. This is an important decision, and you don't want to be rash when making it. Plus, there might be someone who deserves it more, and I don't want you to find the perfect successor later and regret giving it to me. Unbeknownst to him, the young boy felt a little bit offended. He had worked hard to make his quirk work, and the offer, while flattering, felt a little bit patronizing. He didn't need another quirk, didn't have time to train one more. Call it pride, but it didn't sit well with him, so he didn't take it. Night Eye looked like he had been slapped, but Toshiori had laughed it off and told the boy he would do just that. He then took his former sidekick to a coffee and they talked and somehow mended their broken relationship. It wasn't perfect, but looking at the man's contact in his phone no longer gave him chills of regret or nausea. He remembered another boy he had considered for the role of One for All. He had been very surprised to see him at the exam and pretty impressed with the way he gathered his points. He remembered the same kid running once again into danger to save his friend, how he yelled at the other heroes for not doing their job. While All Might agreed, there was something too visceral in his words when he said it. Maybe he's quirkless, he's die much too soon. Hypocritical of you to say that, considering your own predicament. Toshinori sighed. He would have to keep an eye on the boy. He wished he would have gotten a few more points and get into heroics. Monitoring him would have been easier. Maybe you should have considered him back then. Well, I am now. The man shook his head. The villain world was too rough and dangerous for a child with no quirk to protect themselves. Maybe in a few years, if he proves worthy, he can stay safe and learn until then. Toshinori nodded. Yes, this was a good idea. Giving him One for All too early would have put him in a lot of unnecessary danger. At least like this he's safe. At the same time, moving silently on a dark roof in the process of tailing a criminal, the hooded silhouette sneezed. The next day started okay, to say the least. Izuku managed to wake up before his alarm clock, so he had the immense pleasure of not starting the morning with an inconvenient heart attack. He went down and cooked himself and his mom breakfast before going to his early jog. Mom was working very hard these last weeks, a lot of cases piling up, and Izuku could only make breakfast and dinner whenever he happened to get to the kitchen before her. He passed the Bakuga house and saw the blonde boy glaring at him through the window. Izuku pretended he didn't see that and passed forward. He came back home and went to change his sweaty clothes. He slipped on his uniform and went down. Izuku, his mom called him. Yes, Mom? He popped his head into the kitchen. She was wearing her suit and hastily packing her suitcase. Have you eaten? Yup. Took lunch money? Your keys? Yes, Mom, he said. She took his head in her palms and placed a gentle kiss on his forehead. Take care, she said, eyes filled with worry. Izuku gave her a reassuring smile, a fake one, since he knew he couldn't really keep that promise, kissed her on the cheek and yelled his goodbyes as he dashed out the door. He caught the train with enough time to spare as not to be late and made it to the class. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, as the gate was filled with reporters trying to get some last-minute pics of All Might. Izuku pushed and waved his way through the crowd the same way a broke college student would on Black Friday and managed to get inside, crowned in the curses and complaints of the reporters. He wasn't sorry. Usually he would have been, but they were taking this way too far, and he was late to present mixed class. Thankfully, the man seemed to be on a pretty good mood, since he didn't chastise him too much, But considering that half the class was probably still in the media trap outside, the teacher probably had steeled his patience especially for this occasion. Izuku sat down and waited for his other classmates to come. This far, he's managed to keep his quirkless status somewhat a secret, and he wanted it to stay that way. Shinso had been cool with it, but that might have been his sympathy for someone put in a similar situation of torment. Uraraka kinda owed him for saving her life, and he doubted Hatsum knew that, or cared about what his quirk could be. Dabi had been more or less blackmailed stuck with him at that moment, so it wasn't like he did have a choice. But he didn't want to risk it. He would wait a few months before telling his friends that he was quirkless. President Mike told them they had to choose a president, and because this was literally the third day of school and no one knew each other, they voted. A nice girl with a healing quirk became the class representative, and that was that. Their classes went like normal and they met all three not from the hero course at lunch. Uraraka waved him from the other table she sat at, but ultimately left them alone. Shinso seemed a little relieved by that, probably not too keen on social interactions. So, Izuku started, "How exactly does your quirk work?" "Why would I tell you? We'll be enemies in the sports festival. Because I might help you?" Izuku said, gesturing with his chopsticks. "I'm pretty good with analysis." He swallowed. "Plus, we have to make it to the third stage to be considered. Of course, if we put a good show before that, we would be able to transfer even if we don't make it to the last stage. The thing is, we need to have an advantage over them. We keep our quirks unknown, but someone might hear yours and spread the rumor. That's why you need an ace up your sleeve." Shinso pondered for a moment before saying, "And what exactly makes you that ace?" Izuku smiled sweetly, dropping a little hint of weird in it. It was enough to pursue the eggplant to talk. "My quirk works by people answering to me. If I ask them a question and they answer, they are under my control." Izuku nodded, making his mental list to put in his notebook when he got home. "Have you tried to control multiple people before?" Shinso shook his head. "Does it have a time limit, or a way to pull someone out of it?" "I don't know about the time limit, but if you touch someone or make physical contact, a little stronger, they get pulled out." Izuku nodded as he rubbed his chin. "How detailed can your orders be? I can't make someone do any task that requires actual thinking. Like, I can tell you to copy a name if you see it, but I can't ask you to write down someone's name from memory." "So, like a literal puppet?" "Pretty much," the taller teen sighed. "Well, I think prime strategy would be the ability to PSS the F out of people before they get to use an actual attack on you. I'm pretty proficient at that." Izuku blinked as an idea came to him. "You know, we could start spreading some rumors about your quirk. Like say for example that it's totally something else, so people will prepare for that instead. And at the festival, you can make a remark or a compliment and brainwash them," he said excitedly. Shinso eyed him warily. "You're way too enthusiastic about this." Izuku smiled and started writing messily on a tissue paper. "Okay, we need a quirk that seems believable, but it doesn't require any flashy mark or method to use. We could also spread different rumors, to drive people insane with all the possibilities. How about we?" "Hello, fellow associates," Hatsum said as she slammed her food tray on their table. Both boys jumped and looked at the girl as she sat down and started to chatter. "Remember the ideas you came up with yesterday? Well, I already have some blueprints for most of them. Also, I looked over your staff. I couldn't yet find a way to balance the fuel, but I made a generator out of a broken toaster and I need you to come later to test the balance or whatever bullshit you were spewing the other day," she said in one go before she started munching on her chicken. Izuku and Shinso shared a look before Izuku turned fully toward the girl. "Have you been up all night?" She nodded so hard her goggles giggled on her forehead. "Didn't you sleep at all?" "Rest is for the weak," she said as she inhaled a cup of water with a trembling hand that gave the boys all the evidence that she was running on caffeine at this point. Izuku sighed and shook his head. "Fine. I'll come after class and help you test the balance if you promise me you go to sleep after. You need a rested mind, and you know that the best ideas come in the shower." He knew the last part wouldn't really make sense for outsiders, but in the short hour he had spent with Hatsum, he found out that she quoted completely randomly and spewed facts that roughly fitted the situations. The pink-haired girl considered it for a moment before nodding and shaking his hand. He turned toward Shinso. You coming too? He looked like he wanted to refuse out of habit, but then shrugged as if he was saying why not. Suddenly, the alarm blurred out, red sirens popping from the ceiling. Izuku looked around and heard, Security Level 3 has been breached. All students must exit the premise in an orderly fashion. Which, of course, resulted in mass hysteria. What's Level 3? Hatsum asked. That means someone had infiltrated the building, a student yelled. Shinso got up but Izuku motioned for him to stay. He climbed on the table and looked outside. The door gates had been destroyed somehow and reporters were flooding inside. It's just the media, the teen yelled to his friends. Shinso checked for himself and breathed in relief when he saw that it was true while Hatsum just sat down and finished her lunch. Izuku was looking for a way to calm everyone down when Ida decided he needed to cosplay the exit sign and announced everyone on how things were actually going. Once the panic stopped, Izuku sat down. He was relieved this had been solved quickly. He remembered from his hero fights that every time the crowd panicked, people could die under the feet of the crowd. The boy breathed in relief and looked after Hatsum who had finished and left with a curt goodbye. An improvement. After their classes ended, Izuku went to the lab, followed by Shinso. Once there, it was becoming clear that the boy was going to be Powerloader's favorite, for the simple fact that he had the power to stop the other two teens when they were getting too enthusiastic with the things not recommended to the little children they apparently were. Sadly, he had to leave after only half an hour, but he seemed to be enjoying himself in the short PRD of time he had been there, so Izuku was happy. What about now? Hatsum asked as she threw the staff to him. Izuku caught it and twirled it a little. He looked up and smiled. Perfect, finally. They had been working for a few hours, and for the first time, the staff had the right weight and balance for Izuku to use it properly. Can I keep it? I don't know, I think you have to file a request for a support item. I don't really need it, I already have the blueprints, and the materials were mostly for freshman training, so they weren't particularly expensive. Do you have a request I can complete right now? She didn't, but Powerloader had and was happy to sign it as long as they were both long gone afterwards. Izuku was ecstatic and Hatsum needed to sleep, so they agreed. Apparently, the girl was a true prodigy, because the staff had a hatch that bent it in two and allowed him to put it in his backpack. They walked towards the station, Izuku showering the girl in praise and thanks. He then went home, cooked dinner for Mom, who was still working overtime, showered and went to sleep. He had been planning to talk to Dabi this night, but he didn't have the energy. Maybe tomorrow. When he woke up the following morning, the foreboding feeling in his gut should have been all the clue he needed to determine that this would be a shitty day. But, apparently, an entire year of risking his life wasn't enough to make him trust his FING instincts, so he got up, jogged and made breakfast like every other day. Although, in hindsight, Izuku knew he wouldn't have been able to forgive himself had he done otherwise. As the boy was walking to school, an unnaturally cold air surrounded him before it stirred and morphed and warped into an inky mass of smoke. An inky mass of familiar smoke. A warp gate. From said warp gate, a sentient suit walked out, two glowing eyes in the mass of black. Greetings, student. Would you care to follow me? Okay, this is the weirdest kidnapping attempt ever. He thought. He recognized the mancurgery. From that time he found that man stabbed in an alley. Still, he unconsciously fell into a battle pose and looked the man in the eye. No. The mist man sighed. What a pity. Suddenly he felt hands grabbing at his clothes and he was pulled backwards as he fell into another warp gate. Izuku blinked as a pair of skinny yet strong arms wrapped themselves around him. Nice seeing you again, a raspy voice said, and Izuku didn't know how, but that was the moment he realized that he was screwed. The man continued, drumming his fingers on the boy's collarbone. Really now, I never got to properly thank you for saving my life back then. You've got a really weird way of showing it. Izuku mumbled before he could stop himself. Sheet, he's gonna kill you. The man chuckled. Oh, but I'm doing you a favor. You'll be the one to see the fall of the number one hero, All Might. He spit the name with disgust from the sidelines. You will be witness to something unique, to the shake and fall of society. He seemed very enthusiastic as he leaned and whispered sweetly in his ear. So, stay put, be a nice hostage and you'll make it back home. Izuku gulped but nodded. He was way too outmatched here, he couldn't be rash. The man unwrapped himself from around him and gently nudged him forward. Kill All Might? That's not possible. He blinked as the poisoned seed of doubt etched its way into his head. But what if they can? I have to stop them. He didn't really like thinking about the hero or looking at him when he saw him on campus, but he couldn't forget a whole life of worship, and even if he didn't want to admit it, in his heart, All Might was still his favorite hero. How could you stop them? You're nothing but a quirkless brat playing hero. Stay still and you'll get to leave another day. Are you even worth that much? Izuku knew he wasn't going to listen, but the guest appearance of his common sense was a nice touch. He was pushed into a large room filled to the brim with villains. They weren't any big names, mere thugs, like those he fought on the streets. They were glaring at him, looking like they wanted to rip him apart, and Izuku was suddenly very grateful he was wearing a disguise in his vigilante hours, because otherwise, he would have been ripped to shreds by now. The boy looked at the man. He was wearing a disembodied hand over his face and multiple over his body. Another pair was cupped around his neck. For some reason, the outfit reminded Izuku of a duck, but he sure as hell wasn't going to tell him that. His kidnapper slung a hand over his shoulder, pulling him closer, and Izuku got the message clearly. The only reason you are alive is because you are under my protection. The fingers drumming on his neck did nothing but set that thread in. Got it? Don't move too much, be nice and quiet. Yeah, you had 10 years of experience letting people walk all over you. What's once more? The man, whose name was apparently Shigaraki, started talking and Izuku did his best to assist the situation, to ignore the way too rapid beating in his chest. Most of them weren't big names in the villain world. He had seen a few of them around and they didn't stir any waters. What worried him was the huge monstrosity sitting patently near Shigaraki. It wasn't moving. And not like a sleeping person won't move, more like a puppet kind of motionless. Izuku looked up. The eyes of the creature held no life in them. No mind, nothing but dead glass that had somehow been given the spark of artificial life, going through the motions already established. Izuku shuddered, and Kurogyari opened a warp gate. The teen was pushed by Shigaraki through it and found himself in a huge, dome-like building with a lot of areas in there. There was a mountain, a waterfall, a zone with storms, all made artificially. He looked up near the gates and saw more people. He couldn't make much from there, but he recognized the Space Hero 13, and the dark-cladded silhouette could be no one but Eraserhead. He and 13 talked for a few moments before Eraserhead jumped in, scarves flying. Some small thugs were cocky and found themselves breathless on the ground. Shigaraki unslung his hand from over his shoulder to talk, and Izuku very inconspicuously inched away. He's proficient in hand-to-hand combat, the pale-haired man said as he scratched his neck. And those goggles stop us from seeing where he's looking. He spit. That's why I hate pro-heroes. Small-time villains don't stand a chance. Kurogyari then left to attack the students, and Izuku saw how a lot of them got thrown in different parts of the place. Kyusei, they called it. Eraser seems to be doing well here. If I'm a hostage, I'll only be in the way. They locked eyes for a second, and even if he couldn't see he understood. He had to run. I can't go to the door, Kurogyari's guarding it. Maybe I can go and look for the kids who might need help. He wasn't cocky as to think he could take them all down, but he might be able to save some. He ran away, eyes permanently on Shigaraki. The other villains seemed a little bit preoccupied at the moment, and the walking corpse didn't look terribly interested in him. So, Izuku did the one sane thing and broke into a sprint as soon as he was at enough distance to do so. The closest to him was the lake with a ship in it. More villains were jeering and yelling at the student on the ship. All had their backs turned on him. Izuku took off his backpack and pulled out the bow staff. He unfolded it and signaled the student to stay put. Then, pressing the button he was sure would work, he jammed the stick into the water. The voltage wasn't enough to kill, but it was enough to stun. He had been pretty lucky to find the right button on the first try, and if the screams of pain coming from the villains were enough proof, he had managed to do so. The boy kept it there till no one moved and then gave the thumbs up to the student in the boat. They jumped and swam to the shore, and Izuku saw that it was a girl with a green suit and somewhat frog-like features. "Who are you?" she asked, looking at him in disbelief. Izuku lifted his arms and waved. "I'm from the general department. The villains picked me up on my way to school and took me here as a hostage. I managed to escape, and now I'm looking for a way out." The girl glared at him a little longer, enough for Izuku to feel uncomfortable before she apparently decided to trust him. "What do we do now?" Izuku pointed at the wall. "You go there and stay out of sight. Circle the walls and you might find a secondary exit." "Aren't you coming?" Izuku shook his head. "They took me as a hostage, they might want me back. They don't know about you or whether you made it, so we'd better split. In case they come after me, at least you'll get to make it out." She seemed like she wanted to protest, but thought better of it and nodded. They parted ways and Izuku looked around. He spotted a few villains surrounding a fallen student, and Izuku didn't think twice before he ran in that direction. There were 3. With one hand, he slipped the backpack off his shoulder and threw it at one of them. With the other, he jammed it into another, successfully knocking him out. The other 2 turned towards him, snarling and cussing. Izuku fell into a fighting pose and charged first. They seemed to be a little taken aback, surely not expecting the meek hostage to be a threat. Well, 2 of them bad, he thought as he kneed one of them in the guts, slammed his fist in the other's throat. He fell to the ground, heaving, and Izuku took the opportunity to zap the first. He zapped the second too and turned towards the fallen student. The spiky red hair was familiar. Kirishima. Izuku ran to search him for injuries. He didn't get too far though. Before he could properly think, a wave of ice assaulted him and he found himself caged in a huge block of ice. "What are you planning, villains?" a dark and cold voice said. Izuku looked up and saw a teen half covered in ice strolling towards him. "You've got it wrong, I'm not a villain," he yelled, then mentally slapped himself, because that's just a villain would say. "Then who are you?" By his expression, Izuku knew the boy was set on not believing him. Izuku inhaled. "I'm a Gen Ed student. They rook me hostage, but I managed to escape. I'm looking for a way out, but I saw Kirishima getting attacked and I jumped in." The white-haired boy looked like he wanted to retaliate when the obnoxious voice of his childhood friend chimed in. "Deku!" Bakugo strolled forward looking like a guns collector wet dream. "What the F are you doing here?" "Oh, you know, walking to school, getting kidnapped, almost getting murdered 3 times since breakfast. How are you?" His tone may have started nice, but it ended in a bite. Bakugo leaned a little bit backwards. "You know him?" Todoroki asked. Bakugo tisket. "Yeah. We went to middle school together." "Is he a villain?" Bakugo opened his mouth, but a groan came from behind them. "Well, he beat up the other villains, so I don't think so." They all, well, the 2 of them, turned to face Kirishima, who was getting up with obvious side pains. "Since we got my current status of on your side settled, can you please unfreeze me? My extremities are starting to get numb." Said because he didn't yet have the guts to say that his ball were freezing. The white-haired teen placed his left hand on the ice and it sizzled and started to melt. By the time Izuku was out, he was wet, so he took off his jacket and put it in his backpack. He would dry it later. He had his vigilante outfit with him, but putting it on would be a bad idea, and he didn't think this was the perfect situation to change. So he remained in the wet pants and wet uniform shirt. "The exit should be that way." He pointed towards the place he knew it was. "We're not leaving, loser," Bakugo snarled. "We're taking out the mist fucker. That way, they will have no place to retreat and we'll capture them." Izuku rubbed his chin. It was a sound plan, yes, but he doubted it will be that simple. Kurogiri is one of the 3 strong villains here. The others are just small fry. Even so, going and butting out heads directly is a poor strategy. They have us by numbers. The best way would be to bring Kurogiri in Aizawa's line of sight and knock him out, he muttered. "A good plan," the ice guy said. "But that still leaves the problem of the other villains." "Yes, but first we need to get to A's." His voice died as he looked after his teacher. The big villain seemed to have finally moved and was now pinning the erasure hero to the ground. They all looked there and a look of understanding passed between them. But before they had the chance to do anything, a warp gate opened and a hand came and dragged Izuku through. When Aizawa had watched the entrance exam, he was pretty impressed, though he would never admit it, by the quirkless kid. He kinda stood out, the only one going there with a weapon, the only one without a quirk. So Aizawa watched him closely. He saw how he saved the other two. He saw how he saved Uraraka from under the zero-pointer when everyone ran away. But it wasn't only that. After all, jumping in to save someone was heroic, but not particularly smart. No, after Aizawa had rewatched the tape, he could see the remnants of a plan. He had looked over the written exam too, and the logical application of certain subject was definitely different from the others and quite ingenious. Izuku Midoriya. There was something very familiar about him, yet he couldn't point it out. The boy had gotten 40 rescue points. Since they were rescue points, the hero knew Nedzu would have added some more to put him into heroics. If he were, Aizawa would have insisted he be moved to his class. The fact that the mouse didn't show that he had a plan for later, and, no matter how much Aizawa dreaded to know what passed through the mouse's head, he let it slide. But the last thing he expected was to see the boy as a hostage to the people who took over the USJ. He had known that he was at a disadvantage, he wasn't suited for combat in large groups. Yet he did it anyway, knowing his students needed to stay strong. The thugs had been fine. They were weak, small fry. But then the pale-haired man, Shigaraki they called him, entered the fight and f'd up his elbow. Then the monster behind him came in and Aizawa was crushed. The man was in the middle of monologuing when he suddenly stopped and looked around. "Hey, where's my hostage?" The mist villain Kurogiri looked ahead before his yellow eyes suddenly settled on something. A warp gate opened near Shigaraki and he stretched his hand into the smoke. A few seconds after he dragged a very disheveled and wet Gen Ed student out of it. "I thought I told you to stay put," he told the teen, but his tone seemed more like he was scolding a misbehaving cat than anything else. Midoriya gulped and the villain swung a hand over his chest and pulled him closer, almost as if using him as a shield. "Anyway, I'm afraid we'll have to leave soon." Hingi All Might, not even showing to the boss battle. "Well then, we should probably leave a few corpses behind to make sure he gets the message." "I'm curious," the boy said, and all eyes focused on him. "What was your plan? What is he?" Then Aizawa looked at his hands. It wasn't obvious, but he was shaking. The villain regarded him with a perplexed look. "What do you mean? Oh yeah, you weren't here," he nodded to himself. "Well, we're here to kill All Might. We got the final boss and everything. But the a-hole plainly refused to show up." "That part one got," the boy said, causing the villain to let go of him a little just so he could face him fully. "What I don't understand is why you brought the small fry. We needed firepower to keep you brats busy." The man said like it was the most logical thing ever. The boy rubbed his chin and nodded, as if he was thinking, but Aizawa could see the gulp. The boy was scared. And he was doing a good DMN job at hiding it. "Seems legit. The thing is, they are more of a liability." The villain pet his head. "You see, they may be more, but they are inexperienced. They can't really work in a team. You said it yourself, Eraserhead is no good in group battles, but it was necessary for you, the ones on a higher level, to step in and balance the situation." The man seemed to consider this for a few seconds, looking critically at the other villains. Midoriya rushed to continue. "Ambush is good as a strategy, but no matter how many men you have, if they're weak as F-, they're nothing but cannon fodder." The man's face lit up at the realization. "You're right." That was the moment the blonde ape finally decided to come. He crashed through the gates with a powerful yet full of rage, "I am here." The Numu let go of him and Midoriya seized the opportunity and ran towards him. Aizawa grunted as his broken arms were jostled, but the boy hoisted him on his shoulders and dragged him out of here. The sounds were a jumbled mess in the hero's ears, but he could vaguely make out the words I'm sorry," over and over again. Aizawa groaned and closed his eyes. More hands came to his aid and in no time, the man was laid on his back on hard concrete, looking at the dome's ceiling. He heard sniffles and looked to his right. Midoriya was on his knees, heaving, with wet trails staining his cheeks. He hiccuped and shivered in his wet clothes. He looked at him in green met black. The boy smiled in relief and swallowed his tears. Aizawa passed out. Izuku woke up to his phone's new message notification tone. He blinked the sleepiness away and reached for his phone. He unlocked it and opened the conversation with Dabi. Illegals. Dabi. I saw the news. And that really explained everything. Izuku rubbed his eyes and typed back. Yeah, I was there. Dabi. Can you talk? And that was weird since Dabi rarely wanted to talk. Most of the times he seemed content with simple messages. But Izuku could and did send an affirmative. A few seconds after, the phone lit and Izuku answered. Yeah? S said in a groggy voice. It must have been somewhere around 4 in the morning. What happened? Came from the other side. Izuku yawned. I was walking to school and I was kidnapped. They took me as a hostage, but they were all amateurs and I managed to take down a few of them before the heroes arrived. He remembered how, after Shigaraki and Kurojairi vanished, Present Mic came to them. After Aizawa was taken to the hospital, the voice hero sat near him and made sure he was okay. He even drove him home afterwards. Izuku liked his homeroom teacher. On the other end, Dabi seemed to ponder. After a few seconds though, he said, Are you all right? Sure, he said as he rubbed his head before the words really sunk in. Wait, do mine ears deceive me? The great emo Dabi actually cares. A huff came from the other end. Yeah right, I only wanted to know if I finally got rid of you or if I had to put up with your bullshit any longer, he said dryly, but Izuku could hear some amusement in his voice. Anyway, what happened after? Well, the heroes came and questioned me, then sent me home. I have the days off till Monday. Explaining why he had support items on him would have been hard, but Powerloader jumped in his defense, explaining that he had supervised the paperwork and the police let it go. Okay, brat, now rest. Bold of you to tell me to. Rest when you call me at this hour. Like you were sleeping. You too, he said, though he was laughing. The call ended and Izuku fell back to sleep. The next day was all right. Mom took a few days off from work to stay with him and make sure he was all right. They had spent the day in bed or on the couch, watching movies and hero fights. At some point, Izuku retreated to his room and Mom started working on the computer. Around lunch, Present Mic showed up. Izuku had almost fallen into his fanboy fever, and Mom would have too had the teacher not been in his civilian outfit. The hero looked really weird with his hair down as he sat uncomfortably at their table and shared a tea. And what brings you here today, Mr. Yamada? Mom asked. She had fallen into her lawyer persona, having a very pleasant conversation with his homeroom teacher. I wanted to make sure that your son was all right. Izuku lifted his hands and waved them violently in front of his face. It's okay, Yamada-sensei. I wasn't even hurt, he gave a sheepish smile. How's Aizawa-sensei? The man sighed. He's alive. Pretty extensive injury, but he's expected to make a full recovery. That's great. Izuku smiled. Do you know who's gonna teach us in the meantime? I think he will do it. Izuku frowned. But, you just said? I said he's injured and he is expected to rest, but the man is such a workaholic he's most likely going to come to school in bandages. The man threw his hands at the sky in exasperation. I swear to God, he will be the death of me. His mom laughed and they carried on with the small talk for about an hour. When he left, Present Mic left them his phone number and told them that, if there was any problems or he couldn't make it, to call him. They agreed and parted ways. Izuku used the remaining of the evening to write his homework and make analysis on Shinsu's quirk and the different quirks he had spotted at the USJ. Shigaraki disintegrated Aizawa's elbow once he touched him. But he touched me too, so he must have some control over it. Maybe it depends on the position of the fingers? Or the number of fingers on the skin. He left the page filled with question marks. Too little data to make an assumption. Shigaraki Tamura. Shigaraki Tamura. Shigaraki Tamura. He pulled his computer and typed the name in the search engine. The only result he got besides the recent headlines was a pottery studio. So a fake name. What was with all the fake names? Dabi, Kurojairi, Shigaraki. They know your face now, why hide your name? Then it hit him. No one at the USJ saw his face. None of the villains saw his face. The only one who saw his face in full was Izuku all those months back when he had saved his life. He rubbed his temples when it hit him. Wait a second. Dabi's fire can cremate. Kurogiri means black mist. But Shigaraki Tamura means nothing. He tapped his chin with the pen. Some kind of reference? Or an anagram, maybe? He took his notebook and spread the kanji on the paper. Taking each kanji, he wrote the possible reading and possible combinations. It took the better part of an hour and a syllabus, but, in the end, he got about 20 possibilities. Gatiki Shiraga. Shiraki Garato. Tengura Shitoki. Shimura Tenko. Murato Shirten. And the list went on. Cracking his knuckles and looking at the beautiful afternoon, Izuku started Googling. It had been tedious and boring. He typed in every possibility. Some people existed. Some didn't. He was eternally grateful for Facebook and Instagram, because most times he could see how these people looked like, and that made the search easier. Still, there were a lot of people and a lot of companies and private businesses, and it was almost impossible to point out something specific. That was the moment Izuku decided that, if he ever took a fake name, he will take the name of a company, because finding anything else under their ads was next to impossible. It was almost 2 hours of combing through the internet before he got to typing in the name Shimura. His eyes went to one of the hero forums he frequented and looked at a very old post about heroes who didn't get to work for long. Around number 5 on the list, there was the name, Nana Shimura. With renewed fervor, he typed the name in the engine and found more posts about her and her Wikipedia page. She had been a hero for less than 5 years, ultimately killed in the line of duty. The villain was never caught. What caught his eye was the fact that she was married, but her husband had also died in the line of duty. Quick, he returned to the main page and typed once again Tenko Shimura. He scrolled past the forums and everything related to Nana and landed on a very old news article. It was at least 13 years old, about a villain attack. It had been pretty gruesome, over 5 families wiped out. The name Shimura was through them. Cracking his knuckles, he returned to Facebook and typed the mother's name in the engine. A lot of accounts popped up and Izuku searched for the one that hasn't been used in more than a decade. The woman didn't look much like Nana, but there was something similar in her jawline, and even though he couldn't tell from the lighting, Izuku was sure her hair had a pretty high chance of being silver. Or blonde. Or red. DMN those Instagram filters. He clicked her husband's profile, and yup. The man reminded Izuku a lot more of the hero. He looked for a front-face photo and put it near the picture of Nana. Same hair, same jawline, same mole above the lip. Crossing his fingers, he looked through the photos. Yes, they seemed to have a silver-haired child. The oldest he ever was in the pictures was 5 years old. Sighing, he pulled out all the photos available and started scrolling through them. He couldn't get a frontal photo. Sighing, he went back to the mom's profile and looked through her photos. After about half an hour in which he felt like his eyes would pop out of his head, he managed to find a picture. It was the mother holding the child in her lap. The boy, Tenko, was smiling and holding an All Might plushie. He had shaggy sliver hair and a big, toothy smile. Izuku made the photo bigger and bigger until he was staring at a very pixeled face of a 5-year-old. The core features were the same, but he couldn't make out any details with the crappy resolution. What do I do now? I found the maybe identity of Shigaraki. What do I do with it? Tell your teachers. They work with the police, they have better technology than you, and you wash your hands of the trouble. Izuku sighed and closed his laptop. It was night already. He had eaten dinner, and his mom was expecting him to go to sleep any moment. I'll go to Dabi. I need a distraction. Having set his mind, he sent the man a quick text, threw on a dark hoodie and pants, yelled goodnight to Mom and climbed down the window. He walked through the district when he saw a woman whacking a drunk man over the head with a crate. Izuku hid behind the wall and watched, but the man had already fallen and the woman was still beating the hell out of him. "Stop that," he said in a gruff voice as he left the safety of the shadows. The woman turned towards him, glared and started attacking him with the crate too. Izuku, on his part, didn't expect that and barely dodged the piece of wood coming full force at his head. He ducked, caught the woman's arm and pulled her forward. She tripped and the boy took the opportunity to tear the crate out of her hands. She punched him in the nose and, while Izuku was reeling in pain, she stabbed something through his tight. He groaned and fell to the ground and the woman ran away. He was starting to feel dizzy. He looked at his tight. It was a dart, not a knife, so he pulled it out and slipped it in his pocket. His vision was doubling and his head was pounding in his skull. Sheet, what did she drug me with? He staggered on his feet, like he was after a particularly bad hangover, and walked aimlessly. He couldn't stay in one spot. If he did, he wasn't sure he would get to wake up in the morning, drag or not. He didn't know how long it was when he felt someone grab his shoulders. His hood fell and he met the scarred visage of the super emo teen. "What happened?" he asked as he lowered the boy to the ground. "Some crazy chick stabbed me with this." He pulled out the dart. Dobby took it and used the flashlight on his phone to look at it both sides. He sniffed the dart before liking it. He then spit in the pavement and faced the boy. "You live," he said as he stretched and looked around. The street was empty. Izuku looked at the blurry figure and emitted a noise that was supposed to be a full-fledged question. The man sighed. "There's this drag circling around lately. It's made out of some guy's quirk. Basically, you are shot and fall asleep immediately. You feel like sheet the next morning. They are packed in darts like these." He twirled it in his fingers. "Though I think that whoever got you had a shitty batch because you're still conscious." The drag decided to agree with Dobby because Izuku yawned. Dobby kneeled near him and pulled his hands over his shoulders. Then, rotating the teen a little, the man caught his legs. "What are you doing?" Izuku groaned. "Taking you home. You won't get there on your own legs, and my place isn't really an option because, you know, your mom. You won't be able to move tomorrow the first hours after you wake up, so taking you home now will be less of a hassle than taking you tomorrow." Izuku nuzzles the surprisingly soft hair. "You don't want to admit that you care." The man snorted and Izuku did his best to stay awake. They reached his apartment complex and the raisin was heading for the entrance. "Wait," Izuku groaned and the man stopped. "What? We can't go through the front door. My mom doesn't know I left, and if she sees you, she'll ask questions." The man tisked and looked up. "You left your window open," Izuku nodded. "Do you think you could hold on your own for a few minutes?" Izuku nodded and crossed his legs over the man's torso. It was hard to keep them together, especially when he was drugged, but he managed. Apparently, Dobby wasn't only good at climbing, but he was good at climbing with teenagers limp on his back. At one point, they finally reached his window and Dobby slipped in. Izuku hit his head lightly on the upper windowsill and groaned when the pain intensified. He squinted when Dobby turned on the light and sighed when he was dropped unceremoniously on the bed. He was lifted in sitting position and felt his hoodie slide off his shoulders. He kicked his shoes off before he laid again. Someone pulled a blanket over him and the lights shut, finally having mercy on his eyes. Izuku vaguely heard the window shutting before he fell asleep for good. Izuku really did feel like sheet the day after. Thankfully, his mom went to work early, and the boy got the time to recover. He insisted to go to school on Monday, even if his mother told him to stay put. He still had to go to class if he ever hoped to keep up with his peers, and he had important information to share. Well, maybe not that important, but it was better to tell it and it'd be worth nothing than him not saying anything and that little piece to be something very important. Bakugo glared at him on his way to school. Izuku didn't know why, and by this point he didn't care. His mere existence seemed to be offending to the blonde, and he had given up any attempts at friendship too long ago. He didn't anticipate exactly how his class would react to him after the USJ. He never expected anything to change, but, apparently, someone somehow leaked the fact that Izuku had taken down a lot of villains, escaped a hostage situation, through they failed to mention he had gotten captured again, and stalled the villains until All Might arrived. There were variants of the story in which he rescued Aizawa, versions in which the battle ended when All Might came. He heard them all when he was assaulted by his classmates when he first entered the class. They were crowding in on him, speaking too loud and fast, and Izuku felt caged. He had to fight his fight or flight instinct and not kick and punch his classmates. Thankfully, Shinso came to the rescue and took him out of the mob. He went to his seat and sat down as he sighed in relief. "Thank you, I was a few steps from a full-fledged panic attack." "No problem," Shinso tried his best to give a reassuring smile, but that expression didn't really look good on his face. Probably from lack of practice. "If you don't mind me asking what actually happened?" Izuku sighed. He knew this would be coming. They took me on the way to school. They wanted me as a hostage. When we got there, I managed to distract him long enough to take my stuff and leave the place. The eggplant nodded. What about the villains? You know, the 50 they say you took out. Okay, so first, there were 20 at most. He lifted one finger. Second, they were all in the water. I just jammed my electroshock in it and let physics take care of them. Third, there were 3 other who were attacking another student and I took them by surprise. Shinso nodded. So, you took down more villains than the Heralings? I'd already taken down more villains before the year started, he wanted to say, but that was more or less a state secret, so he gave a tired nod. Present Mike then entered and made the announcement for the sports festival. The class went through different stages of skepticism to enthusiast to why do you still keep it? The villain attack was like 3 days ago? But, of course, UA had its reputation to keep, so here comes the tournament. At the end of the PRD, Izuku went to present Mike. Hey there, little listener, how can I help you? His tone was a little peppier than usual, and Izuku could see that it was even a little bit fake. Come on, what you did is in no way related to your other occupation. He took a deep breath. I think I have some information on Shigaraki, he said timidly. His teacher frowned. You sure? Suddenly, Izuku was filled with anxiety. No, you know what, maybe I shouldn't, I think I might be wrong. When were you ever right? No, the man said in a soothing yet alert tone as he caught his shoulders and looked at him. Even if it's just a hunch, we will be glad to hear it. You don't have to be worried if you are wrong, we will take everything, even if it's useless. Okay. Izuku nodded. The man smiled. Great. I'll talk to Nedzu and send a student to pick you up later. The boy nodded again and the teacher left. It was during the next middle of the next PRD when a student knocked at the door and opened it. He had gelled blonde hair and very cartoonish eyes. He looked at Midnight. Sorry to interrupt, miss, but can I take Midoriya for a moment? Principal Nedzu requested his presence. The R-rated hero let him go and Izuku had to pass through a mass of students looking at him curiously. He went into the hallway when a hand was promptly shoved into his face. Mirio Tagada, nice to meet you. The greenette was dazed for a second before he took it. Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, senpai. Tagada smiled and walked forward. On the way he kept chatting, leaving him time to answer, but not really expecting one, which let the boy time to try and relax at the prospect of talking with the principal. They reached the door and the third year waited patiently for him to go inside. The room was big, with 2 huge cushions and a mini kitchenette. Inside, his homeroom teacher and a mix between a mouse, a bear and a dog were sharing a cup of tea. Oh, Midoriya, we've been waiting for you. The furry, Principal Nedzu said. No matter how chippy the tone, the sentence still sounded ominous as F-. We heard you may have some information regarding the USJ. Please sit and tell us what you discovered. The boy sat down and accepted the cup of tea. He wasn't really feeling like it, but he had the distinct impression he wasn't allowed to deny the tea. He held the cup in his hand, even if he had no intention of actually drinking it. He took a deep breath. I was thinking the other day about Shigaraki. And I googled him and found nothing of importance. Then I started thinking that this was a fake name and thought, hey, what if it's a play upon kanji? So, he looked at the principal, but the mouse seemed eager to know more. Yamada gave him an encouraging smile, so he continued. I started rearranging the kanji in his name on every way I could think of. I searched every alternative, most of them said nothing, but I found one that was interesting. Tenko Shimura. He saw the mouse blink at the name, which was the biggest reaction he would probably get from him. I know it's far-fetched, but he might be related with the hero Nana Shimura? God, it sounded stupid when he said it out loud. Actually, I searched other accounts of Shimura, and I found a family killed in a villain attack that matched the name. So, I looked for them through Facebook and found the oldest account used. I scrolled through their photos and found something interesting. May I? He pointed at the laptop opened on the desk. Suit yourself. Izuku got at the computer and quickly typed in the name in the Facebook search engine. He found the profiles and the photos in question and put them big on the screen. I know it's not very well, but looking at the parents' photos, they looked a lot like both Nana and Shigaraki. I'm no expert, but I think they might be a match. But wait, no one saw how Shigaraki looked, present Mike said. Izuku scratched his neck. Actually, the blonde gulped. You saw his face. Izuku nodded. When he kidnapped me, he didn't have his Masai hand on. I managed to see his face. I didn't get a very good look at it, but from the pictures here, he pointed at the computer, I think we can make a pretty good guess at how he looks like now. He fidgeted until he heard the mouse's voice. Thank you, Midoriya. We will look into it. Please, don't reveal any of this to his classmates or other teachers, at least not until we have this sorted out. Recognizing a dismissal when he saw one, the boy got up, thanked for the tea, and left the office. It was close to lunch, so he was heading for the cafeteria. As he was walking, he passed Class 1A and found a huge crowd in front of the classroom. Looking over their heads, he spotted the purple head of his classmate over the crowd. It's true, we came to take a look, but you sure are modest. His static yet loud voice rang over the crowd, enabling every person to properly shut up. Are all kids in the hero course like this one? Because I gotta say, it's not very impressive. Shinso, what the F are you doing? Those of us who didn't make it to the hero course got stuck in Gen Ed. The kid in my class who was taken with you was one of them. And apparently he did a better job. That was the moment Izuku stepped in. Shinso, what the F dash? All eyes turned on him, but Izuku was caught in a state of semi-shock, looking at his friend. The purple Einstein regarded him with a look before he turned towards the rest. If we act exceptionally at the sports festival, we might be moved to the hero course. So, consider this a declaration of war. Izuku was still in shock when Bakugo started speaking. Move aside, cannon fodder. He pushed through them and headed straight towards Izuku. The greenette stood his ground, but then the blonde opened his mouth. And you useless fucker, you stay out of my way before I crush you. He entered with his shoulder in the smaller teen and, had he not been prepared, Izuku would have fallen. But like this he barely shook. Are you kidding me? We almost died and you care about some stupid rivalry. He gulped as his blood started to boil. I did a good FING job at the USJ, why do you still treat me like nothing? He clenched his fists as he looked after the blonde. Oh, it's on. Izuku was scrawling madly on a piece of paper, listening cementos with only half an ear. He would ask Shinso later for the full lesson, maybe when he was done stewing. After the declaration of war, he had gone to lunch and munched furiously on his bento. The taller teen seemed to sense his lack of enthusiasm and let him think his battle plan. Hatsum had seated herself at some point and Shinso had, probably, maybe, filled her in. They could have been talking pond for all he listened. He had been too busy thinking. His plan wasn't exactly foolproof, but it was pretty close to something that might actually work. He just needed a few more people in on it for it to do so, and not just his friends, the other departments too. The support department was the backbone, but the others were important as well. It would be hard, and Izuku had to prepare a speech that could sway the others in his favor. The department he was most worried about was management since, unlike the other two, he had no contacts within it. Still, their participation would boost the chance of success exponentially, so Izuku was confident it was worth it. His train of thought came to a screeching halt when the door to the classroom opened and a mummy dragged itself in through the door. The shaggy hair surrounding the bandages was enough to identify the true owner of the body, which would be the erasure should be now a hospital bed hero, Eraserhead. He looked at the sentient block of cement at the desk and cleared his throat. Sorry for the interruption, but I have to take Midoriya Izuku with me. He didn't say why, and the other teacher didn't ask. They all just turned towards him and Izuku quickly got up, stuffed his notebook in his jacket pocket and followed his teacher out. Aizawa was moving pretty fast for someone who had all his limbs in bandages, but, then again, the Numu probably didn't do anything to his legs. Izuku walked at a steady pace behind him until they reached the same office Izuku had stepped in earlier that morning. Aizawa pushed the door and the boy followed close behind, making sure to close it after. Inside the room, there were already 4 people. Nedzu and present Mike, both smiling, the detective who interrogated him after the incident Naomesa, and a woman with short blue hair and a folder. Midoriya, the detective stood up and offered his hand, which Izuku took and shook. It's great to see you again. Let's sit. So they did, and Izuku ended up boxed in between Aizawa and present Mike as Nedzu placed a cup of tea in front of him. Izuku felt like he was interrogated. He didn't like it. Which was a bit silly considering he hadn't, to his knowledge, done anything forbidden, but the paranoia ingrained in him by months of vigilantism was strong and humming to life in his gut. After a few seconds the detective started. We have been informed that you discovered something about Shigaraki. Nedzu sent us the data and the pictures, and we think we can make a pretty educated guess at how Shigaraki may look in the present. Since you are the only one who saw his face, we need you to make sure we have the right person. Izuku nodded and the woman opened the folder. She pulled out a couple of paper sheets and laid them on the table. Izuku looked over them. Most drawings were startlingly accurate. None of them were an exact match, though some were closer than others, but anyone with working eyes would be able to recognize it was the same person. Izuku picked the one that was closest to reality and studied it closely. The cheekbones aren't that high. His chin is a little pointier. He also has horrible skin and bags under his eyes. The woman nodded and took the pictures, making a few changes until Izuku considered it accurate enough. Then, Tsukakuchi spoke again. I think it goes without saying that you shouldn't mention your involvement in this to anyone, right? Izuku nodded and the man smiled brightly. He and the woman got up and walked out, and Izuku found himself very uncomfortable between his teachers. Am I dismissed? He asked, ready to leave and meet with his friends. No, Aizawa said as he stood up. Izuku looked at him, gulped, but got up and followed. Aizawa knew he was supposed to be in bed, but he just couldn't bring himself to follow the simplest orders. Hizashi insisted he remain at home, but, after 15 years of friendship and 12 of cohabitation, they both knew it was more for show than anything else. In truth, the lack of anything to do was driving him up the walls. Plus, Aizawa didn't want to admit it, but he enjoyed the shocked expressions on his students' faces when he made his way to class wrapped in bandages. As a hero, he knew how to identify a real wound and when someone was faking, and a lot of people tended to complain from nothing. So, the next time one of his brats complained that it was too hard, he could just remind them that he came to teach their ungrateful buttes with 2 broken hands. Another thing was that he'd been meaning to talk to the Midoriya kids sooner or later. There had been something at the USJ that made him want to discuss with the teen. The same things he'd seen during the entrance exam. Plus the boy had applied in advance for transfer to Heroics, and he wanted to see if the kid was worth it. So, when he heard in the teacher's lounge Hizashi casually mention to Namuri that, oh, Midoriya might have discovered Shigaraki's real identity, he almost spit out his coffee. After that, Aizawa had moved his discussion with Midoriya from somewhere in the next few weeks to right the F now. Even though he'd been having his head repeatedly bashed into the concrete, Aizawa had managed to glimpse what was happening, and he wasn't sure whether to hug the kid or whack him over the head. The tactic was good, but there had been something truly unsettling about those screams. So, the glorified mummy walked to Nedzu's office and asked in his most elevated way what the F was actually going on. Apparently, the student had used his free day to dig through decades-old cases and find out the potential identity of the ringleader, which the rodent had been suspiciously giddy about. Aizawa was seriously starting to fear whatever the mouse had planned for the boy, since it was obvious that Midoriya was currently on the man's radar. So, he studied the student when he went to pick him up. He had been nervous on the way and while looking at the pictures. But it wasn't the normal kind of fear, it wasn't low of festering, like when people found out that they might be in danger. No, it was immediate, like his well-being was in peril at that very moment. But, who knows, maybe he was reading too much into this. They reached the office and Midoriya obediently stepped in. Aizawa followed and closed the door. He didn't lock it. Once, there was no reason to, and 2, he didn't want to scare the kid even more. The boy fidgeted in the doorway and the man pointed him towards the couch. He sat down and looked expectantly at him. His stance was relaxed, but much like the USJ, his right foot was slightly shaking, sign that he was nervous. So, sir, what did you want to talk about? He asked, and had he not been experienced, Aizawa wouldn't have caught the slight tremor in it. The USJ, he said. Midoriya nodded and looked him in the eye, or tried. It was really hard to correctly point out through the bandages. Aizawa sat on an armchair in front of the couch. You did surprisingly well. The boy blinked, as if praise was the last thing he was expecting. He pondered a little and Aizawa let him muse before answering. Well, I originally applied for heroics. Then, in a hushed, grumbled tone. Not that martial arts really work against robots. Aizawa was grateful for the bandages covering his face, because he wouldn't have been able to hide his half-smile otherwise. What he said though was in a serious voice. I've been trying to convince Nedzu to change it for years. Kinda hypocritical, he wouldn't be able to pass it either, he said under his breath, and Midoriya chuckled. But anyway, his tone turned serious. You dealt surprisingly well with being kidnapped. He was fully aware it sounded like an accusation. He didn't mean it like that, but he wanted to see his reaction. Midoriya paled before he shook his head. I was actually terrified, he rubbed his neck sheepishly. The only reason I was able to keep up was because I knew that, if I screwed up, both you, me and possibly the others were going to die. Then you hold up pretty well under pressure. Aizawa didn't miss the quiet, I've had experience, but pretended he did, only to see a minor sigh of relief a few seconds after. Yup, the boy definitely had something to hide. Anyway, your deduction wasn't bad, it was the closest he dared come to a compliment. The boy blushed and looked away. I saw you want to transfer to heroics. Did the Usj change your mind? Midoriya shook his head. I knew I would have to face villains sooner or later. It just happened to be sooner, he said in a relaxed tone, and it was the first thing that was 100% true. Okay, now Aizawa was interested. He would have to keep a close eye on the kid, if only to find out what exactly irked him so much. Very well then. Train hard for the sports festival, it won't be easy. The boy smiled, thanked and left the office. As he was walking down the hall, he texted Hatsum quickly before he started gathering his things. The day had ended and Shinso had remained to wait for him. He grabbed the other teen by the arm and dragged him to the lab. Once there, Ek closed the door before turning towards his friends. Okay, I have a plan. A plan for what? A plan to do very well at the festival and to simultaneously crush the heroics department. Shinso blinked while Hatsum was impatiently waiting for the green light on grenades. How exactly? First, he turned towards the eggplant. I'm still mad at you for speaking in my name, but I kinda want to help you transfer too, so I'll let it slide. Shinso scratched his neck sheepishly before nodding. Taking it as proof enough, Izuku turned towards Hatsum. How many of your classmates would be willing to collaborate with us for the sake of publicity? The girl took a second to ponder before starting. No idea. I don't really mingle with the others. Izuku sighed. Well, can you please find out? I don't doubt your skills, but we're going to need a lot more manpower to pull this off. I'll try. Great, he smiled. What exactly are you planning? Shinso asked. Izuku gave him a sickly sweet smile. The next day, somewhere around second PRD, Izuku found himself near the classes in the management department. He was looking around, doing reconnaissance, when a tall kid with electric blue hair approached him. What brings you here? He said, sounding less like a welcoming student and more like an annoyed receptionist. Izuku lifted his arms, showing that he had no weapons. Of course, the gesture could be considered violent depending on the quirk, but Izuku hoped it wouldn't be perceived that way. I just want to talk to someone whose word may have a little more weight around here. The kid quirked an eyebrow. Why? You guys don't participate per se in the sports festival, do you? The boy frowned but nodded. But you do practice your analysis and marketing skills for later, right? He nodded again. Well, what would you say if I gave you the opportunity to have access to a different branch of business, other than hero class kids? The boy leaned in. I'd point out that all others' departments participate actively in the festival. Izuku smiled. The support department do it with the sole intention of marketing their products. But not all of them are as skilled at publicity as they are at making stuff. Not to mention there are a lot of more skilled students who steal the spotlight. Quit stalling and get to the point. The boy said, So, I'm here to propose a collaboration. I already have a few students willing to work with you. You get new sponsors and ties in the business other than marketing hero students, who already have all the attention due to the sports festival and the USJ. and they get someone who actually knows their trade to make connections and possible alliances by the time they get their licenses. The kid straightened his back. What do you have to gain from this? You're Gen Ed, not support. Izuku blinked. The kid pointed at the pads on his shoulders, the buttons. He lifted his cuff. The stripes. They are different for every department. Oh, Izuku said. He was right. He looked back up. As for what I have to gain, come to this class at the end of school. Bring as many people with as much influence with you as you can. Make sure you're not suspicious through. The boy pet his head, pondered for a bit then nodded. All right. Izuku smiled and walked away. He hadn't lied, exactly. Hatsum really did ask the others, and almost half of the department agreed to help them. He was halfway through convincing his class to join, and Shinso had managed to convince some people from the other classes as well. They weren't many, but Izuku hoped they would be enough. The end of the day came quickly and the three friends found themselves in Hatsum's lab. Technically, it wasn't her lab, but most support students already decided it was safer to go to other labs than have a limb blown off by her newest invention. Izuku, of course, had no such qualms. It took 15 minutes for everyone to gather. There were 3 kids from support, representing every class. Hatsum didn't count. 2 from the Gen Ed, their class rep, Ayashi, and the class rep from 1D, Kinzoku, and 2 kids from management, Kami, the blue-haired boy he talked with that morning, and Jiken, his class rep. Izuku plastered on a smile and stepped in front of them. Thank you for coming. I have a proposition and I would like to ensure our collaboration. Get to the point, one kid from support said. Izuku sighed and turned towards that kid. You, students of the support department, only participate to sell your goods. But apart from a very few of them, I doubt you're all stellar at marketing, never mind finding clients. On the other hand, the management course doesn't participate, but you try to find and market the kids in the hero course. But with all the sports festival hype, a lot of agencies don't really need you to market them. So, I have a solution. You work with the support department, get them clients, find new investors, and possibly make some alliances for after graduation. Which just brings us back to what the hell do you have to gain? Izuku smiled excitedly. Well, you see, the general education department will kinda pull a smaller string here. Those of us who couldn't get into heroics are already behind. So, we made a plan. We get weapons from the support department and market them during the festival. In return, we have a lot of people with quirks you might find useful. Kinzoku can combine any materials together, so, basically, he's able to create the strongest alloys or materials for your projects. Ayashi has a healing quirk, not as strong as Recovery Girl's, but still. We, from the Gen Ed, are willing to lend our quirks and expertise to you, in exchange for your cooperation. A shaky argument, at best, Jiken said. Izuku would have faltered, had he not been expecting that. Actually, he pulled a piece of paper. I think you'll be interested in this. The girl took it and started to read it. Her face paled and she looked up. How did you find out your quirk? He smiled. I have my sources. See, thing is, I'm pretty good at analysis. Other than what's already on the table, I do that for any of you, in order to improve the use of your quirks and such. Oh, and before you say anything, I have the same type on strength-weakness analysis on most kids from 1A. They all looked up. Izuku handed a similar piece to one of the support students and watched. He had spent all night working on those for the sole purpose of impressing them. It hadn't been hard to find out who would come to the meeting, and as such, he managed to get the upper hand. All right, now we're interested. Jiken said. Are there any other terms of the deal we might need to know about? We would like the kids from management to keep tabs on the kids in heroics and report to us. Things like quirks, personality, anything that could be considered important. If you did this, Kami lifted the paper, why do you still need us? I'm only one person. Plus, after Shinsu's little war declaration stunt, me and him can't really get close anymore. If one of us pops up and starts asking questions, they'll be suspicious. The support course has no reason to be there. But the management, he smiled, his expression turning giddy, you can say you are scouting possible clients, getting to the bone of the business. They nodded. All right, one of the support students said. But this whole plan of yours has a small problem. You can't use support items. The only kids allowed to do that are the support course, and provided we created the item. And even if you could manage to do so, getting all the paperwork done, the payment, the licenses will take months. You only have a few weeks. Actually, Izuku turned around and faced them. The only ones forbid from using support items are the hero course. You can't legally sell support items without a license. You can give them away or gift them as long as you're not making monetary gain from them. Additionally, yes, the support students can only use their own weapons, but no rule forbids cooperation between departments. So, if you give us the weapons in a gesture of goodwill, we don't have to go through any paperwork, since they are more or less prototypes you weren't intending to sell in the first place. They all looked thoughtful. Shinso had a sheet-eating grin on his face, and Izuku knew he was probably fighting a fit of laughter. Hatsum was ecstatic at the thought of having an excuse of making more weapons of mass destruction, and Izuku just hoped this whole plan would work. One by one, they all nodded. Great. Talk to your classmates and tell us what they think. If we manage to gather enough people, we could completely surpass the hero class at the sports festival, and you get to sell your business. It's a win-win. One question, the blue-haired kid said. Is your quirk analysis or something? Izuku gulped. If he revealed it, they might not want to continue, but if he didn't, they wouldn't trust him. Crap, what do I do? Thankfully, Shinso was a godsend and answered for him. Obviously. Do you have a hearing problem or something? They all seemed to agree, and Izuku sent his friend a thankful look. Shinso smiled before returning to his stoic expression and facing the others. Is that agreeable? Jiken nodded. We'll talk to the rest. Anything else we should know? Izuku suddenly remembered. Of course, how could he forget? Don't let anyone from Heroics find out about this. If they do, they might get in our way or somehow prepare. More than this, one of the kids there was with me in middle school. He's already suspicious from the other day. If my name happens to pop up, he'll realize something is fishy and mess with our plans. They all agreed to keep silent. The next day, at lunch, Izuku was already making some plans for some of his classmates who agreed to join. He smiled under his breath as Hatsum and Shinso entered an argument about the morality of the villain in Black Panther. Suddenly, Shinso stopped and growled. Izuku looked up and saw Kirishima approaching them. He shut his notebook as inconspicuously as he could while the redhead came near their table. Hey Midoriya, he scratched his neck in a very awkward movement. Hey Kirishima. Izuku gave his most reassuring smile and the other visibly relaxed. Not completely, it was pretty hard to be relaxed while Shinso was glaring at you, but he managed. Look, I don't know what kind of bad blood there is between you and Bakugo, but I wanted to thank you for the USJ. I know it has already been a week, but you saved me from those villains and I really wanted to thank you. Izuku allowed himself to smile for real this time. No problem, I'm glad you are okay. But I'm very sorry I couldn't return the favor, he suddenly said. Izuku rose an eyebrow and the other continued. When they grabbed you, I was like 5 feet away. I could have jumped after you or dragged you out of the way. But I didn't. You could have died and I couldn't do a demon thing. He clenched his fists. Izuku was at loss of words. It was the first time someone blamed themselves for not helping him. He smiled and placed a hand on the hardened skin. Don't worry. I never even thought to blame you, but, if you insist, I forgive you for not rescuing me. And also, thank you. For what? I don't really have a lot of people wanting to rescue me. There was a PRDNT silence in which everyone was very awkward. Even Hatsum had stopped complaining, and that was a huge feat for the girl. Izuku smiled and managed to ward the other off. At the meeting that night though, they found 3 other students, all 3 years along with everyone else. My name is Raida, one of them said. We heard that you want to start a business here. This is kinda our spot, she said. She jammed her finger into her chest. We already have a pretty big market going around, we'd be interested in a collaboration. Izuku leaned on the wall. What exactly? Well, we, the management students, already have an underground market for things such as snacks, instant coffee, different things you can't really get in this district. When did this start? Izuku said, tilting his head. This was getting interesting. We don't really know. It was here when we came. Every business course generation teaches the trade to the next. Usually, kids from other departments aren't introduced to this until at least the second year, when we are sure they won't rat us out. It's not exactly against the rules, but I doubt it's perfectly legal. Ash shook his head. Anyway, we want you to join us. You're still young and inexperienced, and if the teachers catch you, there's a pretty good chance they will catch us too. The chance of someone ratting us out is pretty DMN high. Plus, we have a common client, UA students. There are a lot of kids looking for support items, and in return, you can turn the first years originally with you towards us. It's a mutual win. Izuku nodded and rubbed his chin. Something's fishy though. Why didn't you try to buy the business? That way, you could keep it in the management department and not risk more than necessary. One other kid groaned. We tried. We wanted to, but no one in support was willing to go against you. Izuku hid a smile. He had predicted that they would try to steal his business, and bribed everyone in support ahead. They might want publicity, but they appreciated quirk analyses more, and he and Shinso were the only ones who managed to keep Hatsum outside of the nuke-making affairs, and no one was willing to give up that. He had successfully made himself an essential part of the operation. Well, then I'm interested, let's talk details. So, let me get this straight, Dabi said as he leaned on the mattress he was using as a bed. You started a weapons trafficking ring in one of the most secure locations in Japan, out of spite? Izuku scratched his neck, mindful of the plethora of bruised decorating his skin. Technically, he sighed. It's more like I found a common ground between the departments and created an organized movement to help us all. Dabi looked at him with a deadpan expression. Then he got up, went to the fridge and pulled out 2 beers. He threw one to the younger boy and opened the other. Izuku pressed the bottle to his eye, hoping to alleviate the pain and the bruising. So, the man sat back down. You managed to convince all the first years? Not all. Half at most. Maybe a third. But the others agreed to keep quiet out of everyone's mutual dislike for the hero course. And everyone's going to you for this because I'm the only one they actually trust, Izuku shrugged. In truth, the support doesn't trust the management to play fair and no one in Gen Ed really wants to deal with the others on their own. If the support doesn't like something, there's a big chance that one of their prototypes will accidentally, here quoted, explode, and no one really trusts the management. So, I'm technically the safest, easiest to access way to get something here. So you basically run the mafia by yourself. Izuku shook his head. No. The older management students teach me some of the business to make sure I don't mess up too bad. Some of them are taking advantage of this and get gadgets for smaller favors. But, basically, yeah, I'm the one that runs the weapons branch. Dabi stared at him for a few seconds. You know, sometimes, you actually scare me. He shook his head and took a swing. Come on, now, how hadn't your partners already realized that you're actually evil? Izuku smiled sweetly and tilted his head. There are certain advantages to being considered meek, helpless, and cute. Dabi shuddered. Izuku smiled and moved the bottle to another spot. There was 1 week left till the sports festival and the past few had been hell. He was spending most of his time with Hatsum, designing weapons and different gadgets. He was tutored by the business students and, at the same time, he kept the records for the exchanges and checked the rulebook from 3 to 3 minutes to make sure he didn't break any rules that might get him expelled. He was also hardcore training with IHO and Dabi to make sure his martial skills weren't lacking. You never knew when a device might malfunction. The stress was a lot and Izuku had a suspicion that his mom put light sleeping pills in his meals just to make sure he was getting enough sleep. As a coping mechanism, he went vigilante ing after he was finished to release some pent-up energy and stay at least a little bit consistent. If he suddenly stopped before the sports festival, the people might catch up that the newest vigilante, the Vanisher, was a UA student. He could only go for half an hour a day, but petty crimes were pretty easy to find and at least he went to sleep happy. Izuku looked around. Near the small fridge, he saw a crate with something slightly familiar in it. What's that? The man lifted his head slightly to peer at it. Oh, remember the darts that knocked you out that one time? Yeah. Well, I managed to get my hands on a crate full of those. The fuckers knew what was best for them. These are a higher quality, they should work better. He stretched and grabbed a handful of them. If you even find yourself against an opponent too strong, stab them with these. It will be enough for you to make a run for it, he said before he threw himself once again on the mattress. Izuku smiled and pocketed them. Thanks. The man waved it off and yawned. Right now, Dabi was pleasantly tipsy, which, to him, it meant that he was the double amount of a 20-something a-hole he usually was. He was laid down on the mattress, looking at the cracks in the ceiling. Me thinks you should go. It's getting late and your mom'll be getting worried. Izuku pulled his tongue out, but sat up and rolled back his shoulders. Fine, he groaned as he stood up and put on his jacket. He dropped the bottle on Dabi's stomach, not hard enough to make him throw up, but enough to be uncomfortable. The man groaned and hit him with a pillow. Good night, he said as he opened the window. Sleep tight, the scarred one said as he rolled on the other side. Izuku giggled and left the apartment. It was pretty late, almost sunset, as Katsuki made his way home, because he had spent his afternoon at the gym venting his frustrations. The sports festival was a few days away and he sure as hell wasn't going to be slacking off on the last mile. Something was fishy at UA. His classmates hadn't noticed it, but he did. Everyone seemed convinced that he didn't care about other people as opponents, but he did. He always kept an eye on everyone because no matter how weak they were, they would always be able to pull something out of their buttes and flip the tables. Katsuki hated those people. They were nothing but know-nothings and low-life cheaters. First, there were a lot of business students lurking around their class. There had been students before, scouting the competition, but now they gave away a different kind of vibe. This time, they looked at him and switched their attention when he noticed them. It was obvious that there was more to it. He just didn't know what. He also started looking after Deku. In middle school, it had been easier. They were in the same class and the nerd used to sit in his desk during breaks, constantly writing in his notebook. It was easy to angle himself and keep an eye on him without too much effort. Now it was much harder. He looked for him at lunch. He was still writing in his notebook, but he also talked to the two creeps at his table. A lot of students visited him during lunch break, and Deku would stop, talk for a little before writing something in his notebook. The green-haired menace was up to something, and not knowing set Katsuki up. He also saw him in the halls, near the management and support department. When their eyes met, Deku would hold his gaze for a few seconds before looking away. It was getting harder and harder to find Deku these days. Of course he avoids you. He jumped off a FING roof to get away from you. Katsuki growled and did his best to silence that thought. He didn't like that memory. He didn't like it at all. Because, no matter how much he wanted to deny it, he still remembered the fear he felt as the other jumped. He didn't care about the nerd, god damn it. Why did he have to worry about him? There was also that incident seemed to have triggered a part in him he was slowly starting to hate. Nightmares, most of them variations on the same tune. Deku dying. He didn't care about the nerd. He didn't. But almost every nightmare had him jumping off of something. At first, it had been him walking to school and finding his corpse near the koi pond. Limbs cold and unmoving, a huge blood stain beneath him. In the water, a scorched notebook floating, showing in perfect ink the faded number other times he saw him fall. He saw him hit the ground, he heard the crunch of broken bones. A crack as the skull broke on the asphalt. Brains splattered like a Pollock painting on the ground, heaves and a small teenager choking on his own blood. Recently, Katsuki was on the roof when Izuku jumped. He heard his own words as he told him to take a swan dive. He saw him crying as he took a step over the edge. He was only jeering on the side. Those were the nights he woke up in cold sweat, heaving and panting in a room too small, too hot room. He was having a very hard time going back to sleep after. That was partly the reason he was in such a bad mood their days. He shook his head and warded the though away. He was going to eat, watch TV and go to sleep so he could train better tomorrow. He was going to win the sports festival. He was. That's why, when he saw the hooded figure walk out of the shadows, he stopped. While there weren't any photos, the witness descriptions were pretty accurate. He wears a dark hoodie, sky glasses and a bandana coved his face. The Vanisher. Currently across the street from him. Katsuki blinked. The vigilante stopped and looked at him. They stared at each other for a few seconds before the man turned around and calmly walked back into the shadows. Something clicked in place. "Oi, stop right there, you motherfucker," he started running to catch up. The news about the vigilante was plaguing the media. Not only the news, but also a lot of people on social media debating and theorizing everything from potential quirk to potential motivations. It was pissing Katsuki off, so this seemed like the perfect occasion to let off some steam while doing some good for the community. So, he sprinted after him. The villain was fast and nimble, but Katsuki was strong and was using his quirk to catch up, since no one would see him all the way up there anyway. The dark figure sprinted and jumped, throwing different things in his way, hiding behind cars, but the blonde was determined. At one point, he climbed an emergency stair and ended up on the rooftops. He was sprinting to the other side, and Katsuki realized that he was ready to jump. The streets below were too dark and tangled for the blonde to follow someone who knew the place there. "No, you don't." The blonde grabbed the back of his hood and pulled him backwards. The other yelped and staggered back, giving Katsuki enough time to grab his bandana and pull. Unfortunately for Katsuki, and fortunately for the criminal, the piece of material wasn't tied all that well, so it just fell off. The no longer hooded silhouette staggered for a little bit, time in which Katsuki punched him in the face, knocking out his goggles. The figure fell down and Katsuki froze. Because when he got up, the face was familiar. Looking into the very familiar pair of green eyes, Katsuki gulped as he saw the other grab the goggles. They stared at each other for a few seconds before a sheet-eating grin spread over the other's features. Wiping the blood from his face, Izuku grinned and said, "No one will ever believe you," before he turned around and vanished in the dark below. "What?" His voice was quiet, almost trembling, so very different from the one he used in public to go with his persona. It was weaker even than it normally was in this form, but Toshinori felt like he was talking around a cotton-wrapped golf ball. He swallowed as he looked at his friend. "Are you sure?" Tsukakuchi sighed and nodded. "Pretty sure. We dug up a lot of buried archives, old paperwork. Hell, we even went to the place to try and see if anyone remembered anything. I'm sorry to say this, but Shigaraki Tamura, born Shimura Tenko, is the grandson of Nana Shimura." Toshinori swallowed again and sat down. The detective continued. "They died in a villain-related incident along with 4 other families about 13 years ago. Until recently they were all presumed dead, but, apparently, the little boy survived and somehow became a villain." The plain man pulled out a folder and laid some pictures on the table, robot portraits made going off of his childhood photos. "We had one witness identify him and apparently, yes, this is how he looks like now." Toshinori was at loss of words. He looked at the pictures, trying to remember how Nana looked like and find something of her in the photos before him. He tried to say something, tried to speak, but it was useless. He gulped. "How did you find this out?" Tsukakuchi sighed and rubbed his temples. "We didn't." The tall blonde blinked. "What?" "A student Midoriya. I'm sure you know of him since he was the one who was held hostage at the USJ incident, saw Shigaraki without the mask and was able to identify him." He sighed. "Also, I hope I don't have to remind you, but this isn't the kind of thing to be shouted from the rooftops. Tell as few people as possible, ideally tell no one." "Poor child," Toshinori said, unsure if he was referring to Midoriya or Tenko. "That's not all." The detective scratched his head as he let out a sigh. "Midoriya's the one who discovered the connection in the first place." The hero blinked. "How did he dash?" "Apparently, he somehow managed to deduce that Shigaraki is actually a fake name and then made the unsettlingly accurate logical leap that it's an anagram and then just ran all the possibilities through the system until he stumbled on the right one." "Wipe that look off your face. I don't 100% believe it either, but whatever he did, it worked. He ended up finding some very old photos and it was all smooth sailing from there." Toshinori was at a loss about how exactly he was supposed to react. Well, Toshinori tried. "That's not quite impressive." He scratched his head. The other man sighed. "There's more." He looked up. "The villain that almost did you at the USJ? We did some tests on .it. It has 4 types of DNA and 4 quirks. It doesn't respond and has about the same amount of brain activity as a comatose patient. That thing is only alive by the dictionary definition. He shook his head and pulled out a piece of paper. Now, let's revise. We have a creature created by someone who can put multiple quirks into another individual, and who is in an alliance with and very likely had a hand in whatever drove the grandson of your previous teacher to villainy. All Might blanched. You don't think that all for one's back? The man shook his head in a tired motion. I dearly hope that's not the case and that I'm just being paranoid, but by this point, I don't think we can afford to assume he's still dead any longer. Who knows what quirks he's got up his sleeves? All Might was starting to feel lightheaded, and Tsukakuchi sighed. I know it's painful and I know you'll probably need some time. I'll drive you home and leave you to that. Maybe you can take a break from teaching the next few days, so you can properly come to terms with it. Toshinori nodded and let his friend drive him home. Once inside, he crashed on the couch and looked at the ceiling. He didn't know what to do. In one go, he had found out that Nana's grandson was a villain, and that his biggest nemesis, whom he thought he had died, was actually alive and kicking, creating villains left and right. Honestly, he didn't know what to say. I have to tell Sorahiko. He realized. The retired hero had been his master's friend and his sensei. He deserved to know. Needed to know. But Toshinori didn't know how he himself was supposed to get over it. He had no idea how to cope and really just wanted only to curl up and not wake up for days. But he also wanted to talk about it. I'll tell him later. He shouldn't have to process this with me whining in the background as well. But who else could he call? No one was supposed to know about this, and there were very little people who already knew the situation beforehand. Toshinori stared at the screen. He and Osamu had gotten over their fight back then, but it wasn't the same between them anymore. It was still somehow strained. But at the same time, his old sidekick was the only one who might be able to help him. He thought, pressing the call button. With every ring, he almost wished that his old friend wouldn't pick up. But, nonetheless, after 3 dials, the stern voice of the underground hero came through the phone. Hello. It's me, he said before he felt like slapping himself. He sighed and tried again. Am I interrupting? Not really. What is it? Toshinori sighed and started. He told Night Eye about Shigaraki, about All for One, possibly, being alive. He told him of how betrayed he felt, of how effed up everything was. At some point, his voice cracked and he started sobbing. His old sidekick didn't stop or rush him, only hummed every once in a while to show that he was listening. After about half an hour, when All Might had finished his story with only minimal mental breakdowns, the wound in his side throbbing with phantom pain, the other spoke. First, I am very sorry. I never knew Nana, but you obviously cared a lot about her. I'm sorry that excuse of a human being put you through all of this. But what you need to understand is that that man is Shigaraki, not Shimura. Whatever love and respect you held for her, there's nothing in him to deserve the same thing. Don't make the mistake of seeing him like that and trying to bring him to our side. From the reports, he's too far gone for this. Toshinori remained silent, sniffling every once in a while. Osamu sighed. How did they find out? And why did it take them so long to do so? All Might took a deep breath and told him about his student. The former sidekick was silent for a few moments after the #1 hero was done before he spoke. So you mean to tell me that a 15-year-old managed to find something crucial to the case when the police didn't, with only a trusty laptop and internet access? The blonde scratched his head. Yes, there was a beat of silence. Young Midoriya is very brave and very resourceful. He was 5 points away from getting into heroics. Midoriya? Isn't that the quirkless kid who took down a third of the villains at the USJ by jamming a support item into the water? All Might opened his mouth, but his friend beat him up to it. You're considering him as a successor, aren't you? All Might tried to say something, but no sound came out. How? Why would you dash? He finally managed. Night Eye graced him with one of his rare chuckles. All Might, we've worked together for 6 years. His tone turned serious. I have to say, though, color me intrigued. I'll pay attention to the sports festival this year and give you my opinion. He sighed. Mirio was perfect, but he was also right. You need a potential list, more possible candidates. I'll see if this quirkless kid is worth the try. All Might wanted to say something more, but the words stuck in his throat. He tried a few more times, but he didn't know what to say. So, he settled on a good night and ended the call. The air was thick with the scent of blood and sweat, the noise filling the available space like a plague. Izuku pulled his bandana closer to his face, partly because of that and partly to keep the mumbling to a minimum. Pro tip for life: when going to an underground fighting ring, make sure to have a disguise on. Other than the bandana and the glasses, Izuku also had the wig on, which was pretty annoying since he couldn't keep his hair out of his face. But whatever, he couldn't get recognized. He planned on going big in the sports festival, and getting killed on his way home would be inconvenient. The fighters were pretty good. His notebook, a different one here, he wouldn't risk his classmates or teachers, was already half filled with fighters, starting from 2 weeks ago when Dabi first brought him there. The raisin was yet to have made his way on the ring, and Izuku was waiting eagerly for this to be over so he could finally sleep. Tomorrow would be the weekend, but he didn't feel like wasting his morning. "Hey kid," someone said. Izuku barely tilted his head in the man's direction. He was tall, sleazy with a golden tooth and shiny glasses. Jiren. Izuku realized. While he had never met the man, he sure as hell heard of him, and the reputation was something he wasn't willing to cross just yet. "What?" he said in a crooked voice, not aggressive, but not quite neutral either. "Saw you hand with Dabi lately." He tilted his head. "You seem new." "I am," was all he said, not revealing anything more. The man clicked his tongue. "What exactly are your intentions?" "Not going to meddle anyone's business, if that's what you're asking," he said as he turned back to the fight where a cat lady was beating the shit out of a guy twice her size. "Smart." The man let out a mirthless chuckle, though I'm not really sure how long this neutrality would last. "If you're going to make me an offer, you might as well get to the point." The man's face darkened as he tilted his head. "You might want to keep that mouth in check. It can get you in a lot of trouble." "It already did," Izuku said. Jiren looked like he wanted to say something, but the winner was announced and Dabi finally entered the ring. He was relaxed, hands hanging limply at his sides. Izuku chuckled. That meant a threat. There were more types of bets one could put in place, most of them making themselves heard as the other contestant walked in. A tall guy, with purple skin and strange markings on its surface. But the ones Izuku had heard of were, bet on winner, one of the low high stakes yet still tricky in case of newbies. Because here, there were no rules, other than, possibly, don't kill your opponent. Izuku wasn't sure, he never saw anyone die. There was, bet on move and number of moves, which was one of the relatively easier ones to win, but that only if you were an Izuku-level fanboy, because it required a lot of knowledge on both contestants. There was also the time bet. You bet on how long you thought the match would go. The closest to the actual time won, but you also had to say who would win. Izuku knew both fighters, so he more or less expected the outcome. The clock started and the purple one attacked. Dabi stood in his place, held his ground until the last moment. The purple guy seemed to have some strength-enhancing quirk, or speed, of something like that. Dabi had cremation. The moment the man got too close, the glorified Molotov stepped aside and caught his arm. Not his fist, which would have been impossible, but his arm. Blue flames covered the attacker's sleeve and Izuku could swear that Dabi was smiling when he dragged the man closer and jammed his knee into his stomach. The other collapsed and Dabi stepped on his throat. The boy couldn't really see from that angle, but the man was struggling to breathe. He tried to grab Dabi, but the slimmer one jammed his foot harder onto his throat. The other fell unconscious. There were a few seconds of silence before the people started to cheer. In a normal tournament, there would have been boos, but Izuku had seen enough people get their ball blown to tell that the only ones that would be mad would be the ones to lose. Izuku turned back towards Jiren and tilted his head. "It was a pleasure," he said before melting into the crowd. He made his way down some stairs and slipped into a room when the bouncer wasn't looking. Dabi was there, getting some cash from the manager, a very fat man in a red shirt that somehow made him even bigger. The scarred one pocketed them before he looked at the teen. "Kinda anticlimactic to waste 2 hours for 30 seconds of action," Izuku said as he leaned on the door. Dabi jammed his hands into his pockets. He tilted his head and smirked. Because you know all about action, don't you? The boy was glad for his face being covered. He didn't want the other to see him blush. Dabi shook his head and walked out. Izuku followed on the flight of stairs and into the night. So, Dabi asked, what did you think? Well, I kinda already expected you to win, so, he shrugged, but the other matches were interesting. Did you write them in your stalker notebook? Yeah. Did you write about me? It's not like I had the time. Izuku whined. Dabi turned to face him. Well, don't ever. He stressed the last word with a glare. Izuku took a step back. Yeah, geez, I get it, I'm not a four-lever friend yet. Whoever said we were friends? They walked in silence for a bit before Izuku broke the silence. So, do you know Jiren? Dabi tensed before throwing him a look. Yeah, why? Did you meet him? Yeah. He approached me and asked me what my plans were. Dabi cursed under his breath. Change of plans, you're coming to my place. Why? Izuku tilted his head. Because if he showed interest, he more than likely has his eyes on you, and by eyes I mean spy. The man looked down at the boy. You don't want them to know where you live, do you? Point. Izuku grumbled and followed the other to his house. Number one place to lead to his demise probably. Izuku staggered on the stairs and almost broke his neck, had it not been for the other to haul him up. Once in the flat, Izuku threw himself on the ratty mattress. Now what? You don't have school tomorrow, do you? Nope. Your mom. Izuku shook his head. Well, then, the man shrugged, I guess you can stay here for as long as it takes him to leave. And how long will that take? The man shrugged and drowned a beer can. Izuku pouted. Dabi threw himself on the other side of the mattress and pulled out his phone. He typed something before the Game of Thrones theme song started. Izuku perked up and crawled towards the man before turning the scarred one into a very, very cold pillow. Dabi growled and pushed him a little, but Izuku didn't budge and buried his shoulder in the other's guts. Burning blue eyes slitted before he was bumped painfully in the nose and the episode unpaused. It took 3 episodes before Dabi realized that the heavy weight on his shoulder had started to breathe evenly and he turned to a very small, very fluffy bundle of sleeping teenager. He said, bumping the kid with his finger. I'm not a pillow. The brat released a sound similar to the sleepy alternative of shut the F up and snuggled him a little closer. Dabi tried to push him off again, but the green net wrapped himself around his arm like a koala, sending the primal signals every animal used to transmit back off my pillow. Resigning himself to his fate as a human comforter, Dabi closed his eyes and fell asleep. Izuku woke up tired. It was one of those days. He knew, even before he managed to pry his eyes open, that he was going to hate this day with the burning passion of Bakugu when left without his pepper. Or he wanted to. But he didn't have enough energy. For that now. Do I have to wake up? Do I really have to wake up? He took in a few deep breaths, but still, the mere thought of getting up and doing anything slightly productive drained him. Izuku tried to return to sleep, but it wasn't like his fed-up internal clock would ever allow him to. He threaded the dark lakes of unconsciousness until he noticed something. There was someone next to him. His lids pried open in a flash, and he was met with the sight of a wrinkled t-shirt spread along a wide back, purple scars peeking from beneath. As fast as his pulse had risen, it fell back. Oh, it's only Dabi. With the relief returned the tiredness and the existential dread. On one hand, he really didn't feel like moving. On the other, the moment Dabi would wake up would be weird and awkward as F-. I also have homework. He suddenly remembered and thought about ending himself right then and there, if only to avoid school. Get up, you limp noodle. You can wallow in self-pity at home. Groaning, Izuku hoisted himself up. The boy got off the bed and walked to take his backpack. He looked around. He'd like to let the man know he left, but waking him up was out of discussion and he didn't want to bother him if Dabi really didn't feel like being next to him. Suddenly, Izuku was hit by his way out. He looked into the mini fridge and scribbled hastily on a piece of paper, "You're out of milk," before he climbed the ceiling. Dabi was breathing evenly, and for a second, the tiredness caught up to him and he considered just letting go, before he shook his head and climbing down. The sports festival was finally here and Izuku was pacing the prep room too stressed to sit and kind of annoyed that he couldn't climb on the ceiling. The day had come a lot faster than he had expected and he had woken up the night before with it's the sports festival playing over and over in his head. Mom had made him a fulfilling breakfast, which he'd practically inhaled before he made his way to school full of jitters. Dabi had sent him a good luck text, which was equivalent to a pep rally when it came to the scarred one. Izuku smiled and sent him back an unholy amount of emojis, to which he only responded with a middle finger. Not the emoji, a picture of his deep-fried hand flipping him off. Right now, he was with the rest of his class, pacing and constantly clenching and unclenching his fist around the staff Hatsum had given him when they met. His gym jacket was making the air too hot for him, but he couldn't take it off. Not yet, at least. If everything worked well, he wouldn't have to at all. A hand grabbed his shoulder and Izuku looked up. Shinso was keeping him steady and Izuku managed to bring his breath to normal levels. "Keep calm," the eggplant said. "You're prepared, I'm prepared, we will show everyone that we can." He caught both his shoulders and stared him in the eye. "We're gonna make it." Izuku tried to smile and enter the mood. "Wow, Shinso. Being encouraging? I'm surprised. What happened? Were you kidnapped and replaced by an alien?" The other puffed and rolled his eyes. "If I were to get kidnapped, I'd probably ask them why the hell did they brought me back?" Izuku giggled and looked up as the obnoxious voice of their homeroom teacher came through the speakers. Shinso gave his shoulder one little squeeze before they left for the arena. Izuku felt a little betrayed when Present Mike used this opportunity to advertise Class 1A. Like they needed any more publicity. After that, Bakugo went on stage and declared war on everyone and everything, which, of course, earned them a lot of hate from the other classes and Izuku could see his classmates tighten their hands on the weapons they held. He and Shinso were the only ones who'd applied to transfer, at least from Hit class. There were some in the parallel class, but everyone else was just spiteful as F on the heroics. He knew that most of his classmates and the others from the parallel classes weren't intending to win. They knew they would go down and wanted to make sure they took as many heralings with them as they could. The first stage was announced and Izuku took a deep breath as he headed for the start line. Hitoshi had once thought it as a joke, but now he was 90% sure that Izuku Midoriya was not human. That was the only plausible explanation for what had just transpired. Because, how the actual F did someone get the first place in S race by blowing themselves up? Hitoshi had gotten a decent place and was now looking at the other boy panting and getting scolded by Hatsum about how he should have probably used her bombs to do that and that he was insensitive for taking the bragging rights away from her. Hitoshi didn't hear them and usually, a friend would scold you for being reckless, but both boys had spent enough time with the pink-haired girl to know things that didn't have a mechanical system she could take apart rarely interested her. The crowd of students was getting bigger and bigger, and despite his height, it was pretty hard for the teen to make his way through. Though he would never say it to the other's face, Hitoshi had initially underestimated the greenette. Had he known he was quirkless beforehand, he probably wouldn't have even chatted him up. He didn't have anything against quirkless people, but caring for someone with a handicap was a huge disadvantage as a hero. But at the same time, Midoriya did help him at the entrance exam and actually got some points, something he was still a little bitter about. And Hitoshi wasn't that big of a D as to completely ignore him after, so, yeah, he spent some time with the nerd. When he saw the other people coming to him, he had been sure it was the last time he saw his classmate outside off class. After all, if you already had friends, why hang out with someone you barely met? But the boy came back and started hanging out, and before he knew it, Hitoshi actually enjoyed the other's company. Hatsum was okay, and there was something really relaxing about her being self-centered. It was like a constant reminder that he shouldn't get attached to her, that everyone could betray him every moment, and for the first time, he didn't feel that bad for being paranoid. Midoriya was just so genuine. Hitoshi suspected that was actually his quirk. The other told him about his quirklessness. Hitoshi felt, for the first time, something he could relate to. Bullying was still bullying, no matter the reason, and knowing that someone could actually understand what he felt was surely a relief. So, he kept hanging out with the boy. There was also that relaxation he had around him. Midoriya never expressed any disgust or contempt regarding his quirk, and even if it didn't show, his words really did help. Though that in itself raised the question of who the Greenette knew that could do those things in the first place. Then the trafficking ring started and Hitoshi was like, why the hell not? It was almost fun on a certain level to see how much influence Izuku had gained overnight. If he wouldn't have been hell-bent on heroics, Hitoshi was sure he could have gone to management. When he had said that Izuku's quirk was actually hyperanalysis, he had only been partly joking. He was actually 50% sure that the boy actually did have a quirk, but no one realized it. No matter the toe joint, there had been cases when people who had it actually developed quirks later in life. The other half of him was sure the Greenette just plain wasn't human. He had spent the last weeks before the exam doing intense physical training. He didn't tell his friends. He had helped them, but Midoriya already knew his quirk and every possible application. They were friends, but here, they were also rivals. There was only one transfer spot in every class, and like it or not, it was likely that they would have to fight sooner or later. And it wasn't as if he would be fighting Hatsum, who would yell about her babies, then forfeit. No, if it ever came to them, one of them would have to lose, and Shinso wasn't going to give up the spot in heroics for friendship. He knew it was cruel, but he knew Izuku would do the same. So he trained. He didn't train in any particular weapon. He had neither the time nor the skill for it. He trained in hand-to-hand and pressure points. Self-defense. It wasn't anything spectacular, but it would take the enemy by surprise. He had managed to convince Hatsum to give him a little taser and not tell Izuku about it. He was already good with FING up with your quirk, he didn't need to know his other parts. While he was at the lab, he tried to peek at what Hatsum was designing for their common friend. And promptly gave up after 3 seconds because anything present on that sheet was literally bullshit. In the end, he managed to get to the now jittery teen. He placed a hand on his shoulder and, after the initial flinch, he felt the tense muscles relax, if only a little. They all turned towards Midnight, who was preparing to announce the second task. Toshinori was in equal parts worried and proud. Young Midoriya had passed the first task with the first place. Granted, it was reckless and was already losing brownie points when it came to Osamu, but it was good nonetheless. The hero knew he shouldn't be subjective, that having favorites was bad and that the boy wasn't even in his class to begin with, but he had read the papers and sincerely hoped that he would pass. At first, he had been a little mad that it was this boy who found out about the Shigaraki Shimura business, but, after a lot of thinking, he was glad he knew. It was painful, yes, but at least he had time to get used to it. If All for One really was back, that meant that they would have to fight at some point in the future. He neither hoped nor wished for his successor to fight him. But he knew that, if the man had the chance, he would have probably sprung the news on him to make sure he landed the killing blow. At least like this, he had time to prepare. The blonde looked at the teen again. He seemed to be having a mini panic attack, constantly wiping the tears on his cheeks, and a friend of his was scolding him, probably for his recklessness. Toshinori sighed. Recklessness had been the reason he didn't give him his quirk in the first place. He had, foolishly, thought that the lack of quirk would stop him from getting into danger, and who knows, for a year, it probably did. But now, he was in UA, an environment that presented a lot of opportunities for getting in danger, and at this point, All Might was willing to give him one for all simply to give him the possibility to better protect himself. Toshinori had tried, he really did, to look for other successors. He did. But even if there was a pretty heavy waiting list, no one really clicked the right way. He was still thinking, still looking, but he couldn't fool himself. Even if he looked for other successors, his heart was set on this one. Of course, he was thinking of giving him in his 3rd year in the least. To let the boy build his own platform, his own fan base, his own connection without the influence of having a quirk similar to All Might. He also wanted to give him time to grow and build muscle on his own. Shoving hell training in 1 year was not healthy, and he also had to count for his build. He had muscles, but he was lean, built for speed. Trying to put muscle mass on him wouldn't work, so he had to thread carefully. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard voices from behind him. "So, what do you think?" one of the management students said. "Doubtless, Midoriya's stock is about to rise. I see that he has kept his final move secret. That's a good strategy." If he revealed everything from the beginning, he would only get sponsors in a single wave. If he reveals his assets on the way and, preferably, near the end, there's a higher chance that he would be remembered. Some will be skeptic that he didn't show his quirk, but it's not like such a quirk can be shown. The others said, "Wait, what quirk?" Yes, but once revealed it would be pretty marketable. If he proves proficient in the next stage and makes it to the third, once we reveal his quirk he will be in the spot. We only have to watch out for those with flashy quirks that might rival his own. So, for some reason, the business course was very interested and actively rooting for Midoriya. That was new. Most of the times they only rooted for those who were very marketable. What about his costume? A new voice asked. The jersey seems to be hiding the accessories pretty well, but we will need to make it remarkable. We need people to remember it. Didn't he say he wanted to be an underground hero? The first puffed. We will talk him out of it. And if we don't, he more or less owes us some contracts until at least graduation. Now, Toshinori was both intrigued and increasingly worried. Do you think that his weapons will get enough marketing? They will after I'm done with them. Just let me near the sponsors, they'll be begging us for the manufacturing and marketing rights, the one who seemed to be the leader said. As for the costume, we have to think the design. I have a feeling Midoriya, with his underground idea, will go with something like Aizawa or something. If he manages to go to heroics, he'll have to place an order for a costume. Since Hatsum will probably send the forms regarding the mechanical map, we need to convince her to mess with the design. Wow, aren't you mischievous? The second joked. I'm doing business, the first sounded flustered. If it doesn't work, Midoriya's pretty cute, a little plain, but fixable. We need to find a way to keep his face open. Do you have any idea how a face like that sells? Toshinori giggled a little and focused on the R-rated hero as she was preparing to reveal the second task. Izuku was looking at Midnight as she pointed at the huge board behind her. For those of you who passed, we have the next stage. There will be a game, similar to Capture the Flag, but the thing is, you fight for yourselves and you carry your own flag. Everyone was positively confused to hell about this. Let me clarify, she cleared her throat. Each one of you will have a score based on your place in the race. Your score will be on a headband over your head. Some drones passed each and every one a headband while on the screen behind her appeared the scores everyone had. The point of this is for you to steal other headbands from other players. The 16 with the biggest scores will pass on to the next stage. Izuku suddenly felt the eyes of everyone in the crowd on him. But here's the catch, you will be in a labyrinth. Suddenly, from the ground columns started to raise and huge walls surrounded them. Flying drones with little blinking cameras surrounded them and, in the air, Midnight's chippy voice rang all over the place. The battle will be of 30 minutes. Everything is allowed, except for murder of seriously injuring another student. Now begin. Izuku looked around. Somehow, he ended up alone. But it won't matter, I'm a target, I have to run. He looked around. He had 1 million points. If he managed to stay hidden long enough, he could just wait the game out. But he knew that wouldn't be possible. After all, he was sure that Bakugo would come after him, and basically everyone would come after him. And considering some of them could fly and Todoroki could more or less bury him in ice, he had to move and make sure he wouldn't be spotted. The walls weren't perfectly flat. No, they had irregularities, nooks and crannies, and they couldn't be more than 3 meters high. I fell from higher. There are no rules. No one said I had to stay on the ground. He checked his jacket quickly. Yup, he had everything he needed. Taking a few steps back, he ran and in one go, he pushed himself over the edge. It might seem like a bad idea to put yourself in a tight spot, but if anyone saw him, he could just jump back. He had a pretty good visibility on the walls and he knew that from experience, people didn't really look up when you ran above them unless you were especially loud. The walls were pretty wide, about half a meter, definitely enough for him to jog on them comfortably. He stood up. On the other side of the maze, Hatsum had taken the guidelines with a grain of salt and, taking her trusty explosives, went fully by the question, what are walls? The explosion was enough to get everyone's attention, and she made sure to show all her babies to the flying cameras in full view. Shinso, somewhere around the west side of the task, was walking at a leisure pace. He already had 3 scarves around his neck, and he had literally went hunting. This was perfect. Chances of meeting more than one student at a time were slim, and the only one knowing about his quirk was Midoriya, which had a very small chance of an actual fight. He knew the Greenette would try to avoid the fights, and even if he didn't, they wouldn't attack each other this soon. His advantage was that, if he used his quirk, no one in the contest will catch on, but the sponsors surely will. He smiled and strolled forward. Getting back to the protagonist, he was quite literally strolling down the maze. The fights were all but silent, and he could see Bakugo throwing a fit and chasing after a blonde guy from Class B. Suddenly, there was a shadow behind him, and Izuku only had enough time to jump before a huge, dark bird crashed in the place he was supposed to be. The boy looked at the yellow eyes, cogs spinning. Tokoyami Fumikage. Quirk, Dark Shadow, controls a monster coming from his stomach. Wears a black, opaque cloak. Possible strength, darkness. Does that mean that he's weak to light? He didn't really have much time to ponder because the bird attacked again. Izuku jumped, kicked the shadow, and slid down the neck and kicking the hero student in the beak. He jumped to the ground and ran to the wall. He was in an enclosed, well-shadowed place. He was at a disadvantage. He could feel the shadow from behind him, so he took a great momentum and climbed the wall in a run, only to slide and roll once on the ground. Tokoyami didn't seem to be following him, and Izuku turned only to find himself in a trench with Bakugo and Jiru. Izuku put his hand behind his back, wrapping his fingers around the small projectile. In the same moment Bakugo yelled, "Die!" Izuku pulled the pin and threw the grenade in the middle. Smoke filled the air and Izuku dashed through it. He would have about 30 seconds before it cleared and the Greenette had to get out of the girl's range. He took a few more turns and ended in an alleyway with a kid from his class. She stretched her hand and activated the glove on her arm. Izuku smiled. He knew that weapon. Huge firepower, not much aim. He jumped a few feet to the right only to sprint towards her, grab her headband and climb the next wall. It would take her 15 seconds to reload. He put a few more paces between them before he tied the scarf around his neck. While he didn't need the points per se, it was better to have some kind of backup. He spent the remainder of the match avoiding people and more or less chilling on the walls, turning to wave the crowd every once in a while. Apparently, Present Mike had been commenting on them, but Izuku couldn't really hear him until now. When the bell rang, he climbed down and walked through the gate, hiding the slight limp from when he landed badly.